Chapter 17:01 Disciples share the burden when matters crop up. Caraman, why are you here instead of enjoying yourself at the Cape family residence? Li Xian stood in front of the city gates, looking frivolous. I want someone. As he stood there casually, he gave off the feeling of being high and mighty, like a proud son of heaven. If you want someone, find a human peddler. We are a prim and proper place which doesn't sell people, Li Xian said with a twitch of his lips. Caraman frowned slightly, but he didn't flare up. He wasn't worried about Li Xian and Zhou Wen, but this was nominally the An family's territory. Even the Cape family was somewhat afraid of Luo Yongzhen family. Lend me guide ancient city Shiraishi Satomi for a month. Tell me how much you need in exchange, said Caraman. How pitiful. You're already aging at such a young age. Your ears no longer work. Let me repeat myself. If you want to buy someone, find a human peddler. This place doesn't sell people, Li Xian said with a sneer. Li Xian knew about Shiraishi Satomi and Icy Island. When he heard Caraman mention Shiraishi Satomi, he guessed what he was up to. He naturally couldn't hand Shiraishi Satomi over to him. If it wasn't for Tianzua, you wouldn't have the right to negotiate with me. I hope you won't make a mistake. Caraman frowned. If the negotiation really failed, even if he had to fall out with Tianzua, he definitely had to take Shiraishi Satomi away today. To others, Amaterasu was only a powerful companion beast, but it wasn't that simple for Caraman. His life providence, life soul, wheel of destiny, terror transformation, and calamity zone were perfectly compatible with the power of the Sun God Holy Temple. Otherwise, the Sun God Holy Temple wouldn't have chosen the Cape family as their representative. After all, the Cape family was the faction of the Holy Emperor Temple in the human world. As for Amaterasu, he was the sun god of a pantheon. He was extremely compatible with Caraman, and was one of the companion beasts he had to vie for. Upon hearing that, Li Xian laughed. You really don't need to consider anyone. Our guide ancient city doesn't need to rely on anyone. In that case, get Zhou Wen out. I want to see how powerful the legendary Deceit King is. A cold glint flashed in Caraman's eyes, as he planned on ending the battle quickly, and taking Shiraishi Satomi away before Tianzua received the news and rushed over. Alright, hold on a moment. Li Xian knew how powerful Caraman was. Now that his level was inferior to his, he didn't plan on fighting him head-on. He returned to the city to find Zhou Wen. Updates by... I'll only wait 3 minutes, said Caraman coldly. Li Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him. After entering the city, he headed straight for Zhou Wen's yard and explained the situation to him. Caraman is the representative of the sun race, and he also has sun-type strength. Amaterasu is the sun god. It's not difficult to understand why he's so anxious. From the looks of it, it's really possible that Shiraishi Satomi is really related to IC Shrine. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and followed Li Xian out of the city. Zhou Wen, do you dare make a bet with me? Let's fight. If I lose, this calamity-grade companion beast will be yours. If you lose, lend me Shiraishi Satomi for a month, said Caraman as he held a fist-sized companion egg that emitted a purple glow. No deal. Zhou Wen rejected it without any hesitation. Victory was a certainty, but he wouldn't use someone of his as a stake. This was his bottom line. Don't force me to do something I'm unwilling to do. Caraman's expression turned cold, as he stared at Zhou Wen and enunciated each word clearly. At the same time, the golden divine light on his body rose, like the sun's holy brilliance. Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, he suddenly heard someone say languidly, Coach, is this person here to cause trouble? Little Xiao, you're back? Li Xian was immediately overjoyed when he saw the young man walking over from the main road. Finally, someone could share his workload. Brother Xian, what's going on? Ming Xiao sized up Caraman and asked. This fellow is the Cape family's Caraman, second on the cube's rankings. He's here to cause trouble, Li Xian said casually. Caraman wasn't in the mood to listen to their nonsense. He said to Zhou Wen, Zhou Wen, do you want to fight me or do you want me to storm guide ancient city and take her away? You can choose between the two paths. I'll give you 1 final minute to consider. Coach, rest for a while. A disciple shall share the burden when matters crop up. Leave this riffraff to me. Ming Xiao's expression made it seem like he was trying to chase away a street punk instead of a world-renowned super powerhouse. Alright. Zhou Wen nodded. He also wanted to see how much improvement Ming Xiao, who had returned from the dimension, had undergone. With him watching from the side, even if Ming Xiao wasn't a match for Caraman, nothing serious would happen. Little Xiao, are you up to it? Although this fellow isn't much of a character, he's still strong, Li Xian whispered to Ming Xiao. Don't worry. Ming Xiao gave Li Xian a reassuring look before walking in front of Caraman. Do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want me to send you off? You have a death wish. Caraman was slightly furious. ignoring the fact that Ming Xiu kept calling Zhou Wen coach, making it obvious that he was clearly Zhou Wen's disciple. He didn't even take Zhou Wen to heart. What's more, Ming Xiu, he was already filled with killing intent. It was impossible for him to take Shiraishi Satomi away peacefully today. Karaman had already decided to serve a warning. Even if he didn't kill Ming Xiu, he would cripple him. Without any further nonsense, Karaman produced Sun God Light with a thought. Thousands of light streams shot out in every direction. It was really as if the Sun God was enraged. Ming Xiu didn't panic. He clenched his right hand, and a sword appeared in his hand before he slowly stabbed out. When Li Xian and the guards standing on the city wall saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats. Ming Xiu's strike looked slow and weak. It wasn't fast, ruthless, or accurate at all. It didn't have any shocking aura either. It was soft and seemed to lack force. Compared to Karaman's dazzling image, it made one suspect that Ming Xiu would be instantly reduced to dust. However, Zhou Wen was slightly surprised when he saw Ming Xiu's strike. He knew Ming Xiu's tomorrow's sword art very well. Now that he had activated the teacher domain to take a look, he immediately realized that the current tomorrow's sword art was indeed much stronger than before. In terms of realm, it wasn't inferior to the present Han Shinsakura. Even Zhou Wen couldn't completely understand its profundity. It was only with the help of the teacher domain that he could identify its true profundity. Of course, their sword Dao was different, and there was little comparison. When the dazzling Karaman saw this strike, his expression changed slightly. He couldn't tell the trajectory of the strike. It was as though the strike had no origin or destination, as though it had been born out of thin air. At his realm, he could almost predict the trajectories of every sword art. Such a situation surprised him. His contempt immediately vanished. He knew that he had encountered a terrifying opponent. Chapter 1702 Silence. Many core members of Guide Ancient City stood on the city walls to watch the battle. The Zhang family, the Xia family, as well as the newly arrived Nitten Flying Immortal Palaces Sei Gasakai, Han Shinsakura, Shiraishi Satomi, and company. Naturally, there were also many original members of Guide Ancient City. When they saw Ming Xiu fight Karaman, they felt somewhat uneasy. Swordsman Tomorrow was quite famous, but compared to a figure like Karaman, who was in the limelight, he was much weaker. It was especially so for Sei Gasakai, and the other people from the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace. They believed that Zhou Wen was very strong and could fight Karaman, but who was Ming Xiu? They weren't too sure and had some doubts. However, when Ming Xiu really began fighting Karaman, everyone was shocked. The intensity of the battle exceeded many people's expectations. Although Karaman's might was unparalleled, he didn't seem to be overwhelmingly strong when facing Ming Xiu. It could even be said that he was restrained by the slow swordplay. It was difficult to determine the victor. Mr. Zhou is really godlike. Just a disciple of his is on par with Karaman. It's truly breathtaking, Sei Gasakai said with a sigh. It was indeed the right choice for us to come to Guide Ancient City. The elders had long forgotten how they had objected to Han Shinsakura coming to Guide Ancient City. Their faces were blooming with joy. An existence like Karaman could only fight Zhou Wen's disciple to such an extent. Guide Ancient City's immense strength far exceeded their imagination. It was as unfathomable as the sea. In fact, they had been rather surprised recently. The Zhang and Xia families had a large number of businesses in Guide Ancient City. This was completely different from what they had imagined. It was especially shocking that the Zhang family's princess, Zhang Yuji, was in Guide Ancient City. In fact, the Zhang and Xia families were also very surprised. They knew that Ming Xiu was very strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. The ancient city has finally produced a representative, Zhang Yuji said with a sigh. It was unknown what she was thinking. Updates by. The person who was most surprised was Karaman himself. Ming Xiu's sword technique looked ordinary, and each move looked simple and unadorned. It was even a little slow, but it brought him great trouble. The most troublesome temporal type attacks. Karaman had already identified Ming Xiu's temporal type abilities, but he still found it challenging fighting him. Due to the time lag, the sword that Karaman's eyes saw might not be the real sword. Perhaps it was a sword from a second ago, or perhaps from another second before. He found it difficult to deal with it. Originally, Karaman wanted to defeat Ming Xiu using technique, but now, he was rather depressed. He couldn't see the possibility of winning. In that case, I can only crush everything with absolute strength. Karaman decided to release all his strength and carry out a large-scale destructive attack, preventing Ming Xiu from using those headache-inducing techniques. Who cares if it happened a second or two ago? The power that burned like the sun for all eternity could destroy everything over time. As the representative of the sun race, this was also the power that Karaman was best at. Just as Karaman was about to release all his strength, he suddenly heard Zhou Wen, who was watching the battle from afar, say, Guide City has thousands of years of history. It wasn't easy to preserve many things to this day. It's best if you restrain yourself. Don't destroy the precious wealth that was a witness to history. Guide Ancient City was a dimensional zone. No matter how intense the battle outside was, it was difficult for it to affect the interior of the ancient city. However, the area outside Guide City didn't have the ability to protect itself. Once in existence, at the level of Karaman completely unleashed his strength for a large-scale attack, the entire city would probably be leveled. Although there were no more humans in this city, Zhou Wen didn't wish to see the area outside Ancient City reduced to charred ruins. Karaman sneered inwardly. Are you my father? Must I obey you? Of course, you don't want me to use my strength to defeat this fellow. As for whether that crappy city will be destroyed, what has it got to do with me? I must take Shiraishi Satomi away today. No one can stop me. As he thought about it, the golden divine light on Karaman's body expanded and was about to devour everything nearby. At the instant the golden divine light expanded, Karaman heard Zhou Wen say something like, How disobedient! He didn't clearly hear the words because he wasn't in the mood to hear him. His heart was filled with horror. At that instant, the sun god power on Karaman's body vanished without a trace. It was as though an omnipotent god had been struck down to the mortal world and had his godhood skinned, reducing him to an ordinary mortal. The sun god power naturally wouldn't vanish. However, in Zhou Wen's teacher domain, the circulation of the sun god power was restricted, preventing him from releasing it out of his body. Without the sun god power, even though Karaman's physique was still good, it was difficult for him to use it against Ming Xiu. Ming Xiu didn't take the opportunity to defeat Karaman. He sheathed his sword and stood there without continuing the battle. As for Karaman, he looked at Zhou Wen in horror. He didn't know how Zhou Wen had done it, but it was clearly Zhou Wen's doing. I already said that if you want to fight, fight. However, don't destroy anything here. As Zhou Wen spoke, he removed the restrictions of the teacher domain on the sun god power, restoring the right to use it. Continue, Zhou Wen said. Continue? Continue my ass. Karaman stood there with an odd expression. He didn't move for a long time as 10,000 curses roared in his heart. In Karaman's eyes, Guide Ancient City was like an empty city, one that he could come and go as he pleased as though it was empty. But now, Guide Ancient City had become as dangerous as a dragon's pool or a tiger's den in his eyes. It was also like an evil demon's den that was enveloped by a mysterious demonic fog. It made Karaman feel reverence. Guide Ancient City naturally hadn't changed. However, the pressure Ming Xiu exerted on Karaman, as well as the fear from Hao Zhou Wen suddenly made it difficult for him to release the sun god power, changed his state of mind. It was hard for him to imagine that there were two terrifying existences in such a small city. It was especially so for Zhou Wen, who made it difficult for him to release the sun god power. It made him feel fear deep down. Without the sun god power, Karaman was like a bird that had lost its wings or a horse without legs. The horror was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Karaman didn't know if there were any more terrifying existences in this small city, but he no longer had any fighting spirit. His lofty aura had long vanished without a trace. Karaman didn't move, as though an awkward atmosphere was spreading in the air. Why don't we switch locations? Ming Xiu spoke, finally breaking the darn silence. Chapter 17033 Anis Rava Gold Turtle. Karaman turned around and left without saying a word. Why did he leave just like that? Many of the people watching the battle on the wall were puzzled. They could only tell that Karaman and Ming Xiu had fought to a draw. Then, after Zhou Wen said a few words, he left. It was baffling. Leaving just like that? How boring. Zhou Wen felt a little stilted. He was using the teacher domain to analyze Ming Xiu's tomorrow's sword art. If no one fought Ming Xiu after Karaman left, what was there to analyze? Coach, don't do a thing next time. Otherwise, it will be too boring, Ming Xiu said with a smile. If you find it boring, why don't you fight me? Zhou Wen's eyes lit up when he heard Ming Xiu say that. Ming Xiu's situation was somewhat similar to Han Shinsakura's. If he could use the teacher domain to help Ming Xiu grow, the teacher domain might be able to advance again and reach the highest level of heaven. It's naturally best if you're willing to give me pointers. Ming Xiu's eyes lit up when he heard Zhou Wen. Having been in the dimension for so long, he wanted to know how much he had improved. We'll talk when we get back, Zhou Wen said as he walked into the city. It wasn't like he was fighting an outsider. There was no need for Ming Xiu to expose all his abilities. It was better to find a secret place to fight Ming Xiu. After Karaman left, the more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. He guessed that Zhou Wen had a power that could restrain his sun god power, just like how the long steps in front of the Orchid Star Palace could eliminate essence energy like powers. If I had known, I wouldn't have returned the Anis Rava gold turtle so early. Karaman didn't believe that he was weaker than Zhou Wen. It was only because Zhou Wen had a special ability that restrained his sun god power. As long as he could crack that special ability, defeating Zhou Wen wouldn't be difficult. The Anis Rava gold turtle was the companion beast he had used to clear the Alcate Star Palace's long flight of stairs. It transformed into golden armor to protect his body, allowing him to withstand the taboo power of the staircase. Karaman felt that Zhou Wen's power was similar to the staircase's powers. The Anis Rava gold turtle was likely effective against him. As long as he wore the Anis Rava gold turtle armor and went to Guide City, he wouldn't need to cower. He would definitely be able to defeat Zhou Wen and Ming Xiao. However, the Anis Rava gold turtle wasn't his companion beast. He had only borrowed it. If he wanted to borrow it again, it would take at least half a month to borrow and then return it. Furthermore, he had to pay a price. Karaman didn't mind paying a price, but he couldn't afford to wait. Ever since he became a representative, he had never suffered such a huge setback. He couldn't wait to defeat Zhou Wen to redeem his pride. Updates by. After some thought, he took out his phone and called a number. The call quickly connected. Pada, lend me your Anis Rava gold turtle again. Karaman directly revealed his intentions. Why? Do you still want to challenge the Star Palace? I advise you to give up. According to the information I obtained, Star Lady Polestar should be at the heaven level. Apart from Human Sovereign, I'm afraid no one else among the humans can match her. You will only be sending yourself to your death. It's none of my business if you send yourself to your death, but the Anis Rava gold turtle I lend you won't be able to return. I'm not participating in this deal. Pada's words left Karaman even more depressed. The cube's ranking was dominated by Human Sovereign, and he had been taught a lesson by Zhou Wen in Guide Ancient City. With Karaman's arrogant personality, there was nothing that made him feel worse than this. I'm not going to the Star Palace, said Karaman. Where are you going? Pada was somewhat surprised. With the abilities of Karaman, even without the Anis Rava gold turtle, there weren't many humans on Earth who could match him. If I want to defeat someone, I need to use the power of the Anis Rava gold turtle. Who? Don't tell me it's Human Sovereign. Karaman's words surprised Pada. Who else on Earth could make Karaman so afraid? He even needed to borrow his Anis Rava gold turtle. Guide Ancient Cities Zhou Wen has a special power that can eliminate my sun god power. I need the Anis Rava gold turtle to resist it. Karaman didn't hide anything as he recounted the matter. What a coincidence. I happen to be heading to Guide Ancient City as well. I'll be there in at most half a day. After a pause, Pada continued. The Anis Rava gold turtle is the nemesis of those taboo powers. It will definitely be able to help you, but in terms of price. The same old. Karaman immediately said in delight, having never expected that Pada would come to the vicinity of Guide Ancient City as well. Don't be anxious. Let me think about it again. Let's chat when we meet. After agreeing on a time, Pada hung up. However, it was different from what Pada had said. He was almost at Guide Ancient City, and didn't need half a day. After taking a look at Guide Ancient City, Pada walked straight towards it. Brother, please help me pass the message that the Ultimate Family Clan's Pada is requesting an audience with City Lord Zhou Wen. Pada said to the guard with a grin when he arrived at the city gates. When the guard heard that he was from the Ultimate Family Clan, he didn't dare take his time. He hurriedly got someone to report to Zhou Wen. What have we done recently? Why is there always someone knocking on our door? First it was the Cape family's Karaman, and now, there's the Ultimate Family Clan's Pada. Li Xian said languidly after hearing the news. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but it would be troublesome if there were too many problems. Take him to the meeting hall. Zhou Wen was about to fight Ming Xiao, so he could only put it aside for now. The Ultimate Family Clan had a good relationship with him. Lance and Sadie were his friends, so it wasn't appropriate for him to slight the members of the Ultimate Family Clan. When Zhou Wen saw Pada in the meeting hall, he was first taken aback. In Zhou Wen's impression, the Ultimate Family Clan had handsome men and beautiful women with long legs. Lance could be said to be the most handsome man in the world, and Sadie was also a beauty among beauties. Her long legs were straight and snow-white, dazzling. However, Pada was short and stout. He was probably only about 1.6 meters tall. His eyes were small, with even smaller irises, and his green beam-like irises darted around in his eyes. Together with the sparse hair on his head, he looked like a bald rat. This was too different from the handsome men and beautiful women of the Ultimate Family Clan in Zhou Wen's impression. He couldn't help but take a second look. However, Zhou Wen wasn't someone who judged a book by its cover. He said politely, "Welcome to Guide Ancient City. Lance, Sadie, and I are friends. If you need any help, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. You will definitely be welcomed with the highest standard. Thank you very much, but I'm not here on holiday. I want to make a deal with you," said Pada with a smile. What deal? Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. Since you are friends with Lance, I won't beat around the bush. You have a taboo power that counters the sun god power, right? Pada said bluntly. Sort of. Is this related to the deal? Jowen asked. I have a companion beast that can restrain your powers. Now, Karaman wants to use my companion beast to deal with you, said Pada with a smile. I can choose not to lend it to him, but the condition is that I'll take a third of Guide Ancient City's future profits. Chapter 17:04 It's time to return it. A third of the Ancient City's profits? Li Xian looked at Pada as though he was looking at a lunatic. Pada clearly didn't believe that he was a lunatic. He said with great confidence, Don't think that a third of the profits is a lot. If I lend my companion beast to Karaman, with his personality, he definitely won't let this matter rest after suffering such humiliation. He might even hunt you down. When that happens, you'd even lose your life. What's the point of having more money and resources? Therefore, wanting a third of the profits isn't excessive. It can even be said to be a very reasonable price. This is also on account of your good relationship with some of the members of our ultimate family clan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to negotiate with you. If I were to directly negotiate with Karaman, it would definitely be more than this price, Pada said eloquently, as though everything was under his control. Jowen only looked at Pada with interest without saying a word. Li Xian said in exasperation and amusement. Your analysis is very accurate, but are you really sure that a companion beast can do what you just said? I knew you wouldn't believe me, but it's fine. I can prove to you that my companion beast is worth this price, said Pada as he summoned the Anis Rava gold turtle. It was a huge turtle made of gold. It lay motionless in front of Pada, like a golden statue. The Anis Rava gold turtle looked somewhat different from ordinary turtles. Its back was as smooth as a mirror, without any patterns that a turtle shell should have. Its limbs, head, and tail formed a unibody. Li Xian looked at it for a long time and felt that it didn't look like a turtle. Instead, it looked like a soft-shell turtle. Before Li Xian could voice his thoughts, Pada transformed the Anis Rava gold turtle into golden armor and put it on. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with this armor, right? Previously, the reason why Karaman was able to successfully clear the long staircase in front of Alkate Star Palace was that he had borrowed my Anis Rava gold turtle. And its abilities are far from that. If you don't believe me, you can use the taboo power that can eliminate the sun god powers to see if it's effective against my Anis Rava gold turtle, said Pada confidently. It's just a turtle shell. Do you really think? Li Xian was about to say something teasing when he was interrupted by Jowen. Your turtle's name is Anis Rava gold turtle? Jowen wasn't angry at all, as he sized up the golden turtle with interest. That's right. It's stronger than when I lent it to Karaman. It has already reached the hell level. Pada was somewhat smug. Updates by? He indeed had the right to be smug. In this era, the number of people who could possess hell-level companion beasts could be counted on one hand. Anis Rava should be a Buddhist saying. Buddhism has the so-called Anis Rava wisdom. It refers to witnessing the truth, a wisdom gained from abandoning all worries and disobedience. It's also known as Buddha wisdom. Such a companion beast shouldn't be from the North District, right? Jowen said, as he looked at the Anis Rava gold turtle. In order to cultivate the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, he had studied the Buddhist Sutra for a period of time. Although he wasn't proficient in it, he knew something related to Buddhism. The word Anis Rava represented perfection. It was a manifestation of great wisdom in Buddhism. To be able to use the name Anis Rava meant that this turtle was probably extraordinary. However, what really intrigued Jowen wasn't its name, but because the aura of the Anis Rava gold turtle was somewhat different from ordinary Buddhist-type companion beasts. This difference was somewhat similar to Jowen's truth listener. It made Jowen suspect that it might have come from small Buddha temple. Back when the three-faced Buddha gave 3 companion eggs, Jowen chose truth listener. He wasn't very sure what the remaining 2 companion eggs were. You are quite a discerning person. That's right. The Anis Rava gold turtle is indeed not a companion beast from the North District. However, in this era, companion beasts no longer have any limitations. It doesn't matter where it came from. What's important is that it's in my hands, said Pada. If I were to guess, would you tell me where this Anis Rava gold turtle came from? Jowen said to Pada. What do you mean? Pada frowned. If I'm not wrong, this Anis Rava gold turtle should be from Luoyang. When Jowen mentioned Luoyang, Pada's eyes flickered, making him even more convinced of his judgment. It's not a question of where it comes from. What exactly? Before Pada could finish his sentence, Jowen interrupted him. Of course it's a problem. Luoyang belongs to the Yin family. Since your companion beast came from Luoyang, it should belong to the Yin family to begin with. How can you use it to make a deal with me? Jowen said slowly. Jowen, cut the crap. Why don't you say that all the companion beasts in the world belong to your family? Do you want to make a deal with me? Don't force me to lend the Anis Rava gold turtle to Karaman. Pada was somewhat vexed. Jowen ignored Pada's anger and took out his phone to call a number. Jowen, why are you suddenly calling me? Lance's voice sounded over the phone. "Let me ask you something," Joe said. "What's the matter?" Lance found it odd. Joe and the family were basically active in the East District, and seldom went to the North District. He didn't know what Joe was up to. "Pada is from your Ultimate Family clan, right?" Joe asked. Lance paused and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" By the side, Pada sneered and said, "Joe, it's useless even if you try to pull strings. Lance's reputation doesn't matter to me. A third of the profits, not 1 cent less. It's useless no matter who you get." Pada imagined that Joe was trying to get Lance to negotiate on his behalf, so he spoke without any mercy. "I'm just asking. Do I need to take you into consideration?" Joe ignored Pada and said to Lance, "There's no need to consider me. As long as you don't beat him to death, it's fine." Lance answered immediately without asking any questions. Joe immediately knew that Lance and Pada didn't have a good relationship. It was even possible that this fellow didn't have many good social connections in the Ultimate Family clan. If Pada had some social connections in the Ultimate Family clan, it would be impossible for Lance to say such things. "Got it." Having made a decision, Joe didn't say anything else and hung up. Pada looked at Joe and said coldly, "Joe, I advise you to think it through carefully. Since I dare come here, I'm not afraid that you will attack me. Don't force me to side with Karaman. You can't bear the consequences, much less guide Ancient City. I thought it through very clearly. Since I don't need to consider Lance, it's time for you to return what's not yours." As Joe spoke, he had secretly switched to the Sky-Stealing Sun swapping art. Not long ago, Joe had entered a hidden dungeon in the Endless Cosmos. Furthermore, he had advanced the Sky-Stealing Sun swapping art to the Calamity grade. Now, he could test it out with Pada. Chapter 1705 Universe Inversion. The hidden dungeon in the Endless Sea of Stars was on a small planet. After Joe was sucked into the tiny planet, he realized that there was a dimensional creature he had never seen in the Endless Sea of Stars. It was a little similar to Planet Devourer. It looked very similar to a jellyfish. It had a transparent hemispherical body, with countless tentacles below way more than jellyfish. However, this dimensional creature was only the size of a basketball. It wasn't as huge as the Planet Devourer. Inside the hidden dungeon, there was a terrifying suction force everywhere. It was much more terrifying than the suction force outside the tiny planet. Joe couldn't move inside the hidden dungeon. The jellyfish-like dimensional creature instantly appeared above the red avatar's head. Countless tentacles wrapped around its head, making Joe feel as though his body was being sucked dry. He immediately summoned the Chaos Egg to protect himself before blocking the jellyfish's attack. The jellyfish constantly attacked the Chaos Egg. Although Joe couldn't move, he realized something. The jellyfish couldn't move in the hidden dungeon either. All its actions were done through spatial teleportation, which meant that it was constantly instant transmitting. Although Joe could continuously instant transmit, his body was constantly in a state of instant transmission like the jellyfish. As there was almost no gap between instant transmissions, it didn't seem like he was instant transmitting. It sounded difficult to understand. In fact, because the instant transmission interval was too short, the jellyfish Joe saw was actually just an afterimage. The real jellyfish had already undergone the next instant transmission by the time Joe saw it. What amazing spatial ability. It's only because dimensional creatures have special physiques that they can reach this stage. It's impossible for a human's body to withstand such continuous instant transmission. Joe attempted instant transmissions in the hidden dungeon. Indeed, as he had expected, he could use spatial powers to move in the hidden dungeon without being restricted. The jellyfish's spatial powers were very strong, but from Joe's observations, it was likely only at the human realm. As its spatial powers were so powerful, it probably wouldn't be easy for others to kill it. Even if someone at the hell level came, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. It wasn't difficult for Joe to kill the jellyfish. The teacher domain could restrain the suction force of the hidden dungeon, and he was proficient in spatial powers. Killing the jellyfish was too easy. Joe didn't do so because he wanted to learn the technique of constant instant transmissions from the jellyfish. He wanted to see if he could achieve such instant transmission with his human body. If he could really do that, it would be very difficult for ordinary calamity-grade creatures to injure him. Updates by Joe originally only fought the jellyfish with the intention of practicing, but to his surprise, something strange happened when the jellyfish instant transmitted onto the Chaos Egg. The human realm jellyfish didn't have the ability to break through the Chaos Egg's defense. It was the same this time. The jellyfish failed to damage the Chaos Egg at all. Strangely, the companion beast armor Joe was wearing suddenly vanished. And in the jellyfish's transparent hemispherical body, a mini armor companion beast appeared before quickly disappearing. Joe was surprised to discover that his armor companion beast had been declared dead by the game system. Isn't this eldest senior brother Lu Yun's Star Stealer? This fellow actually knows it. Zhou Wen was first alarmed before he was delighted. He had always wanted to learn the Star Stealer skill, but no matter how many times he grinded in the endless cosmos, he failed to obtain the Star Stealer skill crystal. Now that this jellyfish actually had such a skill, he might be able to come up with a solution. Furthermore, the jellyfish's ability was clearly stronger than Lu Yun's Star Stealer. Lu Yun probably couldn't snatch a companion beast through the Chaos Egg either. Having had no intention of immediately killing the jellyfish to begin with, the new idea Zhou Wen came up with made him even more unwilling to kill it. Zhou Wen attempted to analyze the jellyfish's ability, and soon realized that it was impossible for him to learn it. This was because it wasn't an ordinary essence energy skill, but the jellyfish's innate ability. Unless Zhou Wen transformed into a jellyfish, it was impossible for him to master it. Despite his great disappointment, Zhou Wen still used the jellyfish to practice for a period of time. When he was almost done with his spatial instant transmission technique, he was still inferior to the jellyfish. He could only slowly hone whatever was lacking in the future. He killed the jellyfish when fighting it no longer brought about any benefits. A zone core dropped from the jellyfish's body. It was this zone core that advanced the sky-stealing sun-swapping art to the calamity grade. What surprised Zhou Wen even more was that the zone core was born from the jellyfish, so it contained the jellyfish's talent ability. After the sky-stealing sun-swapping art condensed to calamity zone, it had an ability similar to Star Stealer. Of course, it was just an additional ability. The Calamity Zone's ability wasn't just that. Sky-stealing sun-swapping art, universe inversion, human realm. Previously, the sky-stealing sun-swapping art was best at long-distance teleportation. The God Fiend era was the king of instant transmission at close range, but after advancing to the Calamity grade, the sky-stealing sun-swapping art's instant transmission ability had been greatly enhanced. It could almost be said to have reached minute subtlety. In the past, Zhou Wen's long-distance teleportation had been very inaccurate, but now, he could carry it out with precision at the millimeters level. It was much more accurate than satellite positioning. Of course, this wasn't the main ability of universe inversion. This was only the strengthening of the Calamity Zone's terror transformation. In fact, Zhou Wen still wasn't too sure about the true ability of universe inversion. As Zhou Wen was studying universe inversion, Karaman came knocking on his door. Zhou Wen hadn't finished studying it. From the results of the research, universe inversion could change some cosmic rules. For example, gravity had a downward effect, and universe inversion could completely reverse the effects of gravity. When that happened, things on the ground would fly up by themselves. It sounded unbelievable, but it wasn't without reason. Zhou Wen understood it this way. It was like the two extremes of a magnet, like poles repel while unlike poles attract. Universe inversion changed the unlike poles that were originally stuck together into like poles, so they naturally repelled each other. This was only Zhou Wen's current understanding. As his research on universe inversion wasn't deep enough, Zhou Wen wasn't sure if his understanding was wrong. He didn't dare come to a conclusion. It's time to test the universe inversion's ability to steal companion beasts. Zhou Wen looked at the Anis Rava gold turtle armor, and secretly circulated the sky-stealing sun-swapping art. According to Zhou Wen's previous experiments, he had to come into contact with the other party's companion beast to steal it. Chapter 1706 Gold Turtle in Hand. Pada's flaunting of the Anis Rava gold turtle in front of Zhou Wen was equivalent to delivering gifts to his doorstep. Regardless of whether the Anis Rava gold turtle was one of the 3 companion beasts from Small Buddha Temple, companion beasts that had the ability to withstand taboo powers were extremely rare. There was no reason for him not to take it. Pada clearly didn't think so. Over the years, he had been traveling everywhere, and had entered countless dangerous dimensional zones. The miraculous performance of the Anis Rava gold turtle kept boosting his confidence. He was very certain that no one could control him, as long as he wore the Anis Rava gold turtle armor. Furthermore, he had an instant transmission companion beast on him. He could instantly escape far away. With the help of the Anis Rava gold turtle, Pada was completely confident that he could leave safely, so he was rather fearless. Seeing Zhou Wen extend his palm and strike at him, Pada didn't sense that his strength was affected by a taboo power at all. He imagined that Zhou Wen's taboo power was indeed useless against him. "I'll let you see what an excellent grade companion beast is." Pada wasn't in a rush to teleport away. He still wanted to show Zhou Wen and company how powerful the Anis Rava gold turtle was. From his point of view, even if Zhou Wen was at the Calamity grade, it was impossible for him to break through the defense of the Hell-level Anis Rava gold turtle. Taking one step back, even if Zhou Wen could crack it, it was impossible for him to kill him with one strike. Apart from Human Sovereign's fantastic companion beast, Pada wasn't afraid of anyone on Earth. Even if the powerful Karaman fought him, he would dare stand still and receive 3 punches from him. Of course, the reason Pada did so was mainly because he hoped to let Zhou Wen understand how powerful the Anis Rava gold turtle was, compelling him to make a deal with him. After all, the benefits he could obtain from lending a companion beast to Karaman were limited. 30% of Guide Ancient City's future profits was a huge benefit that would be a constant stream of income. Come on, I'll stand here and let you hit me. I'll let you see what a true top-notch defensive companion beast is. Pada straightened his back and stood proudly in his spot as though he thought nothing of him. He looked rather imposing. Zhou slapped Pada, but it didn't hurt at all. Pada was still feeling smug inwardly. Deceit King is nothing much after all. After all, he's only an expert in the era without representatives. Compared to the present representatives, he's still not strong enough. If not for the taboo power that can restrain Karaman, Guide Ancient City would have long been destroyed by him. Perfect. I'm the one reaping in all the profits. Is 30% of the profits too little? That's right. You just slapped me. Now if you want my help, 30% isn't enough to resolve the problem. At least 40%. No. 50%. Pada was still fantasizing of how Zhou and company pleaded with him in horror, hoping that he wouldn't lend his companion beast to Karaman. As he was thinking, Pada suddenly felt a chill run down his body. It was similar to being suddenly stripped naked and thrown into the snow in winter. A little cold? Zhou has ice elemental power. This cold aura is useless against me. Just as Pada was thinking, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. He couldn't sense the Anisrava Gold Turtle's consciousness. No. Impossible. Pada thought of a possibility, but he couldn't accept it mentally. Or rather, he wasn't willing to accept it at all. Looking down at his body, he was alarmed to discover that the golden armor on his body had vanished, leaving only the clothes he usually wore. Anisrava Gold Turtle. Where's the Anisrava Gold Turtle? Pada couldn't accept it at all. He summoned the Anisrava Gold Turtle repeatedly, but there was no reaction. Zhou was somewhat surprised because he had started with Universe Inversion to steal the Anisrava Gold Turtle over. However, to his surprise, the power of Universe Inversion didn't take effect immediately. It was unknown if it was because Universe Inversion was only at the human realm and couldn't steal a hell-level companion beast, or if it was because the power of the Anisrava Gold Turtle was so crazy that it could even withstand the power of the Universe Inversion. In the next second, Zhou activated the Teacher Domain, hoping to figure out what kind of rules the Anisrava Gold Turtle used. To his surprise, the originally useless Universe Inversion under the Teacher Domain became effective and successfully stole the Anisrava Gold Turtle. Zhou could only slowly study the principle in the future. Zhou's series of actions gave Pada time to fantasize. This was also how he experienced the two extremes of heaven and hell in such a short period of time. You? What did you do to me? Pada looked at Zhou with a look of horror. Up to now, he still wasn't willing to believe that the Anisrava Gold Turtle was gone. He still hoped that the Anisrava Gold Turtle had been sealed by Zhou when using some taboo power. It was no wonder Pada wasn't willing to believe it. The reason he had his present achievements and status was basically because of the Anisrava Gold Turtle. Once he lost the Anisrava Gold Turtle, most of his strength would be gone. After hearing you extol the virtues of the Anisrava Gold Turtle so much, I decided to take it for a spin. Zhou extended his hand, and the Anisrava Gold Turtle appeared in front of him. Its golden body was motionless like a statue. Take it for a spin? For a moment, Pada felt his brain lacking oxygen as it instantly went blank. You? Return the Anisrava Gold Turtle to me. Pada was overwhelmed by anxiety, and was momentarily at a loss for words. When he snapped to his senses, he hurriedly added, Mr. Zhou, it's all my fault. I was just joking with you. On account of Lance, please return the Anisrava Gold Turtle to me. I'll leave immediately and guarantee that I won't lend it to Karaman. No. Karaman is nothing. You aren't even bothered by him. If you have any requests in the future, I'll definitely be at your beck and call. Li Xian nearly burst out laughing. Didn't you ask around about Zhou nickname before you came? Do you think the nickname Deceit King was for nothing? Have you heard of a thief not leaving empty-handed? Besides, you came knocking on our door. Now you want it back? Are you still dreaming? On account of Lance and the Ultimate Family Clan, I'll spare your life. Go, Zhou said casually. Pada didn't give up. The Anisrava Gold Turtle was everything to him. He was about to go crazy. Why? Do you still want to leave your life here? Li Xian interrupted him coldly. Pada's heart chilled as he realized that without the protection of the Anisrava Gold Turtle, he wasn't absolutely safe. If Zhou and company really wanted to kill him, he might not have a chance of escaping. Pada steeled his heart and flew away. No one stopped him, allowing him to successfully leave Guide Ancient City. Zhou had indeed released him on account of Lance. Otherwise, how could he have let him walk out of Guide Ancient City alive? After Pada left Guide Ancient City, his mind became adrift as though he was dreaming. Chapter 1707 The Whereabouts of the Immortal Sword. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly heard his phone ring. He subconsciously took it out and answered the call.
Pada, have you arrived? Where are you now? Quickly lend me the Anis Rava gold turtle.
Karaman's anxious voice sounded from the phone. Upon hearing Karaman mention the Anis Rava gold turtle, Pada felt even more stifled. He had suffered a huge blow just now, and hadn't recovered from it. Now, he was truly awake and his heart ached even more.
Borrow my ass. Don't come to me again if it's anything related to Zhou Wen in the future,
cursed Pada as he hung up and switched off his phone. Karaman was puzzled by the cursing and couldn't figure out what was going on. He immediately called back, but he received the notification that the other party had switched off his phone. What's going on? Karaman wore an odd expression. Thinking back to Pada's words,
don't come to me again if it's anything related to Zhou Wen in the future.
He had a rough idea. This fellow went to look for Zhou Wen. Furthermore, he suffered a loss? Karaman guessed a portion of it. Although it wasn't all, he was already somewhat afraid. Although Pada's strength is a little lacking, he has the Anis Rava gold turtle protecting him. He shouldn't have suffered a loss, but from Pada's tone, he seems to have suffered a huge loss. Could it be that the Anis Rava gold turtle can't withstand Zhou Wen's taboo power? No matter how he thought about it, he never expected Pada's Anis Rava gold turtle to be taken away by Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was rather comfortable at home as he looked at the Anis Rava gold turtle stats. Anis Rava gold turtle, Calamity, Evolvable. Life Providence, Anis Rava body. Life Soul, Immortality. Wheel of Destiny, Immunity to all Dharma. Terror Form, Invulnerable Vajra body, S grade. Calamity Zone, Invincible without me hell. Strength, 200. Speed, 200. Constitution, 200. Essence Energy, 200. Talent Skill, Protection, Breaking Out, Exorcism Eternal. Companion Form, Armor. It's just advanced to the Hell level. The stats are still the most basic stats of the Hell level. Zhou Wen was greedy. He originally wondered if the Anis Rava gold turtle's stats had reached the peak of the Hell level. It didn't occur to him that ordinary people had no way of obtaining so many resources to feed a Calamity-grade companion beast. Pada had invested tons to be able to get the Anis Rava gold turtle to the Hell level. This was only because he had become a representative and had used most of the resources given by the dimensional races on the Anis Rava gold turtle. Otherwise, it was a question whether the Anis Rava gold turtle could advance to the Calamity grade by itself. Zhou Wen was somewhat curious if the Anis Rava gold turtle could withstand the power of the teacher domain, so he summoned it to give it a try. He realized that this thing wasn't afraid of the power of the teacher domain. Or rather, it wasn't completely afraid. The teacher domain could affect the Anis Rava gold turtle, but it couldn't completely seal it. Zhou Wen didn't continue his research. The better the Anis Rava gold turtle was, the more uncomfortable he felt. If it was really one of the 3 companion beasts of Small Buddha Temple, it would definitely be devoured by Truth Listener in the future. No matter how deep the research went, he couldn't keep it. It would only make him feel worse. Let me see if it's you. I hope not. Zhou Wen summoned Truth Listener to see if it would react to the Anis Rava gold turtle. Truth Listener's golden eyes immediately lit up when it saw the Anis Rava gold turtle. Before Zhou Wen could say a word, the earrings on its ear shattered by themselves, and it quickly transformed into the golden ape. It went forward to bite the Anis Rava gold turtle. It really is one. Zhou Wen was somewhat helpless as he ordered the Anis Rava gold turtle to not resist, and let Truth Listener swallow it. After swallowing the Anis Rava gold turtle, Truth Listener automatically transformed into a tattoo and returned to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen couldn't summon it no matter how hard he tried. This fellow is getting more and more willful. Did he follow demonic neonate's bad example? Zhou Wen muttered as he began studying his next target to advance to the Calamity grade. Now, the only Essence Energy arts that hadn't advanced to the Calamity grade were the God Fiend Era and the Demon God catalog. Zhou Wen definitely wouldn't go to Chess Mountain now. Even if he wanted to go, he had to wait for Truth Listener to finish its digestion. The origins of the God Fiend Era are unknown. I don't even know which Pantheon's Essence Energy art it is. However, its stats are related to space. I'll find a spatial dimensional zone to give it a try. Zhou Wen didn't have any suitable dungeons on his phone. All he could do was flip through some information, hoping to find a suitable dimensional zone. Immortal Crossing Jade Pavilion.
Where's the person I want?
A cold woman's voice sounded from the Jade Building. Wang Mingyuan sighed softly and said,
I've already handed the token to Zhou Wen. He didn't come. Perhaps he has already made a decision, or perhaps he hasn't thought it through. This isn't the answer I want.
The woman's voice was emotionless. There was no joy, anger, sadness, or joy in it, but it made one feel reverence after hearing it, as though they were listening to the teachings of a god. Wang Mingyuan wasn't afraid as he said calmly,
He's only my disciple, not my son. Even a son might not completely listen to me.
Oma.
If you can't do it, what's the point of keeping you?
The woman said indifferently, as though she had Wang Mingyuan's life pinched between her fingers.
I know the whereabouts of that immortal sword.
Wang Mingyuan didn't seem to care about life and death as he continued smiling.
I hope what you say next can be exchanged for your life,
the woman said.
The sword is at Kunlun Mountain,
Wang Mingyuan answered.
How do you know that the sword is at Kunlun Mountain?
The woman didn't believe Wang Mingyuan.
I saw it with my own eyes,
Wang Mingyuan answered calmly.
Since you saw it, why didn't you bring the sword back?
The woman asked again.
I could see it, but I couldn't get it. Why? I'm no match for the dimensional creatures of Kunlun Mountain. There's even a phoenix guarding the sword. What kind of phoenix?
The woman asked curiously. Dragons were lascivious, resulting in many mixed blood dragons, but phoenixes were pure creatures. Different types of phoenixes were unheard of.
The Fong and Huang of a phoenix,
Wang Mingyuan answered strangely. However, the woman seemed to understand him. She said thoughtfully,
No wonder. It's indeed beyond you.
After a pause, the woman continued,
If you go to Kunlun Mountain again, will you be able to find the location of the sword? If it's only to take a look, I can lead the way at any time. I definitely won't disappoint you, Immortal Supremacy,
Wang Mingyuan said with a smile. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He could lead the way, but it was definitely impossible for him to retrieve the sword.
You just need to lead the way. Someone will naturally retrieve the sword,
the woman said.
I'm ready at your disposal, Immortal Supremacy,
Wang Mingyuan said.
Stay here and listen to orders from the Immortals. Someone will inform you when the time comes.
The woman fell silent after saying that. Wang Mingyuan bowed slightly before turning to leave the Immortal Crossing Jade Pavilion. Inside the Immortal Crossing Jade Pavilion, an azure-robed woman frowned slightly, as though she was thinking about something important. Chapter 1708 The Legendary Kunlun Mountain. Zhou and flipped through a lot of information. Although there weren't many spatial dimensional zones, Guide Ancient City's information sources were becoming more and more varied. The intelligence department was constantly improving, allowing Zhou to gain knowledge of more spatial dimensional zones. However, after looking around, he wasn't sure which one was more compatible with the God-Fiend era. Just as Zhou was considering which spatial dimensional zone to visit, Lu Yun suddenly called.
Junior brother, it's been a long time since we last met. Do you miss your dear eldest senior brother?
Lu Yun was still as greasy as ever.
I miss the treasures on you more,
Zhou subconsciously replied. Every time he met Lu Yun, Zhou seemed to be able to get some good things from him. For a long period of time, Zhou treated Lu Yun as a treasure delivery boy. His words were truly heartfelt. When Lu Yun heard that, he said in an extremely ambiguous and exaggerated tone.
Junior brother, I never expected you to be such a person. Although I do have a big tool and great skill, I'm really not interested in men.
Zhou was taken aback before he reacted.
Speak your mind. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Don't be so petty. Can't you take a joke? I have something serious to discuss with you,
said Lu Yun.
I'm busy. I'll hang up if there's nothing else.
Zhou didn't really hang up.
I discovered something good in a dimensional zone. Are you interested in joining me?
Lu Yun hurriedly said.
You'll come to me if there's something good? Speak. What's the matter?
Zhou didn't believe that Lu Yun would share good things with him out of goodwill.
Hee, nothing much. It's just that I can't deal with that dimensional zone myself. If you are interested, let's give it a try together. I won't take advantage of you either. Everything we obtain will be split 50-50.
Lu Yun said with a grin.
What dimensional zone? What good things are inside? What's the thing you can't handle? Tell me everything in detail. If I agree to go with you and discover something different, don't blame me for turning hostile.
Zhou knew Lu Yun too well. Although this fellow couldn't be considered bad, he was definitely not a good person. He could at most believe 70% of what he said.
Have you heard of Kunlun Mountain?
Lu Yun's tone became much more serious.
Which Kunlun Mountain are you talking about?
Zhou asked.
Smart. It's definitely not the one on the map,
said Lu Yun with a smile.
You found the legendary Kunlun Mountain?
Zhou was somewhat alarmed. The Kunlun Mountain on maps was different from the legendary Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain was also known as the Kunlun Ruins. There were many legendary versions. Some said that Kunlun Mountain was mainly led by the Queen Mother of the West, while others said that it was the capital of human sovereign Fuxi. Others said that it was the home of the gods. Although there were many versions of the legends, it was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. However, in all the versions of the myths and legends, that place was a top-notch land of immortals. Those who could be related to Kunlun Mountain were basically the super immortals of the Eastern Pantheon.
Yes, It's been found and something good has been discovered, but I can't retrieve it myself. There's still hope if we join forces,
Lu Yun said sincerely.
If it's really the legendary Kunlun Mountain, do you think I can pick up the spoils so easily from that place?
After Zhou Wen saw how terrifying Chess Mountain was, he didn't dare rashly enter the unknown top-dimensional zones. Although the mythical creatures in Chess Mountain were terrifying, they seemed to be inferior to Mount Kunlun.
I've already made a trip inside. Ain't I back safely? Don't worry. I've already investigated and have a plan. I'm just lacking you as a helper. Are you coming?
Lu Yun said with confidence.
Tell me. What do you want to do?
Although Zhou Wen was already tempted, he wouldn't agree to Lu Yun so easily before figuring out the actual situation.
I'll be honest with you. I discovered a sword in Kunlun Mountain, a very powerful sword. You are very familiar with human sovereign's sword. That sword is definitely not inferior to human sovereigns. However, there's a powerful dimensional creature guarding the sword. I can't deal with it myself, so I came to you for help,
Lu Yun said.
How do you know that the sword isn't inferior to human sovereign's sword?
Zhou Wen knew that Lu Yun was implying that he was human sovereign, but he pretended not to understand.
Because that sword is very similar to human sovereign's sword. I reckon it's very likely related to human sovereign's sword.
Lu Yun hesitated for a moment before continuing.
I suspect that human sovereign's sword might be one of the legendary 4 swords of immortal vanquishing. And the one I discovered at Kunlun Mountain might be one of them. One of the 4 immortal vanquishing swords.
Zhou Wen's interest was truly piqued, but he still had to make things clear.
What's the level of the dimensional creature guarding the sword? It might be the Heaven Realm.
Lu Yun answered hesitantly.
What do you mean it might be the Heaven Realm?
Zhou Wen frowned.
Because I'm not sure either. It's just a guess. This is the truth. Do you think I can fight such a dimensional creature? If I really attack, even if I can come out alive, I probably won't have the strength to talk to you,
Lu Yun said helplessly.
That's true.
Zhou Wen pondered for a moment and said after some thought,
I can agree to go with you to take a look, but I'll decide if I'll participate in the operation. I'll decide after I get there. If you agree, I'll go with you. If not, just pretend I've never heard of it. Sure. I'll send you the coordinates. You can teleport over. We'll meet there.
After Lu Yun said that, he hung up and sent Zhou Wen the coordinates. Don't tell me this fellow wants to scam me again? Zhou Wen didn't dare teleport over casually. He held the coordinates and compared them to the map to see where the coordinates Lu Yun had given him were. Zhou Wen also wanted to know where the legendary Kunlun Mountain was. Of course, he had another goal for going there. He wanted to see if he could find the tiny palm symbol and download the Kunlun Mountain dungeon into his phone. Why is it here? Zhou Wen looked at the coordinates on the map and couldn't help but be surprised. He originally imagined that the legendary Kunlun Mountain wasn't where the present Kunlun Mountain was. It was likely a relatively remote area, but the location indicated by the coordinates wasn't too far from where Zhou Wen was. It was a small county city named Yang City County. After checking some information on the internet, and knowing that Yang City County hadn't fallen, and that there were still people living there, Zhou Wen felt relieved. He planned on teleporting over to meet Lu Yun, and see what the legendary Kunlun Mountain looked like. Chapter 17099 Gates. Yang City County had a population of hundreds of thousands before the dimensional storm. Now, the number of people living in the city was less than 50,000. This was only because there weren't many dimensional zones near Yang City County, and it was rare for breakout creatures to appear. There were a few dimensional zones in Yang City County, but they weren't very famous. He had never heard of them causing much of a stir. Before Zhou Wen came, he had read some information about Yang City County, and guessed that if Kunlun Mountain was nearby, the most likely place would be the mountain known as Xiqing Mountain. Legend had it that Xiqing Mountain was a place where the king of Shang prayed for rain. The locals also called it Holy King Square. As the surrounding cliffs were like a city, and the middle was sunken like a basin, it was given this name due to it having 4 entrances in the north, south, east, and west. The mountain was the typical karst geographical terrain. There were limestone caves of all sizes on the mountain. There was a local saying that there were 72 single dragon nests, 124 ghost millstones, and 360 small metal pots. It was said that the huge limestone caves here could accommodate more than 10,000 people. However, ever since the dimensional storms, Xiqing Mountain became even more complicated. People who entered had a high chance of getting lost. Furthermore, no one saw any dimensional creatures inside. There were too many dimensional zones that didn't produce dimensional creatures with unknown secrets. Few people would take the initiative to explore them. The reason Zhou Wen suspected that this was the Kunlun Mountain that Lu Yun had mentioned was that in the information he had found online, someone had indeed said that this was the legendary Kunlun Mountain of ancient times. However, this saying was a localized rumor. Not many people knew about it. Zhou Wen had only seen it after searching the internet. He had no idea that such a saying existed in the past.
Junior brother, you look radiant. You've been doing pretty well recently.
Just as Zhou Wen was sizing up Yang City County, Lu Yun crawled out of nowhere and grinned.
You don't seem to be doing well.
Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun and realized that this fellow hadn't advanced to the calamity grade.
There's nothing I can do about it. The old fellow doesn't let me go into the dimension. I can only rely on myself. I don't know when I can advance to the calamity grade. In my opinion, it's a waste not to take the dimension's resources. It's great not to work after receiving the benefits.
Lu Yun grumbled. Zhou Wen knew that the old fellow Lu Yun mentioned was Jing Daoxian. Lu Yun was apparently Jing Daoxian's grandson. Zhou Wen wasn't too sure if it was true. What's the situation now? Although Zhou Wen was curious about what Jing Daoxian had been up to, he knew that it was useless to ask, so he decided not to bother.
You didn't bring that chick over?
Lu Yun sized up Zhou Wen for a while before suddenly asking.
Why should I bring it here?
Zhou Wen frowned. For Lu Yun to mention chick, he clearly had some plans.
Didn't I tell you? There's a phoenix in Mount Kunlun. That chick of yours should be a phoenix, right? If you bring it over, you might be able to get them to recognize each other as family. We might be able to get the sword without fighting,
said Lu Yun.
When did you tell me that there's a phoenix on Kunlun Mountain?
Zhou Wen glared at him and continued.
Furthermore, not all phoenixes are relatives. How can there be such a good thing?
Zhou Wen didn't bring Chick to a place like Kunlun Mountain on adventures. It was better to wait for Chick to advance to the Heaven Realm.
I'm just saying. Let's take a look at the situation first. If you are confident, we'll carry out the heist. If you aren't confident, we'll retreat and discuss it further.
As Lu Yun spoke, he turned around and headed for the mountain.
Don't tell me the Kunlun Mountain you're talking about is the Xiqing Mountain?
Zhou Wen asked as he walked.
That's right. It's not an easy path. Only I, the #1 thief in the world, can take people in and out freely. If it were anyone else, even the immortals in heaven probably wouldn't be able to come out.
Lu Yun was smug as though he was speaking the truth.
You haven't improved much after all this time, but your bragging skills are getting better.
Zhou Wen quipped.
I'm really not bragging this time. What kind of place is the legendary Kunlun Mountain? The home of all immortals. To put it bluntly, ordinary immortals are just ordinary villagers at Kunlun Mountain. The two of them chatted as they walked and soon arrived in front of the mountain. Xiqing Mountain wasn't very steep. The mountain peaks formed a circle like slumbering tigers. It looked like a mountain city. There are 4 gates on Xiqing Mountain. They are also the 4 entrances to the dimensional zone. However, if you really enter through these 4 gates, you can forget about seeing what the real Xiqing Mountain looks like.
Lu Yun led Zhou Wen to the other side without walking towards the nearest entrance.
Why?
Zhou Wen was puzzled.
There are 4 on the surface and 5 hidden entrances. In fact, Xiqing Mountain has a total of 9 gates. Doesn't the classic of mountains and seas say that Kunlun is 800 leagues long and 10,000 fathoms high? Towering above is a tree that's 30 meters tall and 5 people wide. It's a place in which a giant stalk of grain is growing, 9 wells that are enclosed in jade thresholds, and where the 9 city gates are guarded by animals called kaming. If Xiqing Mountain is really Kunlun Mountain, there naturally has to be 9 gates.
Lu Yun answered.
What do you mean by if?
Zhou Wen frowned slightly.
It's just a guess. Although my guess is most likely correct, aren't there always what-ifs? I'm precise with my words. I can't guarantee something I'm not sure about.
Lu Yun spouted nonsense. Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, Lu Yun stopped by a pool near a mountain wall. He pointed at the pool and said,
We're here. This is one of the 9 gates of Kunlun Mountain. Only by using this entrance can we see what the real Kunlun Mountain looks like. There's no rush. Let's walk around first. Didn't you say that there are a total of 9 gates? Take me to all 9 gates.
Zhou Wen sized up the pool and didn't see the tiny palm symbol nearby. Zhou Wen didn't really care if he could enter Kunlun Mountain, but he had to find the tiny palm symbol.
Apart from the 4 gates north, south, east, and west, I only know of 1. The other gates are hidden. I won't be able to find them anytime soon. Besides, what's so nice about those gates? Isn't entry all that matters?
Lu Yun seemed a little anxious when he saw Zhou Wen turn around and leave.
Why are you so anxious?
Zhou Wen turned around and sized up Lu Yun.
Am I?
Lu Yun laughed, trying to brush the matter off.
You're getting anxious.
Zhou Wen nodded seriously. He felt that something was amiss with Lu Yun. He was definitely hiding something from him.
Sigh, I'm just anxious to obtain the sword as soon as possible. Look at how impressive Human Sovereign is. If I have that sword, my future achievements will definitely not be inferior to Human Sovereign. I might even be able to obtain the title of Stealer Sovereign. Hey, don't leave.
Lu Yun hurriedly chased after Zhou Wen when he saw him turn around to leave. As the two of them were wandering around the vicinity of the mountain, an azure-robed woman was walking towards it. She was clearly dressed in a very ordinary outfit and didn't look eye-catching, but upon careful inspection, nobody could see what she looked like. Even her figure was indescribable. Chapter 17:10 Is it a trap?
Kunlun?
The woman stood in front of the north gate of Xiqing Mountain, staring at the strange mountain terrain as though she was thinking about something.
Immortal Supremacy, do you really want to enter the mountain personally?
Wang Mingyuan, who was dressed in white, stood not far behind the woman and spoke respectfully.
Can I enter Kunlun?
The woman said indifferently.
Immortal Supremacy, you can go anywhere regardless of how big the world is. However, Earth hasn't been completely breached yet, so it's a little inconvenient. Immortal Supremacy, why do you have to enter the mountain personally? It will be fine getting a subordinate to enter the mountain with me to scout the situation.
Wang Mingyuan said.
You don't have to say it so tactfully. Even though I'm restricted to a certain extent on Earth.
The woman said with an indifferent expression.
So what? Ignoring the mere restriction, even if I can't use any strength, there's nothing on Earth that can harm me at all. You're right, Immortal Supremacy.
Wang Mingyuan didn't say anything else.
Why must we enter through the north gate?
The woman asked as she looked at the mountain entrance.
Out of the 9 gates of Kunlun, there are only the east, west, south, and north gates that remain unhidden. The other 5 gates are hidden. I only know 3 of the 5 hidden gates. The things I see when I enter Kunlun Mountain from those 3 gates are completely different. Entering Kunlun through the 4 gates results in being at different locations, but it's only a difference in location. The things seen are the same.
Wang Mingyuan paused before continuing.
The sword I saw can only be seen by entering the 4 unhidden gates. Since the things seen from entering the 4 unhidden gates are the same, why don't we enter through the other 3 gates? Why must we enter through the north gate?
The woman asked again.
There's a mountain god temple outside the other 3 gates. It's difficult to hide our whereabouts when entering the mountain from there. The mountain is already aware, so it's not convenient for us to do anything.
Wang Mingyuan said.
Then let's enter through the north gate.
The woman glanced at Wang Mingyuan and nodded slightly.
I'll lead the way,
Wang Mingyuan said as he walked towards the mountain entrance. The woman followed behind Wang Mingyuan unhurriedly, and they entered the mountain entrance one after another.
Junior brother, stop walking about. Let's enter the mountain quickly.
Lu Yun followed Zhou Wen and kept persuading him to enter the mountain quickly.
There's no rush. Let's walk around first.
Zhou Wen was certain that Lu Yun was hiding something from him. Furthermore, it was something very important. Otherwise, with Lu Yun's personality, he wouldn't be in such a rush. Even if he was anxious, he wouldn't reveal such a look.
I'll tell you the truth. I'm not the only one who knows that the sword is in Kunlun Mountain. I'm really afraid that someone else will beat us to it. Stop walking around. Let's go in quickly.
Lu Yun knew that if he didn't say anything, it would be impossible for him to pull Zhou Wen into the mountain. Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun and didn't say a word. Lu Yun said anxiously,
Don't look at me like that. I swear that everything I said was the truth. If there's a single false word, it will make my lower body impotent for the rest of my life. You actually dared to make such a venomous oath. From the looks of it, you aren't lying to me,
Zhou Wen said with a nod.
Then let's go, quickly. Time waits for no one. We have to get the sword out before the others,
Lu Yun said anxiously.
I said that I believe you, but I didn't say that I'll enter the mountain now. I'll walk around first,
Zhou Wen said as he continued walking forward, ignoring whether Lu Yun followed.
Junior brother, don't you realize what's happening now? Don't throw a tantrum. If that sword is snatched by someone else, won't that suck for us? When the time comes, it would be too late for regret,
Lu Yun said gloomily.
Then tell me, who will beat us to it?
Zhou Wen had no intention of turning back as he continued walking forward.
About that,
Lu Yun was stunned.
You aren't the one who discovered the sword in Kunlun Mountain,
Zhou Wen suddenly said.
How did you know?
Lu Yun was slightly taken aback.
You are good at stealing, and there's nothing in such a place that you can steal. Without knowing what's inside, you definitely won't go in for a stroll,
Zhou Wen said.
Alright, I admit that I didn't discover it.
Lu Yun knew that he couldn't fool Zhou Wen, so he didn't deny it.
Jing Daoxian discovered it,
Zhou Wen asked again. The only person who could find such a strange place was probably that strange old man.
You guessed wrongly this time. This place wasn't found by the old fellow first.
Lu Yun's answer exceeded Zhou Wen's expectations.
Who is it?
Zhou Wen asked curiously.
I can tell you, but you have to promise me that you will immediately follow me into the mountain when you know the answer,
said Lu Yun.
Then it's best I don't know.
Zhou Wen continued walking forward. Lu Yun burned with anxiety as he said helplessly.
It's our human trader teacher who discovered it. He also made a deal with the old fellow, and got me to get you to retrieve the sword. However, he told me not to tell you. Yet. Human traitor?
Zhou Wen was taken aback before he realized what Lu Yun meant.
Why didn't he tell me himself?
Zhou Wen frowned.
I don't know. He only told the old fellow that the immortals are very interested in that sword. We have to take it before the immortals do. We might be too late if we delay our entry. It's best if you quickly enter the mountain with me,
said Lu Yun.
It doesn't make sense.
Zhou Wen had no intention of turning back.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? What I said was true. If I lie to you, I'll let you remove my head and use it as a toilet.
Lu Yun was really anxious.
I mean, this entire matter doesn't make sense.
Zhou Wen thought for a moment and continued.
Teacher discovered this place first, right? That's right.
Lu Yun nodded.
Since he was the one who discovered it first, he could have informed me earlier even if it wasn't convenient for him to retrieve the sword. Why did he have to wait until the immortals are about to arrive before getting you to take me to retrieve the sword?
Zhou Wen pondered.
Perhaps he can't do so in the dimension because of the situation, and he didn't have the chance to inform you,
said Lu Yun.
If it's really that urgent, why would he take such a huge detour? He even wants you to take me there, and not tell me the news directly.
Zhou Wen turned around and said to Lu Yun.
After your grandfather received the news, he probably spent quite some time understanding the situation inside, right? You know that too?
Lu Yun looked at Zhou Wen in surprise.
With that old man's personality, how can he easily trust others? Furthermore, he's risking his grandson's life. If he doesn't figure out the situation inside, how can he let you take me in?
Zhou Wen said.
Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case,
Lu Yun said gloomily.
Are you telling me that teacher wants to scam us? I don't think he will scam us. Perhaps he's just using us as two chess pieces,
Zhou Wen said distractedly. His gaze and attention were attracted by the scenery ahead. Chapter 1711 The Gate Found by Accident. Chapter 1711 The Gate Found by Accident. After circling around Shiqing Mountain for so long, Zhou Wen finally saw the tiny palm symbol. However, there was no entrance to the mountain at the spot where the tiny palm symbol was. There was a bare stone wall with a fist-sized depression on it. As the nearby mountain walls weren't flat, the depression looked inconspicuous.
Junior brother, are you really not planning on entering the mountain? I think that although teacher is a little strange, he wouldn't scam us. Furthermore, the old fellow has already gone in to take a look. You know how sharp his eyes are. If he says that there's no problem, I don't think there will be a problem.
Lu Yun muttered. Zhou Wen ignored him. He took out his phone and snapped the tiny palm symbol on the mountain wall with his back facing Lu Yun. His phone immediately displayed the download notification of the dungeon.
What's so good about snapping this crappy mountain? Say something. Do you want to enter the mountain or not?
Lu Yun was extremely depressed.
Don't you think this mountain wall is a little different?
Zhou Wen said as he looked at the mountain wall. If not for the tiny palm symbol, Zhou Wen wouldn't have discovered anything amiss here. However, since the tiny palm symbol was engraved here, it didn't make sense that there was nothing special around the mountain wall. Therefore, after repeated observations, Zhou Wen realized that the mountain wall was somewhat special.
What's different?
Lu Yun was taken aback when he heard that. He couldn't help but carefully size up the mountain wall.
The protrusions and depressions on this mountain wall are somewhat strange,
Zhou Wen said as he looked.
What's so strange about it? Why don't I see any differences? The terrain here is just like that. It's all natural. There aren't any signs of artificial excavation.
Lu Yun was a little puzzled. He couldn't tell what was wrong.
If I'm not wrong, the protrusions and depressions here are arranged in a profound formation. They look irregular, but they contain great wisdom.
Ever since Zhou Wen watched the battle between Truth Listener and Star Lady Polestar, he had a deeper understanding of the major heavenly cycle stellar array. He knew a little about such stuff. Although he didn't know what the arrangement of the protrusions and depressions was called, some of them were very similar to the major heavenly cycle stellar array. It wasn't difficult to make an analogy.
You know array formations?
Lu Yun looked at Zhou Wen in surprise.
A little? Let me see. If I'm not wrong, there should be something else here,
Zhou Wen said as he reached out and pressed down on one of the protrusions. However, nothing happened. He didn't manage to sink the protruding stone, nor did anything happen nearby.
Ha, junior brother, there's no need to blush. It's normal for humans to make mistakes. Don't show off if you haven't learned it well in the future.
He was very happy that he had finally found an opportunity to criticize Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen ignored him and pressed a few other protrusions and depressions.
Junior brother, array formations come from the Book of Changes. It's a form of specialized knowledge. It's not something that can be learned simply by browsing through. If you really want to learn it, I'll recommend you to the Zhang family later. Their family is good at this.
Lu Yun was speaking happily when the smile on his face suddenly froze. After Zhou Wen finished tapping, he heard cracking sounds as a fissure suddenly opened in the mountain wall. The hole wasn't big, only slightly bigger than a dog hole. People could probably only crawl inside. It was impossible for ordinary people to stand up.
Holy sh*t, there really is one. Could this be one of the 9 gates of Kunlun? However, this entrance is too small. It's very difficult for humans to enter. Can those creatures in Kunlun Mountain burrow out?
Lu Yun widened his eyes.
I wonder if we can reach the place you mentioned by entering from here,
Zhou Wen said as he sized up the hole.
I'm afraid no one knows about this mountain entrance. Who knows what will happen if we enter from here? Let's not waste any time. If you want to enter, go through the gate I mentioned.
Lu Yun didn't wish to take the risk. Kunlun Mountain wasn't a place where one could take risks. Zhou Wen didn't plan on entering either. Like Lu Yun, he wasn't willing to risk his life. Since the mobile dungeon was already downloading, he could slowly explore it in-game in the future. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the hole, as though something was rubbing 2 stones together.
What's that sound?
Zhou Wen sized up the cave entrance. It didn't seem to be obstructed, but he could only see a meter or 2. When he looked further in, he couldn't see anything. All he felt was darkness. Darkness wasn't an obstacle to Zhou Wen's vision. He could see everything clearly even if it was pitch black. It wasn't as simple as being dark.
It sounds like someone's using sandpaper to grind rocks.
Lu Yun listened for a while before continuing.
That sound seems to be getting closer and closer to the hole. Could something be coming out? What could it be? A breakout creature?
Zhou Wen was somewhat curious. After retreating and waiting for a period of time, he continued staring intently at the hole. Lu Yun retreated even further than Zhou Wen. If something really came out of Kunlun Mountain, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying object. The stronger the dimensional zones were, the harder it was for the dimensional creatures inside to break out. The thought of creatures that could break out of the Kunlun Mountain struck fear in him. The grinding sounds coming from the cave grew louder and louder. Zhou Wen thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what the sound was. He had never seen an animal make such a sound when crawling out. No matter how hard he listened, it sounded like someone was grinding rocks. Not long after, the sound of grinding became even more intense. This time, it didn't sound like it was grinding rocks. It sounded more like someone was cutting rocks. The thin and sharp sound hurt one's eardrums.
From the commotion, I reckon a huge fellow is about to come out. Let's not cause trouble. Quickly close the gate.
Lu Yun retreated a distance. If there was so much of a stir, he would probably be the first to escape.
Since it's coming out, it won't be too late to leave after seeing what it is,
Zhou Wen said as he retreated. The 2 of them hid behind a boulder in the distance, and secretly looked in the direction of the cave entrance. Now, he was really curious about what would crawl out.
Junior brother, do you think an electric saw will crawl out?
Lu Yun looked nervous, but he didn't stop talking. Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, he saw a blurry shadow appear in the cave, but he couldn't clearly make it out. The thing in the cave seemed to have walked out of the thick fog. At first, he could only see its outline, but as he got closer and closer to the cave entrance, its appearance gradually became clearer.
What's this?
Finally, Zhou Wen and Lu Yun saw what the thing that crawled out of the cave looked like, but they still didn't recognize it. Chapter 17:12 Treasure. Chapter 17:12 Treasure.
What's that?
Lu Yun looked at the thing that came out of the cave with a look of surprise.
How would I know what it is?
Zhou Wen couldn't tell what it was either. The thing that came out of the cave didn't look like a living creature. From the exposed parts outside the cave, it looked like a metal container. As only a portion of it was exposed, its entire body couldn't be seen. It looked like a metal container with 4 sides. There were many strange and mysterious patterns engraved on it, making it look ancient. The metal container was still squeezing out, because it was slightly bigger than the cave. With every movement, the metal outer wall emitted an ear-piercing screech as it rubbed against the mountain wall. It was the sound Zhou Wen and Lu Yun had heard previously. Clang! Just as Zhou Wen and Lu Yun were hiding in the distance and watching, a metal container dropped out of the cave and landed on the ground. Indeed, it was a metal container that was about the height of a person. It was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The bottom was squarish, and it was impossible to tell what it was. The 2 of them exchanged looks, and neither of them dared to show themselves. They hid in the distance and watched for a while. The thing remained motionless as though it was dead. Furthermore, after the metal container fell out, nothing else came out of the cave. Slash.
Junior brother, you are the knowledgeable one. Why don't you take a look at it and see what it is?
Lu Yun wanted to know what it was, but he didn't dare take a gander for himself. He encouraged Zhou Wen.
Such matters should be left to senior brothers.
Zhou Wen wasn't willing to take the risk. His feet didn't move at all, as though he had rooted himself to the ground. The two of them looked at each other. No one dared to really go over. Time ticked by. The two of them waited for more than half an hour, but there was no movement from the metal artifact. Lu Yun's curiosity was greater than Zhou Wen's. Finally, he couldn't help but summon a companion beast that resembled a cat or a ferret. He controlled the companion beast and made it carefully approach the metal artifact. The two of them stared at the companion beast and metal container until the companion beast crawled to its side. However, the thing remained motionless.
Crawl in and see what's inside,
Zhou Wen observed for a while. The middle of the metal container was empty. It was a square basin, but he couldn't see what was inside. He had used several vision techniques, but all he saw was chaotic noise. He couldn't see what was inside. Lu Yun naturally wouldn't take the risk with his main companion beasts. The companion beast he had summoned was only an ordinary epic companion beast. Even if it died, he wouldn't feel the pinch. He immediately stopped arguing with Zhou Wen and ordered the companion beast to jump up. Seeing the companion beast standing on the metal container while nothing happened, Lu Yun ordered it to drill in again. The moment the companion beast entered, the metal container immediately reacted. It trembled as though it had been electrocuted. A strange light was swirling inside. After a moment, before the two of them could figure out anything, the metal container stopped trembling and returned to its original motionless state.
Is it dead?
Zhou Wen couldn't see the situation inside the metal container, so he could only ask Lu Yun. Lu Yun wore an odd expression and didn't answer Zhou Wen's question. He stared intently at the metal container. Soon, Lu Yun's companion beast crawled out of the metal container. However, the companion beast that crawled out was clearly bigger. Its originally pale yellow fur was even more resplendent with golden light, like a golden-furred beast. Zhou Wen immediately widened his eyes when he saw it. With his present abilities, even if he didn't know what kind of companion beast it was, he could roughly tell its level. The companion beast that Lu Yun had summoned was clearly at the epic stage, but after crawling out, it had reached the mythical stage. The two of them immediately realized that the metal container seemed to be an amazing treasure.
Is your companion beast an evolvable type?
Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun. If it was an evolvable companion beast, it wouldn't be difficult for it to advance from the epic stage to the mythical stage due to the help of some powerful treasure. However, if a non-evolving companion beast could advance to the mythical stage inside the metal container, that would be amazing.
Yes, it's an evolvable companion beast. From the looks of it, there's quite a lot of energy inside. It actually advanced to the mythical stage so quickly,
said Lu Yun. As Lu Yun spoke, he suddenly instant transmitted to the metal container and reached out to grab it. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen appeared on the other side of the metal container and grabbed it with one hand. He knew Lu Yun too well. From Lu Yun's words, he knew that he was definitely lying. The companion beast he had summoned was most likely an unevolvable epic. Lu Yun's actions proved this point. Zhou Wen grabbed the edge of the metal container and tried his best to snatch it. To be able to advance an ordinary companion beast to the mythical stage, this thing was practically a divine artifact. If ordinary companion beasts could advance to the mythical stage after staying inside for a moment, what changes would a true high-level companion beast undergo inside? Just the thought of it was thrilling. Lu Yun was only at the Terra grade, and his strength was far inferior to Zhou Wen's. Although the two of them grabbed the edge of the metal container, Zhou Wen was strong enough to pull it towards him. Just as Zhou Wen thought he was about to succeed, Lu Yun twisted the palm holding the metal container, making it suddenly vanish. Zhou Wen felt air in his grasp.
Haha, junior brother, I'm not as good at fighting as you are, but you're still winning when it comes to stealing. Besides, I gave you a chance just now. You didn't do it yourself. Now that I have it, you can't take it from me.
Lu Yun took 2 steps back and looked at Zhou Wen with a smug look. Clearly, he had transferred the metal container somewhere. Zhou Wen felt a little regretful. If he had known, he would have used universe inversion first to get the metal container in his position. But it was already too late. Even if Zhou Wen wanted to use the universe inversion, it was useless if he couldn't find the metal container.
Congratulations on obtaining the treasure, eldest senior brother. It's best if you take a closer look. That thing might not be able to be used by you.
However, Zhou Wen wasn't the kind of person who believed that all the treasures in the world should belong to him. Since Lu Yun had snatched the treasure from him due to his carelessness, he didn't plan on vying for it.
Haha, I know the feeling of sour grapes. Don't worry, I'll examine it carefully, but don't even think about touching it.
Lu Yun instant transmitted far away before waving his hand again, producing the metal container out of thin air. As he guarded against Zhou Wen, he carefully observed the metal artifact. Soon, he summoned an epic companion beast and threw it in. A magical scene happened again. The metal artifact trembled as the epic companion beast that Lu Yun had thrown and advanced to the mythical stage.
Haha, I'm finally rich.
Lu Yun laughed out loud, almost jumping with joy. Chapter 1713 Golden Elixir Pills? Chapter 1713 Golden Elixir Pills?
It's indeed not bad to be able to advance ordinary companion beasts to mythical companion beasts.
Zhou implied that mythical companion beasts were no longer of much use at their level.
How do you know that this thing can only advance companion beasts to the mythical stage?
Lu Yun wasn't convinced. He summoned a terror-grade companion beast and let it enter the metal container. Zhou didn't believe that this thing could evolve a terror-grade companion beast into a calamity. In that case, a calamity would have been too pedestrian. The metal container trembled again, but even when it stopped trembling, Lu Yun's companion beast didn't come out.
What's wrong? Don't tell me the companion beast was devoured by the metal container?
Zhou looked at Lu Yun in puzzlement. Lu Yun's expression was somewhat alarmed before it turned from shock to pleasant surprise. Then, he laughed out loud.
Could this fellow have gone mad from anger?
Zhou said with a slight frown.
You're the one who's crazy,
Lu Yun said excitedly, as he summoned his companion beast out of the metal container. The companion beast had really advanced from the terror grade to the calamity grade.
No way! It really advanced to the calamity grade!
Zhou was somewhat taken aback.
That's not all. Look at this.
Lu Yun was so happy that he started becoming incoherent. He reached into the metal container. Slash. Soon, Lu Yun pulled out his hand again. He held something in his palm.
Take a look. Do you know what these are?
Lu Yun spread out his hand and saw 3 circular crystals of different sizes in his palm. The small one was about the size of a pigeon egg, and the big ones were like duck eggs. They swirled with rainbow colors, as though they had some strange fragrance.
What are they?
Zhou didn't think they were essence energy crystals, nor did they look like zone cores. He didn't know what they were.
Haha, let me tell you. Don't be envious, jealous, or hateful. These are all treasures among treasures. Just now, my terror-grade companion beast only ate something the size of a bean and advanced to the calamity grade. The 2 advanced to the mythical stage from taking a sniff. Furthermore, there weren't any side effects. There are 3 more here, and each one is many times bigger than the other. Haha. Be envious. Be jealous. Unfortunately, you were too late. These treasures are all mine.
Lu Yun was so excited that he was almost incoherent.
There's such a thing?
Zhou gaped in envy.
I get it. The metal container must be Taishang Laojun's pill furnace. These are immortal pills refined by Taishang Laojun. Perhaps it's the legendary 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir Pill.
As Lu Yun spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at the 3 crystals in his hand and muttered to himself.
These things seem indiscriminate. They can be used by any companion beast. I wonder if they can be used on humans?
Lu Yun was fanatical about advancing to the calamity grade, but Jing Daoxian refused to let him take shortcuts, nor was he to accept resources from the dimension. Therefore, Lu Yun had been working hard, but he was still a distance away from advancing to the calamity grade. Now that 3 treasures were suddenly placed in front of him, how could he not let his imagination run wild? Furthermore, looking at the attributes of the 3 companion beasts after their evolution, not only could they evolve companion beasts, but the attributes they had after evolution were excellent. They weren't inferior to companion beasts that evolved with zone cores.
You'll know when you eat it,
Zhou said casually. To his surprise, Lu Yun stared at the crystal in his hand for a while before throwing the smallest one into his mouth.
Holy sh*T, do you have a death wish? You actually dare eat something like that? Taishang Laojun's golden elixir pill? Is Kunlun related to Taishang Laojun?
Zhou was alarmed. Although the item was good, it wasn't something one should randomly eat. What was an elixir to companion beasts might be a poison that penetrated the intestines of humans.
How is it unrelated? Legend has it that Kunlun is the holy land of Taoism. I know what I'm doing.
Lu Yun didn't mind at all, as though he was confident. Just as he said that, Zhou saw Lu Yun's skin turn crystalline, as though a colorful light was seeping out. Lu Yun wore an excited and surprised expression. He reached out and swallowed the 2 big ones as well. Just as he swallowed the 2 crystals, a strange glow rose from Lu Yun's body. It was as though an immortal aura was spewing out, emitting a strange fragrance. Lu Yun circulated the sky-stealing sun-swapping art as his body shimmered with starlight, as though he was the center of the universe. Countless stars revolved around him, like a miniature universe. The pocket universe was originally a monotonous white color. As the immortal aura fused into it, it gradually turned into a gorgeous color. The energy contained in it became more and more terrifying. It really works? Could it really be Taishang Laojun's golden elixir pills? Zhou was dumbfounded. Lu Yun was clearly condensing a calamity zone to advance to the calamity grade. Zhou truly regretted it. If he had done it earlier, these treasures would have been his. Soon, Lu Yun's calamity zone condensed, and he officially advanced to the calamity grade.
Haha, Junior brother, my dear junior brother, to think that you would have such a day. You finally lost to me, right? Not only did this thing advance me to the calamity grade, but the calamity zone I condensed is also the best among the best.
Lu Yun laughed at the sky, looking smug as though he was an emperor who had conquered a kingdom.
Congratulations, eldest senior brother,
Zhou Wen said, as he couldn't help but glance into the cave. Since there was such an item in the cave, there might be more. Even he was tempted by such a treasure. The two of them exchanged looks, and instantly understood what each other was thinking. Almost at the same time, they rushed into the cave. Although the immortal sword was good, that wasn't something they could definitely get their hands on. The treasures here were real. If Taishan Laojuan's alchemy room was really inside, wouldn't they make a killing? Thinking of what Monkey Sun had done after entering Taishan Laojuan's alchemy room, Zhou Wen and Lu Yun wanted to carry out such a heist. The two of them rushed into the cave one after another. Thankfully, they were relatively rational people, and weren't blinded by benefits. They were very careful, and even summoned several companion beasts to scout ahead. To their surprise, although this path was rugged and long, it wasn't dangerous at all. The two of them proceeded carefully without anything happening. After a long while, they finally reached the end of the cave, and crawled out of a hole to find themselves inside a stone chamber. There were no dimensional creatures in the stone chamber. The two of them observed the stone chamber, and as they looked around, their expressions turned odd. The decorations in the stone chamber were very simple, almost without any decorations. There was a hole on the ground, and on both sides of the hole were two stone slabs that extended from the ground. From the shape of the hole, the metal container from before was likely embedded in this hole. They connected such a setup with something bad. Chapter 1714 Pheasant? Chapter 1714 Pheasant?
Eldest senior brother, don't you think this setup looks a little like something?
Zhou Wen said, as he stared at the pit on the ground.
I don't think so.
Lu Yun turned his face, and deliberately avoided Zhou Wen.
Put that metal container into the pit. If you do so, I think it resembles.
Before Zhou Wen could finish his sentence, Lu Yun interrupted him violently.
Shut up. What do you mean it resembles something? It resembles nothing. Cut the crap. There's a door there. Let's see if it can be opened.
As Lu Yun spoke, he walked towards the door without looking back as though he was running for his life. There was even a faint retching sound. Zhou Wen immediately understood that Lu Yun definitely had the same thoughts as him. No matter how I look at it, it looks like a squatting toilet. Could the metal container be Kunlun Mountain's toilet? If the metal container is really a toilet, wouldn't that make the so-called golden elixir pills that Lu Yun ate? Zhou Wen thought to himself. However, he quickly had second thoughts. I don't think so. How strong are the fellows in Kunlun Mountain to produce feces that can advance a person to the calamity grade?
The door here can be opened. There seems to be a garden behind it.
Lu Yun had already cracked open the door with a push and looked out. Zhou Wen hurriedly followed and looked out through the crack in the door. Indeed, there was a garden outside. All sorts of flowers and plants that he had never seen or heard of were scattered across the garden. They looked like they had grown naturally and hadn't been artificially tended. However, they had a strange beauty to them, as though they were deserving of such beauty. The garden seemed huge with no end in sight. There was a blue sky and white clouds above them with no other buildings.
There seems to be a creature over there,
Lu Yun whispered. Zhou Wen also saw a white bird lying in a flower patch in the distance. Due to the cover of the flower shrubs, he couldn't see its full appearance. He only saw that its upper body resembled a peacock, but it was somewhat different.
Could that be the phoenix you mentioned?
Zhou Wen whispered to Lu Yun.
Are you stupid? A phoenix lives on a divine tree. How can a phoenix set up a nest in grass? Besides, have you seen a white phoenix?
Lu Yun rolled his eyes and said angrily.
That's true. That's a pheasant in the grass.
Zhou Wen thought that it made sense. The two of them carefully sized up the surroundings through the crack in the door. Apart from the white pheasant, they didn't see any other creatures, much less any other buildings.
That's strange. There's only one pheasant here. Then who's the toilet for? Could it be that pheasant?
Zhou Wen muttered.
Do you believe that I'll fight you to the death if you continue?
Lu Yun felt like vomiting again, as he forcefully held back.
I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. Perhaps it's not a toilet at all,
Zhou Wen said with a smile. Lu Yun gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. He continued observing the situation outside. After a while he said,
Should we go out and take a look? There seems to be only a pheasant in the garden. It shouldn't be too dangerous. That might not be the case.
Zhou Wen didn't think so. If the things inside the metal container were really produced by the pheasant, Zhou Wen felt that heading out with Lu Yun was equivalent to delivering themselves to their deaths.
Forget it. Let's go out. There's almost no time. It's best if we retrieve the sword early,
Lu Yun said gloomily. Just as the two of them were about to return the way they came, they suddenly heard a strange cry coming from the garden.
Quack! Quack!
The white bird let out a strange cry that sounded like a duck's quack. The sound was extremely unpleasant. After a few cries, the white bird stood up. Only then did Zhou and Lu Yun see its full appearance. Its head looked a little like a peacock's, but its back was like a pheasant's. It didn't have the long feathers of a peacock.
Pooey, it's really a pheasant.
Lu Yun cursed his bad luck inwardly. If the things inside the metal container were really shot out by this pheasant, he felt his stomach churn just thinking about it. After the pheasant stood up, it leisurely strolled in the garden. After taking a few steps, it pecked at the flowers. It was unknown what it was pecking at. After Zhou saw what the pheasant was doing, he felt a chill run down his spine. The pheasant was eating the fruits in the grass, but the fruits looked a little strange. The fruits in the grass were the size of a fist, and looked like babies in a uterus. With Zhou eyesight, he could see that there were clear facial features on the faces of the grass fruits. If it wasn't for the grass vines, he would have imagined that it was a baby that had been taken out prematurely via a C-section. The pheasant swallowed each fruit in one mouthful. It was unknown what they tasted like.
Could this thing be a ginseng fruit? That thing blooms every 3,000 years and bears fruit every 3,000 years. It needs another 3,000 years to ripen. It's a good thing that takes 10,000 years to produce.
Lu Yun's eyes lit up when he saw this. It was obvious that he was up to no good.
Is your brain damaged? Ginseng fruits grow on the ginseng fruit trees. What's here is clearly a grass fruit. Furthermore, the legendary ginseng fruit should be in the house of that earth immortal ancestor. Why is it on Mount Kunlun?
Zhou said angrily.
That's true.
Lu Yun was immediately deflated. As the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard the pheasant let out another ugly cry and run. Zhou hurriedly looked over, and was slightly alarmed by the scene he saw. He saw the pheasant running with all its might, chasing after a grass fruit. The grass fruit was much bigger than the typical grass fruit. It was completely white like a chubby baby. The pheasant chased after it, and the grass fruit baby ran ahead. It jumped around in the garden, and the pheasant wasn't able to catch up to it. After watching for a moment, Lu Yun cheered inwardly. He was glad that he hadn't really gone out. Otherwise, if he had really been targeted by that pheasant, it would be a question if he could come out alive. The speed at which the pheasant chased after the baby was so fast that even they as calamity-grade creatures couldn't see it clearly. Even if they could see it clearly, their reaction speed couldn't keep up.
Let's leave quickly.
Lu Yun felt that this place was too dangerous. It was best to leave as soon as possible.
Let's watch a little longer.
Zhou kept staring at the grass fruit baby. The grass fruit baby's speed wasn't slower than a pheasant's. Furthermore, he could use the soil, flowers, and other objects in the garden to escape. It didn't seem like it was only proficient in earth escape, but it could also use wood escape and water escape. This thing is a little like a ginseng baby companion beast, but it's at an even higher level. Ginseng babies only know how to escape through the earth. This fellow has already displayed 3 escape techniques. Could it be that it can use the escape techniques of all 5 elements? Zhou was intrigued by the grass fruit baby. Chapter 17:15 New Dungeon. Chapter 17:15 New Dungeon.
Holy sh*T, these two things are awesome.
Lu Yun's eyes were sharp enough. He could see most of an average calamity-grade battle. But now, he couldn't see the actions of the pheasant and the grass fruit baby. All he could see were 2 beams of light bouncing around the garden.
I'm afraid it's more amazing than you imagine,
Zhou added. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Zhou had already seen top calamity creatures. Even existences as powerful as Truth Listener and Star Lady Polestar couldn't do what the pheasant and the grass fruit baby were doing. Zhou didn't know if the pheasant and the baby were creatures above the calamity grade, but he was certain of one thing. In terms of speed, the pheasant and the grass fruit baby were probably above Truth Listener and Star Lady Polestar. Of course, Zhou didn't have any speed measuring equipment. At their level, it was difficult to tell the difference in speed with the naked eye. However, there was a very obvious difference between Star Lady Polestar and the pheasant. When Star Lady Polestar and Truth Listener moved at such speeds, they would produce a terrifying shockwave. Just the shockwave alone could destroy everything beneath the calamity grade. However, the pheasant was so fast that there was no sonic boom or sound of it breaking through the sound barrier, much less a shockwave. Even the flowers and grass beside it weren't damaged at all. It looked like they were still growing strong. This alone proved that it was extraordinary. Zhou vaguely felt that the pheasant might be a legendary apocalypse-grade existence, but it was only a guess. After all, he had never seen what an apocalypse-grade existence looked like. Perhaps this was a top-speed-type calamity.
Junior brother, what do you think that baby-like grass fruit is? Even such a powerful dimensional creature wants to eat it. What will happen if we eat it?
Lu Yun couldn't help but whisper with envy. I advise you not to court death. Zhou was also envious, but he knew very well how terrifying the pheasant's speed was. Just this speed wasn't something they could match. If Zhou fused with Great Brahma, he could still hold out a little. Lu Yun would definitely die instantly. It wouldn't even take him a second to die.
I'm not stupid. It's just a thought. I have to go back and flip through the books to see what those fruits are. Even if I can't eat the big one, aren't there still many small fruits in the garden? Perhaps I can think of a way to get a few.
Lu Yun was a shrewd person. He felt terrible returning empty-handed from a garden filled with treasures.
How? Do you dare to head out and pluck them?
Zhou also wanted to get a few grass fruits, but with the pheasant outside, the risk was too great.
It's indeed a little dangerous for us to steal them ourselves. We can get our companion beast to steal them while that pheasant is attracted by the grass fruit baby. I have a companion beast that's best at earth escape and invisibility. It should be easy to pluck 2 grass fruits by burrowing to a spot underneath the grass fruits before returning.
Lu Yun changed the topic and continued.
However, just in case, I think we should cooperate. You should also get a few companion beasts. If my companion beasts are discovered, they can go out in time to distract that pheasant so that my companion beast can return safely. When the time comes, everyone will get a share of the fruits. However, there's something you have to be careful of. That pheasant's level definitely isn't low. It will probably be difficult for ordinary companion beasts to attract its attention. It's best if you bring out some high-level companion beasts. Dream on. Using my high-level companion beast as cannon fodder?
Zhou curled his lips.
If you have a companion beast that can turn invisible and use earth escape, you can steal the grass fruits. I don't mind releasing my companion beast to be the shield. You have to do something, right? You can't just sit idle and wait for the benefits, right?
Lu Yun said with a smile.
I don't have such a companion beast, but I don't want them to be cannon fodder. If you want to steal it yourself. I won't snatch it from you.
Zhou really didn't plan on stealing it. After all, the dungeon here was already downloading. After the dungeon finished downloading, he could obtain the fruits in-game. There was no need to take the risk.
Alright, let's make it clear first. Don't be jealous of the fruits I bring back. Don't you try to snatch mine.
Lu Yun had wanted to pull Zhou along because he was afraid that he would ruin his plans.
Don't worry. Am I someone who does such things?
Zhou asked.
Yes, you are.
Lu Yun said mercilessly.
Alright, I guarantee not to touch the fruits you steal. Will that do?
Zhou said as he spread out his hands.
That's more like it.
Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction before beginning to summon his companion beasts. Zhou originally wanted to see what companion beasts Lu Yun had summoned, but his phone suddenly produced a chime. The dungeon is done downloading? Zhou was somewhat puzzled. The download time for the dungeon was much faster than he imagined. According to past experience, the higher the level of the dungeon, the slower the download time. It hadn't been long, but the dungeon had already been downloaded. Didn't that mean that this dungeon wasn't very high level? However, on second thought, he felt that something was amiss. From the metal container and crystals to the pheasant and the grass fruit baby, they were not things that could appear in low-level dungeons. It had to be a high-level dungeon. If this is really a high-level dungeon, there's only one possibility left. Has the download speed sped up after the phone was charged? Zhou guessed as he took out his phone to take a look. Indeed, there was an icon on the phone's home screen. It was the symbol of Xiqing Mountain. It's really Kunlun Mountain. Zhou was alarmed and delighted when he saw the name under the icon. Kunlun Mountain's status in myths was just too high. It was likely that there weren't many dimensional zones on Earth that were better than Kunlun Mountain. If one had the strength to clear the Kunlun Mountain instance dungeon, they could dominate all the dimensional zones on Earth. More importantly, a dimensional zone like Kunlun Mountain might be the testing ground for true Earth's companion beast to choose its owner. After clearing the level, he might even be able to obtain Earth's companion beast. Of course, if he really discovered that Kunlun Mountain was the testing ground for Earth's companion beast, Zhou would be on guard in reality to prevent others from clearing the level. This was to prevent Earth's companion beast from appearing and blowing up Earth. Let me see what's different between the ordinary and hidden modes of Kunlun Mountain. Zhou already had some guesses, but he still needed to confirm them. After launching the Kunlun Mountain dungeon, Zhou first chose the ordinary mode. After entering, he realized that the blood-colored avatar was standing in front of the Kunlun Mountain's north entrance. He circled the Kunlun Mountain, but he didn't discover anything special. Then, he switched to the hidden mode and entered the Kunlun Mountain instance dungeon again. He quickly discovered something, but this time, he discovered a lot more. In the past, the hidden dungeon would only have one spot with a concealed halo. As for the Kunlun Mountain dungeon, there were 5 places with hidden halos. They looked like the 5 hidden gates in Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 1716 Caught between a rock and a hard place. 2 of the 5 places with a concealed halo were the cave he was in, and the pool that Lu Yun had taken Zhou Wen to. Zhou Wen chose to open the cave in-game. Just as he was about to enter the cave, Lu Yun had already released his companion beast that sneaked towards the grass fruit. It was a companion beast that looked like a rat, but it was slightly bigger than a cat. After it was summoned, its body jolted before it vanished in front of Zhou Wen. It was unknown what kind of invisibility it had used, but even his hearing couldn't sense its existence. Lu Yun actually has such a companion beast? Zhou Wen was alarmed. Just as he was about to use other methods to see if he could track it, the companion beast had already crawled out of the stone chamber and headed for the grass fruit. Although Zhou Wen couldn't see it, he could vaguely sense the location of the companion beast. After switching a few essence energy arts and using Great Brahma's powers, he saw its true body. Its invisibility ability couldn't hide from Great Brahma's Buddha eyes. The companion beast was also proficient in earth escape. After entering the garden, it vanished the moment it landed. When it appeared again, it was already beside a grass fruit. It extended its claws, and was about to pluck the grass fruit when it suddenly saw a white light flash. Isamar. Before Lu Yun could unsummon the companion beast, he saw it vanish. The pheasant's figure appeared as it raised its neck as though it had swallowed something.
My shadow rat!
Lu Yun's expression changed drastically. The other companion beasts he had prepared didn't have the time to draw away the pheasant's attention. Zhou Wen didn't dare continue gaming as he observed the pheasant's reaction. Once the pheasant did anything out of order, he would immediately escape. Thankfully, the pheasant didn't seem to notice the stone chamber. After swallowing Lu Yun's shadow rat, it immediately chased after the grass fruit baby.
Eldest senior brother, my condolences,
Zhou Wen consoled.
F***ck off. That's a unique shadow rat. It wasn't easy for me to feed it to the calamity grade. Do you know how much effort I spent on it?
Lu Yun cursed gloomily.
This is life. It's best if we leave quickly.
Zhou Wen didn't wish to waste time here. Since he had already downloaded the game, there was no point in staying here. Although Lu Yun was still somewhat indignant, he knew that things couldn't be undone. Just as he was about to leave with Zhou Wen, he suddenly saw a flash of light. The grass fruit baby had burrowed into the stone chamber, and was standing between Zhou Wen and Lu Yun. Its huge eyes, that were extremely disproportionate to its face, sized up Zhou Wen and Lu Yun. Holy **T. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun felt their backs turn cold, as they immediately had the thought of escaping. However, this thought only existed in their mind, and couldn't be realized. Just as he looked at the hole from the corner of his eye, he saw a white figure standing there. It was the white pheasant.
We're doomed.
The 2 of them felt their hearts turn cold. However, they weren't the kind of people who would sit back and do nothing. They didn't think at all and instinctively reacted. Lu Yun instant transmitted to the garden outside the stone chamber. The pheasant was standing at the hole at the exit. Instant transmission in that direction was almost equivalent to courting death. There might be a chance of survival if he rushed into the garden. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen made the same reaction. However, while he instant transmitted, he had already completed the fusion with Great Brahma. When he instant transmitted, he was already wearing dark gold armor. The dark gold wheel on his back emitted a dark black hole-like glow. Bang! The duo who had instant transmitted simultaneously seemed to slam into a stone wall and bounced back at the same time. Lu Yun fell on his ass. Zhou Wen could barely stand, but he felt his head buzz from the collision. He felt like he had a concussion. The pheasant and the grass baby remained rooted to the ground as they looked at the 2 of them from both sides.
I told you to retrieve the sword earlier, but you insisted on wandering around. Look at what happened now. My life is gone because of you,
Lu Yun said with a sullen expression. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he didn't even bother getting up. He just sat on the ground and looked at the 2 creatures. Zhou Wen didn't move again. The teacher domain had already been activated as he scanned the situation in the stone chamber, hoping to know what power had trapped them inside. Strangely, there were no traces of the nomological powers of the pheasant and the grass fruit baby in the stone chamber. Clearly, the power that prevented them from instant transmitting out of the stone chamber didn't come from the 2 strange creatures. The power of the stone chamber is what's stopping us from leaving? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun didn't move, nor did the pheasant and the grass fruit baby take the initiative to attack. They only sized them up as though they were somewhat curious about them.
I didn't ask you to come in,
Zhou Wen said casually as he looked at the half-open door. He couldn't leave with spatial instant transmission, but it didn't mean that he couldn't leave. Perhaps this stone chamber only restricted spatial instant transmission. Perhaps there wouldn't be any restrictions if one walked out of the door. However, Zhou Wen knew very well that with his speed, it was impossible for him to be faster than the pheasant and the grass fruit baby. They hadn't attacked yet, so if he rashly rushed out, he might immediately infuriate them.
Anyway, Nothing good will come from being with you. My life will be lost because of you sooner or later. Lu Yun also realized the subtle situation. He just sat there and spoke without any intention of rushing out. The pheasant's silver eyes sized up the two of them, but after looking at them for a while, it seemed to lose interest in them and focused its gaze on the grass fruit baby. From the looks of it, this fellow isn't interested in eating meat. Zhou Wen was immediately delighted. Indeed, the pheasant raised its claws and walked to the side, as though it wanted to circle around Zhou Wen and Lu Yun to continue its hunt of the grass fruit baby. Lu Yun was also overjoyed. At that moment, he didn't dare say another word to prevent himself from provoking the pheasant. As long as the pheasant charged at the grass fruit baby, the two of them would have a chance of burrowing out of the cave and leaving this terrifying place. Zhou Wen was calculating how far the pheasant needed to leave the cave before he could successfully rush out, but to his surprise, the pheasant only took 2 steps before the grass fruit baby moved. The baby's figure flashed and vanished from their sight. Junior brother! You? On your head! Lu Yun widened his eyes as he looked at Zhou Wen's head as though he had seen a ghost. If not for the great Brahma armor covering Zhou Wen's face, no one would have been able to see his face. They would definitely have realized that his expression was worse than Lu Yun's. This was because the grass fruit baby had jumped onto Zhou Wen's head. It sat on the dark gold helmet as its white feet levitated above Zhou Wen's forehead, swaying back and forth. Chapter 17:17 A Delicate Situation. Junior brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but it's just that you're too unlucky as a person. You have to accept your fate. In the future, I'll burn more paper money for you every year. 3 incense sticks every year will definitely be plenty. Lu Yun inched back as he spoke. The pheasant stared intently at Zhou Wen's head as it carefully raised its claws and carefully approached him, like a ferocious bird that could attack at any moment. Lu Yun had seen the speed of the pheasant. With a peck from it, the grass fruit baby might be able to dodge it, but Zhou Wen probably wouldn't be able to. Perhaps the beak would pierce through his head. No matter how powerful his recovery abilities were, he probably wouldn't survive. Zhou Wen stared at the pheasant without moving his body, but his brain was rapidly working. If Zhou Wen were to reach out to chase the grass fruit baby away, he might lure the pheasant into attacking immediately. However, if Zhou Wen didn't take action, the pheasant's aura would reach an unbelievable level. It would probably be even harder to deal with it. There was no solution. Instantly, Zhou Wen fell into a dilemma. If it were an ordinary person, their first choice would definitely be to shake off the grass fruit baby on their head, but Zhou Wen didn't do so. The grass fruit baby clearly wants to use me as a shield, but unfortunately, I'm not someone who can be controlled by you. You need to pay the price for using me. With a thought, Zhou Wen circulated the first order of chaos. The chaos egg instantly enveloped his body, including the grass fruit baby above him. The chaos egg could typically only protect Zhou Wen, but if the object was very close to him, such as his clothes, it would also be within its confines. Zhou Wen watched from the side for a long time, and could tell that although the grass fruit baby's escape technique was special, its offensive strength was probably far inferior to that of the pheasant. After enveloping it in the chaos egg, and with great Brahma protecting him, he didn't have to worry about the grass fruit baby harming him inside. When the grass fruit baby realized that it was trapped by the chaos egg, it wasn't worried at first. It even sized up the chaos egg curiously. When the pheasant saw the chaos egg, it was also somewhat curious. It didn't attack immediately. After observing for a moment, it exerted strength with its claws and, like a ghost, appeared by the chaos egg. It struck down at the chaos egg with its beak. The chaos egg's defense was almost invincible. Even the heaven-level Star Lady Polestar couldn't break through the chaos egg's defense. It was only because her strength was too powerful that it produced too many essence energy crystals in the chaos egg, causing it to explode. Although the pheasant's strike was terrifying and had the ability to penetrate all seemingly indestructible objects, it failed to penetrate the chaos egg. The chaos egg's outer shell was crushed by the beak like a deformed balloon. However, it ultimately didn't shatter, managing to block the pheasant's beak. Inside the chaos egg, a large number of essence energy crystals appeared out of thin air. The production was in no way inferior to the speed at which Star Lady Polestar's attacks produced them. This strike nearly filled the chaos egg with essence energy crystals. It was almost without gaps. The grass fruit baby was alarmed as its figure flashed in a bid to escape with an escape technique. However, its head slammed into the chaos egg. It failed to escape. It bounced back and landed on Zhou Wen's head again. Zhou Wen felt a lot more at ease. Although the pheasant's offensive strength was powerful, it was still within the calamity grade range. It didn't have any crushing destructive power. As long as it's not at the apocalypse grade, my great Brahma might be able to put up a fight. Zhou Wen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The grass fruit baby was somewhat anxious. It tried a few more times, but it failed to rush out of the chaos egg. Just as Zhou Wen had expected, although its escape technique was very special,
It was difficult to realize it in an independent space like the Chaos Egg. Blame yourself for taking the hard way out. You asked for it, don't blame me. As Zhou Wen's mind raced, the Chaos Egg flew into the garden. At the same time, he used Imperial Lord Behemoth to devour the large number of essence energy crystals produced by the Chaos Egg. The originally flustered grass fruit baby suddenly stopped and stared at the essence energy crystals, as though it had discovered a brand new world. No way. Zhou Wen realized something. Before he could do anything, the grass fruit baby opened its mouth and sucked in the essence energy crystals nearby. Its tiny mouth didn't look big, but its devouring speed was even faster than the Imperial Lord Behemoth. In a moment, it sucked most of the essence energy crystals into its stomach. Its petite body was like a bottomless pit. A large number of essence energy crystals were sucked in, but its belly didn't react at all. It didn't even swell. The pheasant outside seemed a little surprised that its attack failed. When it saw the Chaos Egg fly towards the garden, it attacked with its beak again. Although the Chaos Egg wasn't slow, it was much slower than the pheasant. The latter easily struck it. A large number of essence energy crystals were produced in the Chaos Egg again. According to Zhou Wen's original calculations, even if Imperial Lord Behemoth were to devour the essence energy crystals, the Chaos Egg could only withstand 4 or 5 strikes before it exploded from the excessive crystals. However, now that the grass fruit baby had sucked in a large number of essence energy crystals, while the pheasant had repeatedly pecked at the Chaos Egg, there weren't many essence energy crystals produced. Most of them were sucked away by the grass fruit baby. This fellow is indeed Egg Sovereign. However, this thing's defense is stronger than I imagined. It can actually withstand such attacks. Lu Yun was alarmed. What surprised him wasn't Zhou Wen being Egg Sovereign, but the Chaos Egg's defense. Lu Yun didn't know the trick underlying it and imagined that the Chaos Egg could really withstand a pheasant, but Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he was temporarily safe, and the Chaos Egg wouldn't explode anytime soon, the grass fruit baby's body gradually underwent a strange change as it constantly absorbed essence energy crystals. Its body was snow-white and crystalline, like a snow-white lotus root, but at that moment, a strange red glow gradually suffused from it. The red glow was misty and smoke-like as it seeped out of the snow-white body, giving the baby a ruddy look. It was as though a pale-faced patient had regained their color. As a large number of essence energy crystals were sucked away by it, the red glow intensified. The pheasant attacked a few times, but it failed to crack the Chaos Egg. It seemed to be vexed as it exerted all its strength. Its head was like a sewing machine as it kept pecking at the Chaos Egg. The number of essence energy crystals in the Chaos Egg increased exponentially. Zhou Wen was originally worried that it would explode, but he never expected the baby's absorption speed to increase. The essence energy crystals that were just produced were sucked into its stomach almost immediately. Chapter 17-18 Battling the Pheasant in the Garden. Zhou Wen didn't know if he should be happy or worried. With the existence of the grass fruit baby, he didn't have to worry about the Chaos Egg exploding. However, it was also because of the existence of the grass fruit baby that Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. This thing had absorbed so many essence energy crystals that its body was becoming redder and redder. It was like a red-hot branding iron. Who knew what other tricks it could pull? Although the grass fruit baby didn't have any offensive strength and hadn't displayed any powerful offensive means after being trapped by Zhou Wen, with only a notably powerful escape technique, the world was sometimes unpredictable. Water was considered a relatively malleable material that typically couldn't harm a human's body. However, ignoring the floods and tsunamis, just water pressure at a high enough level could slice through rock and steel. If anything abnormal happened after the grass fruit baby absorbed a large number of essence energy crystals, it might become an existence that was more lethal than the pheasant. Although he knew of the potential problems, there was no good solution. If he unsummoned the Chaos Egg now, Zhou Wen would have to face the pheasant's relentless attacks. The offensive strength displayed by the pheasant was definitely not weaker than Truth Listener. Of course, Truth Listener's might wasn't completely determined by its offensive strength, but to be comparable to Truth Listener in terms of offensive strength gave Zhou Wen a headache. If it wasn't for the fact that Truth Listener couldn't be summoned, I wouldn't be in such a situation. Zhou Wen steeled his heart and charged towards the stone chamber's door. As Zhou Wen expected, although the stone chamber forbade spatial powers, it didn't forbid entry and exit. The Chaos Egg immediately squeezed out of the stone chamber's door and rolled into the garden. The pheasant rushed out as well and continued pecking at the Chaos Egg crazily. The grass fruit baby's body was already as red as ruby. The red glow inside was blinding. Thankfully, its body didn't produce a temperature, so it didn't cause any substantial damage to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen attempted to use instant transmission in the garden and realized that it wasn't forbidden. However, when he instant transmitted, the pheasant had already appeared beside him and continued pecking. Being able to use spatial instant transmission made Zhou Wen feel a lot more at ease. After the sky-stealing sun-swapping art advanced to the calamity grade, his instant transmission ability had greatly increased. Although he couldn't continuously instant transmit without any delays, it wasn't something an ordinary person could compare with. Seeing that the grass fruit baby's body seemed to be undergoing a tremendous change, Zhou Wen knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Once it underwent a qualitative change, his situation might become more dire. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Wen unsummoned the Chaos Egg and exposed himself to the pheasant. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen used Universe Inversion to rapidly and continuously instant transmit, hoping to escape the pheasant's attack. In any case, the pheasant's original target was the grass fruit baby. Even if he was accidentally injured, as long as he survived the first attack, the pheasant would probably chase after the grass fruit baby. Zhou Wen's plan was good, but after he instant transmitted, he realized that the grass fruit baby had appeared behind him, sticking to him like a shadow, and was lying on his shoulder. The pheasant pecked down at the same time. It was so fast that instant transmission was impossible to dodge in time.
If the tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm Hello Kitty?
The great Brahma armor on Zhou Wen's body shimmered with a dark glow as he threw a punch forward. Zhou Wen wasn't willing to fight the pheasant head-on because he was afraid that it would be too powerful. Secondly, he was afraid that the commotion caused by the battle would attract other terrifying creatures. This was Kunlun Mountain, an unimaginable and terrifying place in Nis. Legend had it that countless immortals gathered here. Who knew how many terrifying creatures, like the pheasant, existed here? However, he couldn't care less now. He had to stay alive first. Bang! Zhou Wen originally imagined that his full-powered strike would destroy a large section of the garden if it collided with the pheasant, but to his surprise, after the fist collided with the beak, there was only a dull thud. The expected explosion and shockwave didn't happen. There's something wrong with this garden. Zhou Wen immediately realized the problem. Previously, when the pheasant was chasing after the grass fruit baby, they didn't cause any sonic booms or shockwaves. From the looks of it, it wasn't because they could control their strength, but because there was some force in the garden that suppressed the spread of energy. The power of the heaven-level Great Brahma had annihilative power that could destroy almost everything. However, in the clash with the pheasant's power, he didn't gain any advantage. Thankfully, Zhou Wen wasn't at a disadvantage. The pheasant retreated from Zhou Wen's punch as his legs went limp, and he nearly knelt on the ground. This didn't mean that Great Brahma's strength was inferior to the pheasant, but that Zhou Wen's physique was too poor. His Terra-grade body was still too weak in such a battle. Just the remnant forces that entered Great Brahma's armor made it difficult for his body to withstand them.
Holy *T, junior brother, what's with your armor? Why is it so powerful?
Lu Yun, who was sneaking a peep from the stone chamber, nearly fell over when he saw Zhou Wen send the pheasant retreating several steps with a single punch. He was so jealous that his eyes turned red. The pheasant's ferocity was triggered by Zhou Wen's punch. It flapped its wings and charged forward with a strange cry, constantly attacking Zhou Wen like a ribbon of light. Lu Yun couldn't see the pheasant's actions at all, but Zhou Wen could see them clearly with Great Brahma's augmentation. However, Great Brahma wasn't good at speed. He couldn't keep up despite being able to see it. After he brandished his fists to block a few pecks, he found himself unable to dodge the next peck. Just as Zhou Wen was about to use his body to withstand the pheasant's peck, he suddenly felt his vision blur. His body had mysteriously appeared elsewhere in the garden. The grass fruit baby. Zhou Wen immediately realized what had happened. The grass fruit baby lying on him had definitely used an escape technique to dodge the pheasant's peck. How could the pheasant give up? It charged over almost at the same time and began fighting Zhou Wen again. Great Brahma's destructive power wasn't afraid of the pheasant's powerful strength at all. It was just that its speed was inferior. However, every time Zhou Wen was in danger, the grass fruit baby would take the initiative to use an escape technique to help him dodge the attack. It was difficult to determine the victor. How did junior brother cultivate? He actually reached such a stage as a pure human. Lu Yun was dumbfounded as he drooled in envy. However, Zhou Wen wasn't too happy because his worst fears came true. Deep in the garden, a terrifying aura came from afar. Chapter 17-19 Phoenix Breed. Half of the sky in the garden was dyed golden. It was a huge, strange golden bird that looked like a cross between an eagle and a condor. Its golden wings spread out, as though they blotted out half the sky. Holy *T, could it be a golden-winged rock? Zhou Wen remembered seeing a creature suspected to be a rock, but it wasn't that big, nor did it have such a terrifying aura. Zhou Wen couldn't be sure if it was the golden-winged rock, but he was certain that the golden-winged bird was at least at the heaven level. It might be at the legendary apocalypse grade. I can't stay in this godforsaken place any longer. As Zhou Wen fought the pheasant, he rushed towards the stone chamber. He had failed to find a way out despite fighting in the garden for so long. The blue sky above the garden had white fluffy clouds. His spatial powers weren't nullified, but when Zhou Wen wanted to use interstellar teleportation to leave, he realized that he couldn't contact the stars outside. The garden seemed endless. No matter in which direction he scanned, all he saw was an endless garden. The pheasant was cleverer than Zhou Wen imagined. It clearly saw through Zhou Wen's intentions and stopped fighting him. Instead, it blocked the stone chamber's entrance, the only way out. There was a spatial seal in the stone chamber, so he could only forcefully rush in. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth as the great Brahma armor on his body circulated with dark swirling light, erupting with unparalleled destructive power. Zhou Wen punched the pheasant, blocking the door. Although great Brahma's speed was inferior to the pheasant's, his destructive power wasn't inferior to it. Zhou Wen wanted to blast the pheasant apart and rush into the stone chamber to escape. The pheasant had a stubborn temper. Despite knowing that its strength was inferior to Zhou Wen's, it refused to dodge. It was bent on stopping him. Just as the fist was about to strike the pheasant, Zhou Wen was secretly delighted when a golden light suddenly rose in front of him. The resplendent golden-winged bird appeared behind the pheasant. Its golden wings bent down to protect its body. Boom! The destructive force struck the golden wings, but not a single feather fell. The golden-winged bird's body seemed to be stronger than the pheasant's.
This trope of the older one coming after the younger one is defeated seriously gets old. Junior brother, take care. I'll take my leave now.
Li Yun shouted before burrowing into the hole and leaving without looking back. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. From the looks of it, the white pheasant was most likely the golden-winged bird's fledgling. If a fledgling was already so terrifying, there was no need to mention the golden-winged bird. Just its speed and defense alone made Zhou Wen lose the desire to fight. The golden-winged bird was clearly infuriated by Zhou Wen's punch as it let out a screech. Its body emitted a golden glow as it spread its wings that blotted out the sky and fanned Zhou Wen with a terrifying aura. Zhou Wen was already prepared to fight a bloody battle with all his might. The black hole, like wheel of light behind the great Brahma armor, spun as though it was connected to hell. Just as the battle was about to begin, they suddenly heard an ear-piercing and discordant strange cry. When the golden-winged bird heard the cry, it suddenly stopped flapping its wings and slowly retreated. What does it want? Zhou Wen frowned as he looked at the pheasant and the golden-winged bird behind it. The pheasant was still screaming at the golden-winged bird. The golden-winged bird took a few steps back and suddenly made an action that nearly made Zhou Wen's eyes pop out. It actually prostrated in front of the pheasant. From the looks of it, it was extremely respectful to the pheasant. It didn't look like a mother treating her child. Instead, it looked like a subject paying respects to a monarch. The pheasant screeched angrily at the golden-winged bird that prostrated. Its arrogant look was like a slave owner insulting its slave. The golden-winged bird lay there motionless. No matter how the pheasant cursed, it remained unmoved, as though it was only right for the pheasant to treat it like this. Heavens! What's going on? The golden-winged bird looks like the legendary golden-winged roc. Even if it's not a golden-winged roc, it's at least a heaven-level existence. In terms of combat strength, it's above the pheasant. Why is it so respectful and reverent towards the pheasant? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. The pheasant seemed to be done cursing. Then, it turned around and looked at Zhou Wen. In the next second, it pounced over as though it wanted to skin Zhou Wen alive. Zhou Wen had no choice but to fight the pheasant again. What was depressing was that regardless if the golden-winged roc had done it deliberately or not, it was blocking the stone chamber's door, preventing Zhou Wen from having the chance to rush in. What's up with this pheasant? Zhou Wen was puzzled. The pheasant's combat strength was clearly inferior to the golden-winged bird, yet the golden-winged bird was so reverent to it. Apart from having a natural bloodline and race advantage, Zhou Wen really couldn't figure out why the golden-winged bird was reverent towards the pheasant. Could it be that this pheasant is a real phoenix? Zhou Wen had no choice but to have his suspicions. In certain myths, the phoenix had once given birth to the peacock bright king and the golden-winged roc. If that golden-winged bird was really a roc, then the only one who could make the golden-winged roc bow its head in terms of bloodline and race was the phoenix. Even the peacock bright king didn't have such rights. However, no matter how he looked at it, the white bird in front of him was like a pheasant, not the legendary supreme divine phoenix. On second thought, Zhou Wen realized that it wasn't unacceptable. The chick he reared was also a phoenix. Ignoring the fact that it didn't look like one when it was young, it still didn't look like one now. Despite both being phoenixes, Chick's level was clearly not as high as the pheasant. This made Zhou Wen suspect that Chick's phoenix bloodline wasn't very pure. Could it be that a real phoenix actually looks like a pheasant? Zhou Wen thought to himself. The pheasant constantly attacked Zhou Wen, seemingly determined to kill him personally. Although the golden-winged bird had no intention of attacking Zhou Wen after being reprimanded by the pheasant, it kept eyeing him covetously. From the looks of it, if the pheasant suffered any damage, it would immediately rush over and tear Zhou Wen to pieces. From the looks of it, It's time to use Great Brahma's true strength. I don't care if you are a true phoenix. I'll kill you first. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. You are the one who insisted on courting death. The small perfection of Wisdom Sutra in Zhou Wen's body circulated crazily, as the Great Brahma armor over his body became even more mysterious. The black hole halo wheel behind him didn't change, but it seemed to be devouring everything nearby.
All life is equal.
Zhou Wen stood in the garden like a Buddha. Faced with the pheasants pecking, he slowly closed his eyes and chanted like a Buddha. Chapter 17:20 All life is equal. The pheasant was accustomed to having the final say at Kunlun Mountain. It pecked down without any regard for anything. Zhou Wen's eyes remained closed, but it was as though he had already expected the pheasant's attack trajectory. He raised his palm slightly and extended a finger, blocking the pheasant's beak. At the instant the two came into contact, the wheel of light behind Zhou Wen was like a true black hole that instantly devoured everything. The man and pheasant didn't seem to change, but their surroundings had become extremely strange. The garden that was inches away vanished. The grass, flowers, and trees vanished as well. The golden-winged bird that was eyeing them covetously also vanished. It was as though Zhou Wen and the pheasant were the only ones left in the world. Everything around them was an empty darkness. The pheasant was slightly stunned as it looked around, seemingly puzzled.
All life is equal except for one life.
Zhou Wen's eyes remained closed as he walked towards the pheasant. The true power of Great Brahma's domain was naturally not as simple as having powerful destructive power. This was the true power of Great Brahma's domain. In Great Brahma's domain, all powers and life were isolated. Only the creatures that Zhou Wen pulled into Great Brahma's domain could touch Zhou Wen's body. Any creature outside Great Brahma's domain, even someone as powerful as the golden-winged bird, could only see an illusion without touching anything inside. Unless the creature locked onto by Great Brahma's domain died or Great Brahma's domain was defeated, no external force could affect Zhou Wen. The golden-winged bird noticed the anomaly and let out an angry cry. Its wings slashed at Zhou Wen with a terrifying golden light. However, the golden light that could slice through everything seemed to slash at an illusion. No matter how many times it slashed at Zhou Wen's body, it couldn't injure him at all. The two seemed to be in two completely different spaces. The pheasant remained as belligerent as before as it transformed into a white beam and charged at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was already filled with killing intent, but it didn't show on his face. He was as calm as Buddha. His body moved slightly as he dodged the pheasant's pecking. At the same time, he threw a punch at the pheasant's abdomen. The pheasant flapped its wings and instantly leaped into the air, dodging Zhou Wen's fist. At the same time, its hook-like claws reached out for Zhou Wen's eyes. Great Brahma only had one face and a pair of arms left under the armor, but this didn't mean that the other abilities had vanished. They had only been fused into this face. Faced with the pheasant's claw attack, Zhou Wen's speed was too slow to dodge or block. He had no intention of dodging or blocking as he used his helm to block the pheasant's indomitable claw attack. Bang! The indomitable claw grabbed the dark gold helm, but it failed to penetrate it. It didn't even make Zhou Wen take a step back. Instead, it let out a tragic cry as it flew backward, as though it had suffered a heavy blow. Great Brahma also had the ability to reflect damage. After fusing all four sides, this ability became even stronger. Looking at the pheasant that flew out, Zhou Wen tore through the void and instantly arrived in front of it. He punched it repeatedly like a storm. Bam! 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 The pheasant suffered continuous attacks as its body staggered from the impact, distorting in the air. It had to be said that the pheasant's body was extremely powerful. Typical calamity-grade creatures would have long been shattered by such a destructive force. However, the pheasant only let out tragic cries. Feathers were constantly sent flying, but it didn't suffer a fatal blow, nor did it lose its combat strength. It even reached out its claws and beak to counterattack during the gap between Zhou Wen's attacks. However, when its attacks landed on Zhou Wen, it ended up being injured. Seeing Zhou Wen crazily attack the pheasant, sending its feathers flying everywhere, the golden-winged bird outside cried out angrily. The golden light on its body erupted like a volcano as it slashed at Zhou Wen's figure again and again. However, such a terrifying attack was completely useless. It could clearly see Zhou Wen, but all its forces passed through him. It was as though he was a mirage. No matter how destructive the golden-winged bird's power was, it was useless against Zhou Wen while he was inside Great Brahma's domain. All it could do was panic outside.
It doesn't matter if you are a phoenix or a pheasant. Even if you are the son of the universe, you are only a living creature. You only have one life. Fight with your life on the line. There's only you and me.
Zhou Wen punched the pheasant again and again. The strikes weren't fatal, but made the pheasant scream repeatedly as its feathers constantly tore apart. The pheasant's body, which was originally covered by white feathers, had golden skin exposed in many places. The skin was crystalline like gold crystal, as though there was a rainbow luster flowing within. After suffering such ferocious blows, although the pheasant kept screaming, it became more ferocious. The rainbow-colored glow in its body intensified. What was even more terrifying was that the pheasant only knew simple offensive techniques like pecking and claw strikes. They were far inferior to Zhou Wen's rich techniques, but with the passage of time, the pheasant's techniques became more varied. In fact, no technique Zhou Wen used could injure the pheasant a second time. If it were an ordinary calamity-grade creature, they would have long been out of options, and wouldn't be able to injure the pheasant at all. However, Zhou Wen's combat techniques appeared infinite in number. A seemingly simple punch contained infinite variations, making it difficult for the pheasant to predict his attack trajectory. In terms of strength, Zhou Wen might not be the strongest on Earth, but in terms of combat realm and techniques, no one on Earth was his match. Ignoring the infinite variations of the 3,000 sword intents, just the small perfection of Wisdom Realm was enough to turn Zhou Wen into something magical. It was as though a simple move would become unpredictable and unfathomable in Zhou Wen's hands. The pheasant was constantly struck. Its feathers flew in the sky. Just as it was about to turn into a bald chicken, the pheasant suddenly let out a strange cry. The rainbow-colored light in its body tore out, and its entire body was enveloped by strange colors. The body that was about to turn bald instantly transformed into rainbow feathers that covered its body again. Not only that, but its body also underwent an inexplicable change. The feathers on its head and back grew longer and longer as they danced like immortal clouds. The rainbow feathers on its body spread out in the wind. After it spread its wings, the rainbow-colored glass like luster rose and danced, swirling around its body like immortal clouds. At that moment, the pheasant no longer looked like a pheasant. It was clearly a rainbow phoenix surrounded by an immortal aura. Enjoying mass release? Comment below and let us know. Chapter 1721 Rainbow Phoenix. Chapter 1721 Rainbow Phoenix. This is a phoenix? Why doesn't it look as orthodox as Chick? Zhou Wen saw that the phoenix was colorful and beautiful, but due to its beauty, it lacked its domineeringness. Zhou Wen's impression of a phoenix was a bird covered in golden flames, domineering and noble. Although such a gorgeous creature looked like a phoenix, it still left Zhou Wen somewhat puzzled. Having been bullied for so long, the pheasant was already enraged. At that moment, it transformed into a rainbow phoenix and spat out rainbow-like flames. Zhou Wen condensed the power of Great Brahma and punched the rainbow flames. Great Brahma's power seldom encountered a nemesis. Its destructive power was extremely powerful, but when it encountered the rainbow flames, it lost the destructive power it should have. It was forcefully disintegrated by the rainbow flames. What kind of flame is this? It can actually restrain Great Brahma's power. Zhou Wen was alarmed, as he hurriedly instant transmitted to dodge the burning of the rainbow flames. Junior brother! Zhou Wen was fighting the rainbow phoenix, when he suddenly heard Lu Yun's voice. Didn't you flee? Why are you back? Zhou Wen heard the voice, but he didn't see Lu Yun. He didn't know where he had hidden, nor did he have the time to find his location. What do you mean flee? I went to get the cavalry for you, said Lu Yun. Where's your cavalry? Zhou Wen asked as he fought. I haven't found one, so be careful. I think the bird you're fighting is most likely a phoenix. Lu Yun paused before continuing. Don't think that phoenixes only spew fire. In ancient myths and legends, phoenixes are actually an extremely terrifying existence. This phoenix is probably the kind of phoenix in ancient myths. It has terrifying might. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to speak to him. Great Brahma's powers were restrained, and his speed was inferior to the phoenix's. All he could do was rely on his techniques to fight the rainbow phoenix, but he was already at a disadvantage. Have you heard of the legend of phoenixes giving birth to rocks and peacocks? Lu Yun continued transmitting his voice. Cut the crap. Tell me something useful. Zhou Wen really wasn't in the mood to listen to his stories. Great Brahma's powers were restrained, making his combat a challenge. From what I see, your strength seems to be somewhat similar to the Buddhist pantheon. Back then, the Peacock Bright King was able to devour Buddha, so it's obvious that the peacock's strength has a restraining effect on the Buddhist pantheon. As for the phoenix, it's the peacock's ancestor. Its strength will restrain you. You can try fighting it with a different type of power. Perhaps it will be better, said Lu Yun. Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. He naturally knew that any other type of power might not be restrained, but he had to have one to change. Only Great Brahma was at the heaven level. The powers below the heaven level couldn't touch the phoenix. Truth Listener hadn't completed its mutation, so it couldn't be summoned. Can't you say something useful? Zhou Wen couldn't dodge in time, and the rainbow flames were about to burn him. His vision blurred as he realized that he had been moved far away, dodging the rainbow phoenix's attack. Only then did Zhou recall that the grass fruit baby was still lying on his shoulder. It had escaped with Zhou, allowing him to dodge the rainbow flames.
Alright, I'll forgive you for being uneducated. Have you heard of a mythical peacock that knows the 5-color divine light? I reckon this phoenix's rainbow flames are even more terrifying than the 5-color divine light. It's best if you don't touch it,
said Lu Yun. Zhou didn't wish to be tainted by the rainbow flames. If it could even disintegrate the power of Great Brahma, death was almost a certainty if he touched it. Thankfully, the grass fruit baby provided sufficient help. As long as Zhou would encounter danger, this fellow would use an escape technique to escape with him. It was very obedient. I don't care anymore. If it benefits, so be it. Zhou knew that this couldn't continue. The rainbow phoenix was much faster than him, while Great Brahma was restrained by the rainbow flames. He had to think of other solutions. He simultaneously circulated Great Brahma and the Chaos Egg. Just as the Chaos Egg protected Zhou body, the rainbow flames enveloped the Chaos Egg. Thankfully, the Chaos Egg wasn't burned through as Zhou expected. However, essence energy crystals were produced crazily, almost bursting the egg instantaneously. Zhou got Imperial Lord Behemoth to absorb essence energy crystals, but it was only a drop in the ocean. Thankfully, the grass fruit baby didn't disappoint him. It opened its mouth and instantly absorbed most of the essence energy crystals. The red light in its body became brighter and brighter, like a crystal chandelier. Although what Lu Yun said is a little far-fetched, it's not completely impossible. If a phoenix can give birth to a peacock and a roc, then there's no reason why a phoenix can't have the abilities of a peacock and a roc. The golden-winged roc's speed is unparalleled, and the mythical peacock does have 5-color divine light. This phoenix has the speed of a roc and the peacock's 5-color divine light. Furthermore, it's an upgraded version. It probably won't be easy to kill. If Truth Listener is around, it shouldn't be difficult for me to find an opportunity by joining forces with it. Zhou wasn't worried about the Chaos Egg exploding for the time being. He carefully observed the Rainbow Phoenix, hoping to find its weakness. The teacher domain analyzed the Rainbow Phoenix's trajectory again and again, but the analysis was very slow. It was unknown how long it would take to completely analyze it. After the grass fruit baby absorbed the crystals for a period of time, the red light in its body gradually dimmed, turning into a red heart that appeared in its chest. The grass fruit baby's body gradually returned to its original appearance after the heart completely solidified. It was no longer as transparent as before. When the baby completely recovered, it stopped absorbing essence energy crystals. Zhou was immediately given a fright. The Chaos Egg had lasted all this time thanks to the grass fruit baby's absorption of the essence energy crystal. Otherwise, the Chaos Egg probably wouldn't have lasted 2 seconds under the rainbow flames. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the Chaos Egg was pushed to its limits. Imperial Lord Behemoth couldn't absorb much, so just as it was about to explode, bang! The Chaos Egg failed to hold on and exploded. Zhou body was immediately exposed. Thankfully, he used spatial instant transmission to leave his previous spot without touching the rainbow flames.
Little brat, don't just eat and do nothing. Haven't you already completed your evolution? Quickly beat up that crappy bird.
Zhou was still counting on the grass fruit baby to fight the phoenix, so he could take the opportunity to escape. However, the grass fruit baby lay on Zhou back without any intention of fighting. It was unknown if it had a good temper, had no intention of taking revenge, or if it knew that its strength was inferior to the rainbow phoenix, making it afraid of fighting it. Just as he was feeling depressed, he suddenly realized that something was amiss with the Chaos Egg. In the past, after the Chaos Egg exploded, its foundation would be damaged. It would take some time to condense it again. Yet, after the Chaos Egg exploded, Zhou didn't sense any damage to its foundation. It was as though he could continue using the Chaos Egg. Zhou gave it a try and indeed, the Chaos Egg appeared around him again. Chapter 1722 Chaos Heaven Level. Chapter 1722 Chaos Heaven Level. Why can the Chaos Egg suddenly be used continuously? Zhou knew that something had definitely happened to the Chaos Egg, but he wasn't sure what caused the change. Such a change was definitely related to the use of the Chaos Egg. Between the Rainbow Phoenix and the Grass Fruit Baby, one of them had definitely affected the Chaos Egg. Zhou was more inclined to the former. With this in mind, Zhou made another attempt. He could immediately use the Chaos Egg after it exploded. He didn't need to wait like before. This is a little strange. The Chaos Egg clearly has an advance to the Heaven Realm, but it's very different from before. What's going on? Zhou carefully sensed the Chaos Egg's every shattering and rebirth. He increasingly felt that the changes in the Chaos Egg were related to the Rainbow Phoenix. Or rather, it was related to the Rainbow Flames. The Chaos Egg underwent such a change after being burned by the Rainbow Flames. Previously, the Chaos Egg exploded countless times, but there weren't any special changes. Now, there's actually such a change. Could it be that this rainbow phoenix is really different? Then, if this continues, will the Chaos Egg have a chance of advancing to the Heaven Realm? Zhou Wen's mind stirred. The Chaos Egg hadn't changed for a long time. Now that he finally saw the opportunity to advance it to the Heaven Realm, Zhou Wen naturally wouldn't let it go. It was only because Zhou Wen had many life preservation means. Anyone else would be eager to escape. They wouldn't have such thoughts in a battle of such magnitude. The Chaos Egg exploded again and again. Zhou Wen could clearly sense that the Chaos Egg that hadn't stirred for a long time had finally undergone a clear change. It really works. Zhou Wen was overjoyed.
Junior brother, aren't you going to escape? What are you waiting for?
Lu Yun's voice sounded again. It was obvious that he was puzzled.
Eldest senior brother, didn't you say that the sword was protected by a phoenix? Is that phoenix the same one as this?
Zhou Wen asked.
They are all rainbow colors, but it seems a little different. It's definitely not the same one. Furthermore, that phoenix has always been rainbow colored. It's unlike this phoenix which was a pheasant in the beginning.
Lu Yun answered.
Does that mean that as long as I can deal with this phoenix, it shouldn't be difficult to retrieve the sword?
Although Zhou Wen said that, his thoughts were somewhat different. Zhou Wen wasn't too concerned about getting the sword. He was considering whether he should try his luck with the other phoenix, if this phoenix's rainbow flames couldn't advance the Chaos Egg to the Heaven level.
What are you thinking? There might still be some hope if you manage to get Human Sovereign's companion beast, otherwise stop dreaming.
Lu Yun probed.
That might not be the case.
Zhou Wen thought to himself, Truth Listener's offensive strength is indeed powerful, but the Chaos Egg's defense isn't weak either. If it can advance to the Heaven level, it might be able to withstand the Rainbow Phoenix's flames. Zhou Wen didn't say anything else. When Lu Yun saw the Chaos Egg explode again and again, he imagined that Zhou Wen was just being stubborn. He continued,
Hold on a little longer. I've already contacted the old fellow. When he comes, he might have a way to help you escape. Jing Daoxian has already reached the Heaven level?
Zhou Wen was somewhat alarmed.
No, but the old fellow has many solutions. There are some things that we can't do, but he has a way to resolve them. We have to accept this. The old dogs hunt the best,
said Lu Yun. Zhou Wen believed him. A person like Jing Daoxian couldn't be measured by his level. Although Zhou Wen wanted to know what level Jing Daoxian was at, it wasn't appropriate to ask Lu Yun. After all, he and Jing Daoxian might be enemies in the future. Getting Lu Yun to betray his own kin wasn't something Zhou Wen could bring himself to do, even if Lu Yun was willing to say.
Why isn't the old fellow here yet?
Lu Yun was somewhat worried that Zhou Wen wouldn't be able to last long when he saw the Chaos Egg crack again and again. However, he hadn't received a response after sending a message. Jing Daoxian hadn't appeared either. Zhou Wen's endurance far exceeded Lu Yun's expectations. Every time Lu Yun felt that Zhou Wen couldn't last much longer, the latter proved him wrong. Lu Yun was almost numb towards the end. I wonder what essence energy art this junior brother of mine cultivates in. Why are there so many strange abilities? How many essence energy arts has he cultivated? Lu Yun guessed inwardly. Typically, people would only cultivate one essence energy art. Humans who could cultivate two essence energy arts at the same time were already rare. However, with Lu Yun's understanding of Zhou Wen, the latter definitely had more than two essence energy arts. If I didn't know that it was impossible for this fellow to join the dimension, I would have thought that he had long betrayed his humanity. It's unbelievable that a pure human can do this. Lu Yun actually suspected that Zhou Wen was no longer human like Wang Mingyuan. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for others to advance to the mythical stage by cultivating two essence energy arts even if they used a mythical serum. Yet, Zhou Wen was already at the calamity grade. Furthermore, he used far more than two essence energy arts. After the Chaos Egg shattered countless times, Zhou Wen finally felt that it had reached a critical point. It didn't stir much as though success was a matter of course. When the Chaos Egg was summoned again, it had already advanced to the Heaven level, and was somewhat different from before. The Heaven level. Zhou Wen looked at the Chaos Egg, eager to know what changes the Heaven level Chaos Egg had undergone. The greatest possibility was that the stacking of essence energy crystals increased, but when the rainbow flames burned over, Zhou Wen realized that the stacking numbers of essence energy crystals didn't change. They were still in the hundreds of millions, so there was no way to continue stacking them. Soon, Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised to discover a large number of essence energy crystals appear in the Chaos Egg. The Chaos Egg would have exploded in the past, but now, with so many essence energy crystals inside, it didn't feel crowded at all. The space inside the Chaos Egg has expanded. No, it's not as simple as having expanded. The rainbow flames constantly burn the Chaos Egg. The number of essence energy crystals inside the Chaos Egg was uncountable, but despite the space being limited, it didn't pile up. The Chaos Egg stopped shattering. After a while, he suddenly heard Lu Yun's voice again. Furthermore, His emotion seemed rather unstable.
Holy sh*t, don't tell me that you planned on using the phoenix to cultivate from the beginning?
Lu Yun shouted. He could now tell that the Chaos Egg had advanced.
No, I just did some last-minute training,
Zhou Wen said truthfully. Lu Yun fell silent. After a while, he heard Lu Yun say through gritted teeth.
Freak!
Chapter 1723 Canyon. The heaven-level Chaos Egg still didn't have any offensive abilities, but its defense became unimaginably powerful. Even the strange power of the rainbow flames couldn't cause any substantial damage to the Chaos Egg. From the looks of it, the Chaos Egg is purely a defensive essence energy art. It would be even better if it had some offensive strength, Zhou Wen thought greedily. With the heaven-level Chaos Egg protecting him, the rainbow flames couldn't harm Zhou Wen anymore. Instead, the number of essence energy crystals in the Chaos Egg reached an astronomical number. It benefited a gluttonous companion beast like Tyrant Behemoth. After all, essence energy crystals were useless. Zhou Wen got the companion beasts that could absorb essence energy crystals to absorb them as best they could. Imperial Lord Behemoth's crazy devouring made it advance to the hell level. As long as there was enough time, it was only a matter of time before it advanced to the heaven level. It's easier to rear a companion beast like Imperial Lord Behemoth. As long as there's food, it can advance. If others knew of Zhou Wen's thoughts, they would probably vomit blood. If it were an ordinary person raising Imperial Lord Behemoth, not having it starve to death would be amazing enough. Advancing to the Calamity grade was an extravagant hope. Explosive Fiend Man had also swallowed quite a number of essence energy crystals, and it came close to advancing to the Calamity grade. It was one of the few companion beasts that could advance to the Calamity grade with essence energy crystals.
Bro, stop fooling around. We need to go. The immortal sword over there isn't waiting for anyone. If it's really taken by the immortals, it would be too late for regrets,
Lu Yun said gloomily. Although Zhou Wen really wanted to stay here and use the rainbow flames to raise his companion beasts, where raising Imperial Lord Behemoth to the heaven level was the best possible outcome, before leaving he gave up after some thought. Since there was already a solution and the dungeon had been successfully downloaded, there were plenty of opportunities in the future. He might not stand another chance with that sword in the future. Things like the immortal culling sword might not exist in game. It was useless even if he downloaded the dungeon. If that sword was really a set with the immortal culling sword, it was better to have it in his hands than have the immortals possess it. If it were in the past, Zhou Wen might have been somewhat hesitant, unwilling to take the risk in such a dangerous place. Now that the Chaos Egg had advanced to the heaven level, his worries were greatly reduced.
Let's go!
Zhou Wen stopped fighting the Rainbow Phoenix and charged into the stone chamber against the rainbow flames. The Rainbow Phoenix indignantly spewed fire at Zhou Wen as it chased after him, eager to burn him to ashes. Unfortunately, it could only watch as Zhou Wen rushed into the stone chamber and entered the pit. The golden-winged bird cried out angrily, but unfortunately, it couldn't touch Zhou Wen. It was unknown if the Rainbow Phoenix and the golden-winged bird refused to enter because they disdained the pit for being a toilet, or if there was some other reason, but they didn't chase after them.
Go back!
Seeing the Rainbow Phoenix cease its pursuit, he dispelled the Chaos Egg in the tunnel, and planned on letting the grass fruit baby return alone. Although this thing was magical, it involved too many variables. It wasn't under Zhou Wen's control, so it might be troublesome to take it back. Furthermore, ordinary Calamity creatures couldn't randomly leave dimensional zones. It wasn't easy for creatures to break out of the dimensional zones. It wasn't difficult to break out of ordinary dimensional zones, but it wasn't that simple to break out of a dimensional zone like Kunlun. The grass fruit baby sat on Zhou Wen's shoulder, but it didn't seem to hear him. It remained motionless as it looked at Zhou Wen with an innocent expression.
Go back to where you come from!
Zhou Wen pointed inside. The grass fruit baby remained motionless, as though it didn't understand what Zhou Wen was saying. Forget it. It will naturally return at the exit when it realizes it can't leave. Zhou Wen continued heading for the exit. To his surprise, after Zhou Wen stepped out the exit, the grass fruit baby followed him out of the Kunlun Mountain dimensional zone without any obstruction.
You're finally out?
Lu Yun was already waiting outside. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Zhou Wen come out.
Where's your grandfather?
Zhou Wen looked around and didn't see Jing Daoxian.
Don't mention it. There wasn't any response after I sent the message. I don't know where he went.
Lu Yun shrugged and continued.
Let's not talk about this for now. We are far behind schedule. I don't know if we can make it now. Let's go!
Zhou Wen didn't say anything else as he turned around and headed for the pool.
Are you going to deal with this thing first?
Lu Yun pointed at the grass fruit baby on Zhou Wen's shoulder. Going to such a dangerous place with such an unknown item was equivalent to carrying a time bomb. Who knew when something would happen? Zhou Wen glanced at the grass fruit baby and pondered for a moment before shaking his head.
Forget it. Let's talk when we get there.
Lu Yun didn't say anything else as the two of them headed for the entrance to the pool. The entrance to the pool was beneath the pool surface. At the end of the underground river-like waterway was a bigger pool. One could still hear rumbling sounds. Before surfacing, Zhou Wen first used the teacher domain to scan the nearby area and realized that this place was completely different from the place they had entered. This was a huge canyon. They were under a waterfall that was probably 10,000 feet tall. The cascading water was like a roaring white dragon hanging from the mountain wall. It looked extremely spectacular. However, they didn't find the phoenix or immortal sword that Lu Yun had mentioned. There was flowing water in the canyon, and there were plenty of fungi growing on the cliffs on both sides. The big ones were almost like houses, and the small ones were about the size of millstones. They stacked on the stone walls and looked like circular roofs. The fungi were colorful and beautiful. The entire canyon appeared to be a fairyland.
Be careful. The spores emitted by these mushrooms are everywhere. If you accidentally breathe them in, they will parasitize your body and suck dry your flesh and blood as nutrients.
Lu Yun knew that Zhou Wen's eyesight had reached a microscopic level and could see the spores, but he still warned him.
Don't tell me there are dimensional creatures like the Ganoderma baby here?
Zhou Wen remembered reading on the internet that someone had obtained a Ganoderma baby companion beast that had extremely powerful recovery skills. Typical injuries could be instantly healed. It was said that it had the ability to resurrect the dead. As long as a person was still breathing, no matter how serious their injuries were, they could be treated. However, that ability seemed to require sacrificing the Ganoderma companion beast. Even so, it was already very enviable. Zhou Wen had long wanted to get one, but it was too rare. He couldn't buy it, nor did he know which dimensional zone it came from.
I didn't hear the old man mention that there's such a thing. He only told me that the spores here are very terrifying. We mustn't let them enter our bodies,
Lu Yun said after some thought. Lu Yun's words reminded Zhou Wen of a companion beast of his. Chapter 17:24 Phoenix. Zhou Wen hadn't found a suitable way to evolve Primordial Spore after turning it into an evolvable companion beast. In the past, Primordial Spore had once devoured other types of spores to evolve. Now that there were spores everywhere in the canyon, it was unknown if Primordial Spore could do the same by devouring them. However, Primordial Spore's level was too low. Zhou Wen was afraid that it would end up being devoured, so he didn't dare rashly attempt it. He planned on experimenting in-game in the future.
The immortal sword is at the end of the canyon. We have to rush over as quickly as possible. Don't use spatial teleportation here, nor do you have to fly too quickly. Follow me.
As Lu Yun spoke, he leaped into the air and slowly flew towards one end of the canyon.
Why can't I fly too quickly?
Zhou Wen could understand not being able to use spatial teleportation. There were spores everywhere. If he used spatial teleportation to teleport, his body might very well bump into the spores when he phased into existence. It was equivalent to him taking the initiative to inject spores into his body. That was equivalent to courting death.
There are too many spores. If we fly too quickly, it will attract a large number of spores to attach to us. Don't think that it's easy to ward them off. It will be different if there are more. Anyway, it's very dangerous here. It's more reliable for us to follow the old man's method,
Lu Yun explained. Zhou Wen nodded and slowly flew behind Lu Yun. A lone peak tore through the clouds, a somewhat strange mountain peak. Typical mountain peaks were narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure from the mountain rocks and would easily collapse. However, this mountain peak was narrow at the bottom, wide at the bottom. It looked like a strange fusiform that stood at the end of the canyon. From afar, it looked like it would collapse at any moment. Vast narrow. Beneath this strange mountain peak, a man and a woman were looking up.
Immortal supremacy, that immortal sword is embedded on the mountaintop. However, there's a phoenix resting on this mountain. Once one approaches the mountain peak, they will be attacked by the phoenix. I can only send you to this point,
Wang Mingyuan said, neither obsequiously nor superciliously, as he stood behind the woman. The woman stared at the mountain for a long time before saying,
You speak the truth. The immortal sword is indeed on the mountaintop, protected by a phoenix. How would I dare lie to you, immortal supremacy?
Wang Mingyuan said.
However, since I'm here, just follow me up the mountain. Although a phoenix is an ancient divine creature, it can't injure you at all with me around,
the woman said indifferently.
Immortal supremacy, according to the agreement, I'm only responsible for taking you to the immortal sword. Furthermore, with my meager combat abilities, I'll only bring trouble by following you. I won't be of much help.
Wang Mingyuan naturally didn't wish to follow the woman up the mountain. The woman said calmly,
Everyone knows that phoenixes have 5 colors. Mortals view dragons as emperors, while phoenixes are the concubines or empress. However, they don't know that at the beginning of the chaos, the yin and yang transformed into dragons and phoenixes. That's a true phoenix.
After a pause, the woman continued.
Before humans were born, dragons and phoenixes dominated the world. There was a huge battle that nearly tore the world apart. Do you know who the final victor was? I've only heard of the Dragon Phoenix Calamity, but I don't know who won in the end. However, if I were to guess, it should be the phoenixes which clinched the final victory.
Wang Mingyuan said.
For the Buddha race to employ you in such an important position is indeed not without reason.
The woman glanced at Wang Mingyuan and continued.
The dragon is Yin, and the phoenix is Yang. The phoenix indeed clinched final victory in the battle between the dragons and phoenixes. Although it was a Pyrrhic victory, and it injured its own kind, it ultimately obtained the dragon's Yin. Only by fusing Yin and Yang could it be called a phoenix. Mortals treat dragons as an emperor and think of them as a pure Yang body, but in fact, it's just inaccurate. How can such a blasphemous thing be a pure Yang body? However, after the Dragon Phoenix Calamity, the phoenix was severely injured and had to recluse itself from the world. The phoenixes that mortals later saw were only transformed from ordinary birds that obtained a little of the phoenix's blood. The phoenix bloodline that truly inherited chaos has 7 colors. The rainbow-colored yin-yang divine light can ward off the sun and moon. How can those so-called phoenix flames compare?
As the woman spoke, she retracted her gaze from the mountain peak and looked at Wang Mingyuan.
In the legends of you humans, there's the legend of a phoenix giving birth to a golden-winged roc and a peacock. Although such legends have many flaws, there's one thing that's right. The abilities of the golden-winged roc and peacock do come from the phoenix, but they haven't completely obtained its essence. I've also heard that peacocks have 5-colored divine light. I believe it comes from the phoenix, right?
Wang Mingyuan said.
It's not wrong, but the 5-colored divine light is naturally much inferior to the phoenix's rainbow divine light,
the woman said indifferently.
However, the present phoenix has ultimately damaged its foundation. It will be difficult for it to recover its former glory. Furthermore, the phoenix here can't be the one born from the chaos. It's just a descendant of its lineage. It can only be considered a mortal creature if it hasn't entered the apocalypse grade. Just go up. With me around, it can't injure you at all.
With the woman already saying so much, Wang Mingyuan knew that he had to accompany her up. All he could do was nod and say,
I'll obey your orders, immortal supremacy.
The woman didn't say anything else as she walked towards the strange mountain peak. Wang Mingyuan followed behind her and stared at the mountain peak without any change in expression. However, Wang Mingyuan was secretly puzzled. I got her to enter through the north gate and took such a long detour. Why haven't Lu Yun and Zhou Wen arrived? Could something have happened? Although Wang Mingyuan was puzzled, his expression remained stoic as he followed the woman onto the mountain. Just as the two of them reached the top of the mountain, they heard a phoenix cry that stirred the clouds. A rainbow beam tore down from the mountaintop like a rainbow that streaked down from the sky and flew towards them. If Zhou Wen were here, he would definitely be familiar with the rainbow divine light. Inside the rainbow divine light was a rainbow phoenix. The glow around it was identical to the rainbow flames Zhou Wen had seen. However, the rainbow divine light of the rainbow phoenix was pure and thicker than the rainbow flames of the one in the garden. It was impossible to tell its original form through the flames. All one could see was the resplendent colors of light. The woman showed no intention of dodging when she saw the rainbow divine light shoot toward her. With a slight pull of her slender hand, her index and middle fingers transformed into a sword stance as she pointed at the rainbow divine light. An invisible sword beam, formless and colorless, tore out of her finger. The intent of the sword aura made one feel as though a sharp sword was rising against the night sky to meet the rainbow divine light. Chapter 17:25 Nihility Sword Aura. The sword beam collided with the rainbow divine light, but it didn't produce any sound. The two forces intertwined strangely like two ropes. The woman stood at the foot of the mountain as the phoenix soared halfway up the mountain. The tug of war seemed to be in a stalemate. It didn't seem like a tense situation, but it was actually a dire situation that could throw one into complete danger at any moment. When two forces intertwined, any force that was slightly weaker would immediately suffer the backlash from both forces. Therefore, they could only constantly squeeze out whatever was left of their strength to resist the other party to the end, not daring to relax at all.
The phoenix is already under my control. Kill it,
the woman suddenly said indifferently to Wang Mingyuan as she fought the phoenix. Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly. For the woman to make him take action now, it could be said that she was scheming. If she was powerless to kill the phoenix and needed Wang Mingyuan to determine victory, it would be the best opportunity to kill her if Wang Mingyuan were to turn against her. However, on the other hand, this might also be a test for Wang Mingyuan. However, who could guarantee that she didn't really have any strength left? If Wang Mingyuan really had ulterior motives, he would probably miss a great opportunity. If it were anyone else, they might have hesitated, but Wang Mingyuan didn't hesitate at all. He used his palm as a blade and condensed an ice-like blade beam that slashed at the phoenix in midair. The phoenix was unable to dodge due to the woman's restraints. When the blade beam slashed at its body, it was like a sharp blade slicing through flesh. It was split into two. The rainbow divine light dissipated as the phoenix's body exploded in all directions. However, in the next second, the scattered rainbow streams gathered together again and instantly transformed back into the phoenix. The phoenix spread its wings as the rainbow feathers on its body emitted divine light. Like a rainbow sun, the light radiated in all directions. Wang Mingyuan quickly retreated like a ghost, but his speed wasn't as fast as the rainbow divine light. Seeing that he was about to be injured by it, he had no choice but to condense the power of ice and lightning to resist it. However, the moment the light of ice and lightning touched the rainbow divine light, it immediately disintegrated. It couldn't even resist for a moment. Wang Mingyuan had already tried his best to retreat, but he couldn't escape the brilliance of the rainbow divine light. The armor on his body instantly melted, as though it wasn't hard armor but snow. The snow-white skin and muscles beneath the armor melted the moment they came into contact with the rainbow divine light. In the blink of an eye, white bones could be seen. Just as Wang Mingyuan's body was about to be completely enveloped by the rainbow divine light, an invisible force seemed to separate his body from it, forming a clear barrier. The woman emitted infinite sword beams. The invisible and colorless sword beams were so dense that even a needle tip couldn't pierce them. They forcefully blocked the rainbow divine light.
The yin-yang rainbow divine light can disintegrate many things, but my Nihility sword aura isn't one of them,
the woman said indifferently.
Immortal supremacy is indeed extraordinary.
Wang Mingyuan looked down at his chest. His flesh had already melted, revealing his sternum. He could even see the beating heart inside.
Don't worry about anything and focus on treating your injuries,
the woman said before ignoring Wang Mingyuan. She stared at the phoenix, as the sword intent on her body became increasingly ethereal. The Nihility sword aura resisted the yin-yang rainbow divine light, and gradually gained the upper hand. The invisible and colorless sword beams forcefully restrained the rainbow divine light. The phoenix let out a cry as the rainbow divine light became brighter, but it was difficult to redeem the situation.
It's ultimately not the phoenix from the beginning of the chaos.
The woman sighed and took a step forward. Thousands of sword beams tore through the rainbow divine light, and instantly penetrated the phoenix's body. The phoenix's colorful body was instantly diced into specks, but in the next second, the specks of light coalesced into the phoenix's body again. As though it knew how powerful the woman was, the phoenix let out a long cry and flew back to the top of the mountain.
Let's go! Let's go up the mountain to take a look at that immortal sword.
The woman didn't chase after the phoenix. She turned to look at Wang Mingyuan, and saw that the wound on his chest hadn't healed. Wang Mingyuan's healing powers didn't seem to be of any use against the injury. There was a faint rainbow glow around the wound, preventing the regeneration and healing of the flesh. The woman waved her hand, and slashed at Wang Mingyuan with an invisible sword beam. Wang Mingyuan remained motionless, as he allowed the invisible sword beam to slash at him. The sword beam sliced through his injuries again, as more blood flowed out.
Why didn't you dodge?
The woman asked Wang Mingyuan.
I'm nobody. If you want me dead, there's no need to wait until now,
Wang Mingyuan said, as he used his healing powers again. This time, his flesh quickly regenerated, and the wound healed in a moment.
That's right.
With that said, the woman turned around and walked towards the top of the mountain. Wang Mingyuan followed behind the woman, as the two of them headed for the mountaintop. The phoenix could fly freely on the mountain, but the woman and Wang Mingyuan could only walk up the mountain. Even a powerful existence like the woman couldn't fly freely on this strange mountain like the phoenix. Without the phoenix's obstruction, the two of them quickly arrived at the mountaintop. There was a grass patch on the mountaintop. In the middle of the lawn stood a stone monument, which had a sword completely embedded in it, leaving only its hilt visible.
The appearance of the sword spells doom for the world. Even mighty immortal shall meet peril.
The woman looked at the stone monument, and slowly read the words on it. Her expression darkened.
I wonder which person carved these words. How arrogant,
Wang Mingyuan said.
Not a person,
the woman said coldly.
Not a person?
Wang Mingyuan looked at the woman in puzzlement. The woman didn't answer this time. With a wave of her hand, the Nihility sword aura slashed at the stone monument with the immortal sword embedded in it. Clang! 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 When the sword beam slashed at the stone monument, one could hear the sound of a blade snapping. The stone monument was completely unharmed. The powerful Nihility sword aura that could break through the rainbow divine light failed to leave any marks on the stone monument. The woman was slightly taken aback as she looked at the stone monument with a frown and muttered quietly.
Do you have so much hate? Even in death, you still insist on being enemies with the immortals?
After staring at it for a while, the woman slowly walked towards the stone monument. She stood in front of it and reached out to grab the hilt of the sword. She muttered again.
So what if you have resentment? You are ultimately a part of it. How can you say something like vanquishing the world and immortals? It's nothing but a joke.
With that said, the woman used her strength in an attempt to pull the sword out of the stone monument. As the woman's infinite strength was injected into the hilt, the entire mountain seemed to tremble. However, the sword remained motionless. It didn't even budge an inch. Chapter 1726 The Path to Immortality doesn't tolerate one speck of dust. Chapter 1726 The Path to Immortality doesn't tolerate one speck of dust. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun carefully passed through the canyon and finally stood in front of the strange mountain peak.
Kunlun is indeed a mysterious place. We couldn't see such a strange and tall mountain even after walking all this distance. We can only see it when standing at the foot of the mountain. If we fly, I'm afraid we will crash into it.
Lu Yun sighed. Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, he suddenly saw the mountain shake.
Oh no, we're too late. From the looks of it, the immortals are already retrieving the sword. What did I say? I told you not to walk around, but you refused to listen. It's too late for regrets now,
Lu Yun said gloomily.
I'm afraid the immortals have yet to retrieve the sword,
Zhou Wen said as he stared at the mountain peak.
You can see them?
Lu Yun looked at Zhou Wen in puzzlement.
Even the best eyes can't see 100 meters in such a strange place. How can I see it?
Zhou Wen shook his head.
Then how do you know that the immortals failed to retrieve the sword?
Lu Yun asked.
A man's intuition.
Zhou Wen didn't explain as he walked up the mountain.
What are you doing?
Lu Yun hurriedly stopped Zhou Wen.
Teacher told us to retrieve the sword before the immortals come. Now that the immortals are already retrieving the sword, aren't you looking for trouble if you go up now? If teacher really wanted us to retrieve the sword ahead of time, he wouldn't have informed us so late. I'm afraid he wanted us to meet the immortals to begin with,
Zhou Wen said as he walked and stepped onto the mountain.
Then all the more you shouldn't head up. Despite knowing that it's a trap, you are still jumping in?
Although Lu Yun said that, he followed.
It doesn't matter if it's a trap or not. I only want that sword. Go back now. I'll go up and take a look. If things don't work out, I'll naturally leave,
Zhou Wen said.
All right. With that turtle shell of yours protecting you, you don't have to worry about not being able to escape.
Lu Yun stopped in his tracks and didn't follow Zhou Wen up the mountain, but he had no intention of leaving. Zhou Wen walked towards the mountaintop step by step. Lu Yun had told him not to fly on this mountain unless it was absolutely necessary, nor should he use instant transmission abilities. Lu Yun didn't know the consequences of using them. Those words had come from Jing Dao Xian. On the mountaintop, the woman released her grip on the sword hilt and said to Wang Mingyuan,
Draw the sword. Immortal supremacy, you must be joking. How can I pull out a sword that you can't?
Wang Mingyuan said calmly.
I have my reasons. Just draw the sword,
the woman said indifferently.
Yes, immortal supremacy.
Wang Mingyuan didn't say anything else. He walked to the stone monument and reached out to grab the hilt. He tried his best to pull the sword out, but it remained motionless.
Even the body of a human can't pull it out?
The woman frowned slightly.
I'm no longer human.
Wang Mingyuan released his hand and retreated to the side.
Indeed. Then let's find a pure human to give it a try.
As the woman spoke, she turned to leave the mountain, but when she looked down, she saw a figure approaching from halfway up the mountain.
Who else knows about this place?
The woman turned her head and asked Wang Mingyuan.
I've never told anyone about this place since my discovery. It's not within my means if others had independently discovered this place.
Wang Mingyuan's expression remained unchanged. He looked as usual as he continued.
If it's a human, wouldn't that be great? Immortal supremacy, you wouldn't have to go out to find someone.
The woman couldn't tell if Wang Mingyuan was lying, so she didn't ask further. She turned to look at the figure at the foot of the mountain, hoping to confirm who it was. On this strange mountain peak, the woman's gaze was greatly affected. She could only see the outline of a figure from afar. Zhou Wen's eyesight clearly wasn't that strong. He didn't see the woman's figure when she saw him. By the time he saw the woman on the mountaintop, she could identify him clearly.
Wang Mingyuan, don't tell me that there's such a coincidence in this world. No one else has discovered the secret of Kunlun Mountain, and it just so happens that you and your disciple discovered the same secret.
The woman's gaze at Wang Mingyuan had already turned cold.
There are many coincidences in the world. This isn't strange. I can swear on my soul that I've never told this secret to my disciple.
As Wang Mingyuan spoke, he really began making the oath. When the woman saw that Wang Mingyuan had really sworn a soul oath, she remained unconvinced. However, it was impossible for there to be no reaction from Wang Mingyuan if he was lying under the soul oath. This meant that he wasn't lying.
From the looks of it, it's really a coincidence,
the woman said, as though she was about to turn to look down the mountain. However, Before she could turn around, she suddenly waved her hand and slashed at Wang Mingyuan. This slash was too sudden. Furthermore, the woman's Nihility Sword aura was too fast. Before Wang Mingyuan could react, he was beheaded by the Nihility Sword aura. When Wang Mingyuan's head fell from midair, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. It was as though he never expected the woman to kill him. He refused to believe it even in death.
The path to immortality doesn't tolerate one speck of dust.
The woman seemed to have done something trivial. She didn't even look at Wang Mingyuan's corpse. It was impossible for anyone to survive under the Nihility Sword aura unless Wang Mingyuan had the ability to undergo nirvana rebirth like a phoenix. Unfortunately, Wang Mingyuan wasn't a phoenix, nor did he have the ability to revive. Wang Mingyuan's corpse and head fell from the mountain. Zhou Wen was originally sizing up the woman when he suddenly saw something rolling down. On careful look, his expression changed drastically.
Teacher!
Zhou Wen reached out to grab Wang Mingyuan's body and head. After confirming his death, his expression turned even uglier. This was indeed Wang Mingyuan's corpse. He was dead. In an instant, Zhou Wen seemed to make a decision. Unexpectedly, he threw Wang Mingyuan's corpse away and ran down the mountain.
The so-called feelings of humans are truly hypocritical.
The woman was first taken aback as a sneer appeared on her lips. She walked down the mountain. She didn't walk quickly as though she was taking a stroll. But despite Zhou Wen running at full speed, the distance between them became shorter and shorter. Just as Zhou Wen reached the mountainside, he heard a cold voice behind him. It sounded like it was coming from behind his neck.
If you continue running, I'll chop off your head just like your teacher.
Zhou Wen's body instantly froze as he stopped running. He slowly turned around and saw the woman standing less than 3 meters behind him, staring coldly at him.
Sister, I don't think we know each other, right?
Zhou Wen revealed a stiff smile as he looked at the woman. Chapter 1727 Zhou Wen draws the sword. Chapter 1727 Zhou Wen draws the sword.
Are the elites among humans as cunning as you?
The woman said coldly as she stared at Zhou Wen.
That's not right. You make it sound as though you aren't human.
Zhou Wen said in thought when he saw that the woman didn't immediately take action.
How can I be a lowly creature like humans?
The woman said indifferently.
I'm giving you 2 choices now. Do you want to live or die?
The woman spoke as though Zhou Wen's life was firmly within her grasp. As long as she gently moved her fingers, she could crush Zhou Wen to death.
Sigh, who wants to die if they can live?
Zhou Wen sighed.
Come with me if you want to live.
As the woman spoke, she turned and walked towards the mountaintop. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before following the woman to the top of the mountain. As he walked, he asked,
Why do you want me to follow you up the mountain? Doing what you wanted to do.
The woman answered.
I really don't know what I was planning on doing. Why don't you make it clear?
Zhou Wen said.
If you want to die, feel free to continue acting dumb.
The woman didn't seem willing to waste her breath on Zhou Wen as she sped up. Zhou Wen originally wanted to get some information out of her, but when he heard her say that, he quickly followed her to the mountaintop. The stone monument and sword hilt on the mountaintop remained the same. Zhou Wen naturally saw it at a glance and couldn't help but recite.
The appearance of the sword spells doom for the world. Even mighty immortals shall meet peril. Pull that sword out.
The woman said expressionlessly.
Why do you want me to pull out the sword? What sword is that?
Zhou Wen asked the woman, but he thought to himself, could this be the immortal peril sword of the 4 immortal vanquishing swords? The sword didn't have any aura, so Zhou Wen couldn't tell if it was the immortal peril sword.
If you have so much time to talk, why don't you pray that you can pull the sword out? Otherwise, you will follow in your teacher's footsteps.
The woman said coldly.
You killed my teacher just because he couldn't pull out this sword?
Zhou Wen said in surprise.
Don't test my patience.
If not for the fact that she was unwilling to take the trouble to head out and find another human, the woman probably wouldn't have allowed Zhou Wen to say so much.
Will you keep your word? Will you really let me leave if I pull out the sword? Will you kick me to the curb when I've outlived my usefulness?
Zhou Wen looked around and didn't find the phoenix that Lu Yun mentioned. He thought that it might have been killed by a woman. I can only survive in front of the phoenix, but this woman can kill the phoenix. I wonder if the Chaos Egg can block her attack. Logically speaking, Earth hasn't completely lost its seal, so dimensional creatures will still be greatly restricted on Earth. Even if she's at the Apocalypse grade, she shouldn't be able to unleash the power of the Apocalypse grade on Earth.
I'm a woman of her word,
the woman said.
Then I'll believe you for now,
Zhou Wen said as he walked towards the stone monument. When he arrived in front of it, he didn't grab the hilt. Instead, he bowed at the stone monument and seemed to chant something, but it was indecipherable.
What are you doing?
The woman asked with a frown.
Didn't you say that you wanted me to pray? I'm praying for the heavens to bless me so that I can pull the sword out of the stone monument,
Zhou Wen said in all seriousness. The woman didn't say anything else as she looked coldly at Zhou Wen. Zhou enchanted for a while before looking up and reaching out to grab the hilt of the stone monument. The hilt didn't have any similarities to the hilt of the immortal culling sword. It made Zhou suspect if it was the immortal Peril's sword. Logically speaking, the 4 swords that form a set should have some similarities. Who cares if it's real or not? I'll pull it out first. Whoever draws it naturally owns it, Zhou thought to himself as he gripped the hilt with both hands and pulled. The woman stared at the hilt and saw that it remained motionless. She immediately lost interest in Zhou and raised her hand to use the Nihility sword aura to kill him. The Immortals had the intention of making Zhou their representative, but Zhou had never gone to the Immortals with the token. Rejecting the Immortals made him their enemy. The fewer enemies like Zhou on Earth, the better.
Wait, I didn't circulate my energy. When I finish circulating my energy, I'll definitely pull it out,
Zhou hurriedly said. It wasn't that he was afraid of fighting the woman. After all, they had to fight sooner or later. It was useless to be afraid. However, if he could pull out the sword first, it would naturally be better than being empty-handed. Upon hearing his words, the woman didn't immediately kill him. She only said coldly,
I don't have that much time to waste on you. I'll give you 30 breaths.
Zhou didn't know how long 30 breaths were. Since the woman was willing to let him try, he decided to continue. He first circulated the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra and attempted to pull out the sword again, but the sword remained motionless. Zhou had no choice but to switch to the first order of chaos before attempting to pull out the sword. However, the sword seemed to have taken root. No matter how hard Zhou tried, he couldn't budge the sword at all. The woman stood by the side expressionlessly, but when she saw Zhou use 2 completely different essence energy arts that had already reached the calamity grade, she thought to herself, although this person is cunning, his talent is top-notch among humans. Without borrowing the powers of the dimension or fusing with a mutated bloodline, he can actually cultivate 2 essence energy arts at the same time. Furthermore, he has reached the calamity grade. It's indeed rare. It's no wonder that immortal supremacy of the race named him as a representative. As she was thinking, she saw Zhou use another completely different essence energy art. Furthermore, he had also reached the calamity grade. Her eyes couldn't help but focus. He actually cultivated 3 essence energy arts at the same time, and they have all reached the calamity grade. If such a talent can't be used by us immortals, I definitely can't have him leave this place alive today. The woman didn't have any killing intent yet. Instead, she wanted Zhou to become the representative of the immortals. Zhou used the sky-stealing sun-swapping art again, hoping to see if he could steal the sword, but there was still no reaction. This left Zhou somewhat disappointed. He originally wanted to draw the sword before fighting the woman. Even if he couldn't defeat her, he could escape with the sword. After all, he couldn't let the sword fall into the hands of the immortals. However, the essence energy arts he had tried were useless. It was probably very difficult to pull it out. I'll give it another try. Zhou planned on giving it a try with the Tao Sutra in the end. If it didn't work, he would have to give up. Although he still had the Human Sovereign Sutra to use, it was too obvious. If he used it in front of the woman, she would probably recognize him as Human Sovereign. When that happened, she might even kill him. Even if he wanted to fight, Zhou hoped to keep the initiative with him. Chapter 1728 Immortal Sword is out. Chapter 1728 Immortal Sword is out. For Essence Energy Arts. The woman couldn't help but be alarmed. To be able to cultivate 4 Essence Energy Arts to such a stage was rare even in the dimension. It was unimaginable for a human to cultivate to such a stage. A pure-blooded human can actually cultivate all 4 Essence Energy Arts to the Calamity grade. If he can really take that step in the future, he will definitely be an extremely terrifying existence. He will be a lord of a region even in the dimension. However, the woman thought again. I'm overthinking things. How can that step be so easy to take? Ignoring the 4 Essence Energy Arts, it's probably difficult to cultivate 1 Essence Energy Art to the extreme, much less 4. Although the woman felt that it was unlikely for Zhou to take that step to reach the Apocalypse grade, the way she looked at him was somewhat different. Even if such a person can't take that step, he can be considered invincible on Earth. If he can be used by us immortals, who can compete with us for Earth's companion beast? The woman thought to herself. However, this person can't be left alive no matter what. Even if he can be used by me, I have to eliminate him in the future. It's better to be safe than sorry. If he really takes that step, I'm afraid it will be difficult to control him. As the woman was thinking, she suddenly felt her feet shake. The entire mountain shook. It's out! The woman was pleasantly surprised as she saw Zhou slowly pull out the sword from the stone monument. A portion of the blade had already been pulled out, revealing a layer of rust on the sword's exterior. There was no light at all, but there was a terrifying killing intent. Instead of calling it killing intent, it was more precisely a bloody aura. Just the smell made one's hair stand on end. It was as though their blood was stirring restlessly, and was flowing towards the sword. It's indeed that sword. Only now did the woman confirm that it was the immortal sword. The sword looked rusty, but the woman knew that it wasn't rust, but blood of an immortal, the blood of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Back then, the immortal had killed countless heaven immortals with this sword. Even the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal stained the sword with his blood, and was mercilessly slain by it. This sword was probably the only one in the world with such a heavy bloodlust. It had a baneful aura that was fed from the blood of countless immortals. There was only one in the world. After Zhou Wen circulated the Tao Sutra to draw the sword seemed to respond to him. It wasn't as motionless as before. As his palm slowly moved away from the stone monument, the aura on the sword made Zhou Wen truly feel that it was indeed a sword that was part of a set with the immortal culling sword. Although he didn't know if it was the immortal peril sword, this sword had an indescribable similarity to it. The sword shape was completely different, and the aura on the sword was completely different. However, there was something deep down that was the same. How could Zhou Wen, who had been using the immortal culling sword, not sense it? As the sword was pulled out, the entire mountain shook more and more violently. Cracks also appeared on the stone monument. When the sword completely separated from the stone monument, the latter shattered. The grass patch that was originally only a small part of the mountaintop grew crazily. In just a moment, the entire mountain peak was covered in grass. The grass continued growing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Give me the sword!
Upon seeing Zhou Wen pull out the immortal sword, the woman forgot her aloof way of speaking. With a flash, she appeared in front of Zhou Wen and reached out to grab the immortal sword in his hand. Zhou Wen held the immortal sword and felt the power surge, like an ocean or a volcano that was about to erupt. It seemed to contain infinite power. It was a power that was filled with baneful aura, making killing intent rise in him. Looking at the woman, who was attempting to grab the immortal sword, Zhou Wen held the hilt with both hands and slashed down at her. As Zhou Wen brandished the dim sword, it seemed to transform into a sanguine beam that instantly slashed at the woman.
You're tempting fate!
The woman shouted coldly, as an essence energy sword beam erupted from her hand. The omnipresent sword beams instantly enveloped Zhou Wen and the immortal sword. Zhou Wen ignored the sword beams that approached him as he continued slashing at the woman with the immortal sword. At the same time, his body was enveloped by great Brahma armor. Crack! The immortal sword slashed apart the Nihility sword aura that could suppress the yin-yang rainbow divine light, leaving a diagonal bloody mark on the woman's face, from her left forehead to the right of her chin. What a powerful sword! Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. The power of the sword was stronger than he imagined. It was clearly a set of swords, but this immortal sword was much stronger than immortal culling. It made Zhou Wen suspect that his immortal culling sword was really one of the 4 immortal vanquishing swords, or was it just a replica? In fact, Zhou Wen was reading too much into it. The immortal culling sword was naturally not a replica. The immortal culling sword wasn't stronger than the immortal peril sword either. The reason he felt that the immortal peril sword was stronger was that its former owner had killed countless immortals. Even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal had been slain by the sword. The sword had absorbed the blood of countless immortals, forming a baneful aura that made it even more effective against immortals than the immortal culling sword. As expected of the sword that slew all immortals. It stained with the blood of countless immortals. This sword naturally has an extremely powerful restraining effect on immortals. Even a mortal with this sword can slice through an immortal's body. Even I'm no exception. The woman stood far away and stared at the immortal sword in Zhou Wen's hand, but she didn't attack again. I don't know how long it's been since I've been injured. The woman reached out to stroke the sword gash on her face. She didn't seem angry. Instead, she seemed to be recalling something.
From the looks of it, this sword doesn't seem compatible with you. It's best I take it with me to prevent it from bringing you a bloody calamity.
Zhou Wen stared intently at the woman. He wasn't smug that his strike had injured the woman. In that situation, the woman was completely caught off guard. She only reacted at the last minute, after the sword beam was destroyed. Yet, she could still dodge the strike that even Zhou Wen believed was fatal. Such speed wasn't something Zhou Wen could match.
Do you think you can really injure me with a sword?
The woman looked at Zhou Wen and said indifferently.
You still have a chance now. Hand the sword to me, and swear to become the representative of my immortals. I can let bygones be bygones. We will only know if I can injure you after trying.
How could Zhou Wen give up the immortal sword he had obtained? Ignoring the fact that Zhou Wen didn't have such plans to begin with, even if he had such plans in the past, he would probably be tempted when he saw the immortal sword's might.
I hope you won't regret it.
The woman slowly raised her hand. The Nihility sword aura on her body condensed again, but the sword beam became fainter and fainter. In the end, one couldn't sense the existence of the sword beams at all. Zhou Wen's heart palpitated as he instinctively summoned the Chaos Egg to protect himself. Chapter 1729 Chaos Egg Cracks. Chapter 1729 Chaos Egg Cracks. Just as the Chaos Egg enveloped Zhou body, it suddenly caved in without any warning. It was as though something was squeezing the Chaos Egg from all directions, causing it to constantly distort, like a balloon that could burst at any moment. Looking at the essence energy crystals that appeared crazily in the Chaos Egg, Zhou secretly cheered inwardly. He couldn't sense the existence of the sword beams at all. If not for his intuition and the existence of the Chaos Egg, he would have been severely injured by the terrifying sword beams. The woman was somewhat surprised that her Nihility sword aura failed to penetrate the Chaos Egg.
Let's see how long you can last.
The Nihility sword aura over the woman's body surged out, hoping to blast the Chaos Egg apart. However, no matter how mighty her sword beams were, they failed to break through the one egg's defense. As expected, her strength is suppressed to a certain extent since Earth hasn't completely lost its seal. It's still within the Calamity grade range. Zhou immediately felt relieved when he saw the Chaos Egg block the Nihility sword beams.
Have fun. I won't be joining you,
Zhou said as he prepared to leave.
To be able to withstand the Nihility sword aura, your strength should be chaos. To be able to cultivate a chaos elemental essence energy art to such an extent, and a pure defensive essence energy art at that, I'm afraid only someone like you who can cultivate multiple essence energy arts at the same time can do it,
the woman said as her tone turned even more unyielding. She continued,
unfortunately, you are ultimately at the Calamity grade. The level you come into contact with is too low.
As he spoke, the invisible Nihility sword aura suddenly changed. It stopped attacking the Chaos Egg and began rapidly spinning around. Although the Chaos Egg's defense was astonishing, it didn't have any destructive power. With the sword beam spinning around it, it was unable to rush out. Not only was he unable to rush out, but he was also forced to spin by the power of the sword aura. The Chaos Egg spinning didn't affect Zhou inside, but being trapped here and unable to leave clearly wasn't good news for him.
The Calamity grade is still low. Does that mean you are at the Apocalypse grade? However, it looks like the Apocalypse grade is nothing much. So what if you can retain me?
Zhou probed. The woman said disdainfully.
Chaos is the source of the world. It's seamless, without beginning. It's an indestructible whole, and nothing in the world can break it. If you were facing ordinary people, indeed no one could break it. Unfortunately, you encountered me. So what if it's the one essence of chaos? Ignoring your mere chaos body, even when the world was in chaos, it could still be torn apart by supreme power. I shall slash apart chaos today, and carry out the splitting of the heavens and earth.
Just as he said that, the Nihility sword aura that was spinning the Chaos Egg split into two. One sword aura made the Chaos Egg spin clockwise, while the other sword aura made the Chaos Egg spin counterclockwise. The sword aura's differing directions made parts of the Chaos Egg spin in two different directions. Zhou expression changed slightly, as he immediately understood what the woman was up to. The one essence of chaos was an inseparable whole, resulting in an indestructible Chaos Egg. Even if one's strength was stronger than Zhou, it was difficult to crack it. However, there was no true one essence of chaos in this world. It was like a microscopic particle. Every time people believed that a particular particle was the smallest particle that couldn't be split, they would realize that it wasn't the smallest, nor was it truly inseparable with the development of technology. What the woman did was forcefully add yin and yang to the Chaos Egg. When the Chaos Egg had yin and yang, it was no longer an indestructible whole. Originally, this was almost impossible, but the woman's Nihility sword aura was also similar to chaos, making the impossible possible. Of course, the main reason was that the woman's level was too high. Her level was far above Zhou, and her understanding of chaos was far beyond his. If Zhou understanding of chaos could reach the same level as the woman's, would the Chaos Egg be changed by the Nihility sword aura? It depended on who was stronger. Although Zhou had realized the problem, it was already too late. As the Nihility sword aura constantly spun in two directions, cracks appeared on the distorted Chaos Egg. The cracks appeared to be strangely symmetrical. They looked extremely beautiful, but to Zhou, it was a fatal blow. This was the first time the Chaos Egg had been torn apart in a head-on clash. In the past, even if the Chaos Egg exploded, it would explode from the inside. It had never been torn apart from the outside. Zhou couldn't help but be amazed that knowledge was power. Although their strengths were at the Calamity grade and Zhou's body wasn't at the Calamity grade, the difference wasn't overwhelming. The difference in knowledge was fatal. Despite seeing the cracks on the Chaos Egg increase, Zhou remained extremely calm. Battles were ever-changing. Anything could happen. Although experts who could steer a battle were terrifying, they weren't considered top-notch existences if they didn't have the ability to deal with all sorts of unexpected situations. Although Zhou was far inferior to the woman in terms of knowledge, the art of combat didn't veer off from a core principle. The most basic things couldn't be violated. Since my knowledge is inferior to yours, I'll turn your knowledge into mine. Zhou Wen had the teacher domain activated the entire time as he analyzed the woman's Nihility Sword aura. If it were any other ability of the immortals, the Hell-level teacher domain might not be able to analyze it. However, the Nihility Sword aura was the same as the Chaos Egg. They were both Chaos-type powers. Furthermore, the woman had said some key information, allowing Zhou Wen to understand the crux of the matter. The speed at which the teacher domain analyzed the Nihility Sword aura far exceeded its usual speed. Even analyzing some ordinary Calamity-grade creature abilities wouldn't be as fast as now. If the woman knew that her words would leave such a huge impact on Zhou Wen, she probably wouldn't have said so much nonsense. The power of the Nihility Sword aura was born from the void. Like chaos, it was power from before the world was created. Although it was called a sword aura, it could actually take any form. It could be a wall, a shield, or even a palace. It could change into whatever shape she wanted. Nihility doesn't mean that there's really nothing. Nothingness itself is an existence. As the rules analyzed by the teacher domain increased, Zhou Wen's understanding of the Nihility Sword aura deepened. It's still a little short. Chaos Egg, hold on. The teacher domain hadn't completely analyzed the Nihility Sword aura. The nomological connections weren't complete, so it couldn't transform into an essence energy art. However, the Chaos Egg couldn't hold on any longer. It shattered under the Nihility Sword aura, as Zhou Wen's body was instantly exposed. Chapter 1730 Level Gap. Chapter 1730 Level Gap. The moment the Chaos Egg shattered, the killing intent in the woman's eyes intensified. Since Zhou Wen couldn't be used by her, she definitely couldn't allow such a human to exist in the world. The Nihility Sword aura pressed down on Zhou Wen from all directions, hoping to crush his body to dust. Zhou Wen's eyes were clear. The dark golden wheel behind Great Brahma's armor shimmered with a dark glow, as though all the light in the world was being sucked in by it. Break! Great Brahma's destructive power bloomed with Zhou Wen's fist as he struck the woman. Boom! The power of Great Brahma slammed into the Nihility Sword aura and shattered it. Zhou Wen took the opportunity to charge at the woman. A look of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. Although the Nihility Sword aura wasn't as indestructible as the Chaos Egg, there weren't many forces that could blast through. In a situation of equal strength, there were definitely no more than 10 powers in the dimension that could withstand the Nihility Sword aura. For Zhou Wen's strength to blast through the Nihility Sword aura meant that the essence energy art he cultivated was in the top 10, or at least similar. However, this wasn't enough to surprise the woman. What truly surprised her was that Zhou Wen had chosen to clash with her head-on. From the point of view of the average person, the front was where the power was the strongest. If Zhou Wen only wanted to crack the Nihility Sword aura, he should attack from other weak spots. However, the Nihility Sword aura wasn't the case. In fact, the woman had placed the weakest point of the Nihility Sword aura right in front. Zhou Wen chose the front. It was unknown if he had really seen through it, or if he was lucky to attack the weakest spot. Is it just a coincidence? The woman's killing intent intensified. The two essence energy arts that Zhou Wen had displayed were extremely rare in the dimension. One was the pure defense of chaos, while the other had destructive power. It was somewhat similar to the supreme power of the Buddha race, but there were obvious differences. It appeared like an anomalous essence energy art. Furthermore, Zhou Wen had cultivated 4 essence energy arts. Even if the other 2 essence energy arts weren't comparable to these two, it was already terrifying enough. The woman's hand moved slightly, as the invisible sword beams once again closed in on Zhou Wen from all directions. Boom! Zhou Wen actually broke through the Nihility Sword aura again. This time, Zhou Wen chose the leftmost area to break through the Void Sword aura. It happened to be the weakest spot. It's not a coincidence. A strange glint flashed in the woman's eyes, as she once again condensed the Nihility Sword aura to suppress Zhou Wen. The outcome was the same. Zhou Wen could choose the weakest spot to break every time, making it difficult for her to kill him.
You can actually see the Nihility Sword aura?
The woman said as she stared at Zhou Wen. The sword aura on her body continued crushing down at him.
If you can see through my chaos powers, why can't I see through your Nihility Sword aura?
Zhou Wen broke through the sword beams again and again as he asked. In fact, Zhou Wen wasn't having it well. Great Brahma's destructive power was ultimately inferior to the Nihility Sword aura. Every time he tore through the sword aura, Zhou Wen would suffer a backlash. If his body was at the heaven level, such a recoil wouldn't be able to injure him. However, he was only at the terror grade. Such a recoil affected his body significantly. If not for the Great Brahma armor having already absorbed and reflected most of the force, his body would have long collapsed. Now, Zhou Wen felt as though his organs were about to rupture as blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. Thankfully, with the armor enveloping his body, the woman couldn't see Zhou Wen's situation.
Is that so? Then let me see if you really understand.
The Nihility sword aura on the woman's body suddenly converged and transformed into an invisible sword in her hand. The woman realized that the scattered Nihility sword aura wasn't enough to kill Zhou, but the Nihility sword aura she condensed was enough to easily break through Great Brahma's destructive power. The woman slashed out at an unbelievable speed. Zhou quickly moved as he condensed Great Brahma's power to blast at the Nihility sword beam. Crack! The power of Great Brahma that could absorb and destroy everything like a black hole was sliced apart by the Nihility sword beam in the woman's hand, as though it was tofu. However, Zhou also used that instant to dodge the Nihility sword aura's slash. The woman slashed 3 times in a row, and Zhou dodged all 3 times. Although he was in a sorry state and barely dodged each time, it was enough to surprise the woman.
As expected, you understand?
The woman said coldly.
But so what if you understand? I'll let you know what the gap in level is.
Only then did the woman move her feet and stab at Zhou like a fairy. This strike was fast enough. Zhou saw an opportunity and suddenly drew the immortal sword to slash at the woman's body. The immortal sword slashed at the invisible sword beam like a blood beam, but it brushed past it. The woman's figure was like a veil in water as she gracefully swept past Zhou. The invisible sword beam streaked across the Great Brahma armor and sliced through the nearly indestructible dark gold armor. Zhou had no choice but to use instant transmission on the mountaintop. Only then did he barely dodge the strike before the sword sliced through his body. On Great Brahma's armor, there was a crack that nearly covered his entire chest. Blood was seeping out of the wound.
You can actually use spatial teleportation on this mountain?
The woman looked at Zhou in surprise.
Why can't I?
Zhou didn't feel any discomfort. It was probably due to the effects of the teacher domain that he wasn't injured by the restrictions on the mountain.
Alright,
the woman said out of the blue as she slashed at Zhou again. Her form was light and ethereal. Every strike was like a dance. Each strike didn't seem to have much strength exerted, but Zhou knew that any strike was enough to cause pandemonium. It was also at a place like Kunlun Mountain that greatly suppressed the energy fluctuations. Just the fluctuations of the sword aura could probably collapse a mountain. One strike after another, Zhou used the immortal sword in one hand and the power of Great Brahma in the other to resist the woman's Nihility sword aura. However, from beginning to end, be it the immortal sword or the power of Great Brahma, they failed to touch the woman's Nihility sword aura. The woman seemed to be able to predict the future. Even if Zhou used instant transmission, she could appear where he had instant transmitted. When Zhou instant transmitted, the sword beam was almost on his neck. Zhou suddenly flipped the immortal sword in his hand and used the hilt to block the Nihility sword aura. Only then did he escape the beheading calamity. He didn't dare continue instant transmitting. A bloody mark on his neck was testament that Great Brahma armor couldn't block the terrifying Nihility sword aura. In just a moment, Zhou's Great Brahma armor was covered in bloody marks as blood seeped out in a ghastly sight. Chapter 1731 Too late. Chapter 1731 Too late. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block the woman's attack at all. What Zhou believed to be a perfect setup and move appeared full of flaws in front of the woman. It forced Zhou to pay a certain price to block her attacks. The immortal sword in his hand that could resist the Nihility sword aura failed to touch the Nihility sword aura in the woman's hand. This pressure made Zhou recall the word dimensional lowering strike. Many of the woman's means exceeded Zhou's understanding. The woman's words were very arrogant, but she did have the right to be arrogant. The difference in knowledge was indeed huge. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I won't be able to last until the teacher domain finishes analyzing the Nihility sword aura. Zhou's injuries increased as his heart turned colder. The woman was like an omnipotent god. No matter how Zhou's strength and technique changed, she seemed to be able to see through everything and crack Zhou's painstaking setup. Just as Zhou was about to be struck by the Nihility sword aura again, his figure suddenly vanished and appeared on the other side of the mountaintop. The woman was slightly taken aback. This time, she hadn't expected Zhou's location of appearance, nor did she manage to attack immediately.
5 elements as one escape technique?
The woman frowned slightly as she looked at the grass fruit baby on Zhou's shoulder. Zhou secretly cheered inwardly. If he hadn't dodged the strike, one of his arms would have been severed. Now, Zhou was secretly glad that he had brought the grass fruit baby with him. It was the grass fruit baby who had used an escape technique to help him escape the strike. When the woman attacked again, Zhou could only continue fighting to the death. The grass fruit baby occasionally used an escape technique to help him, but it was only once in a while. It didn't use an escape technique to help Zhou escape every time. Zhou had understood why the grass fruit baby hadn't been using an escape technique to help him. It wasn't that the grass fruit baby was unwilling, nor was it that it lacked strength. The real reason was the woman. This was because after the grass fruit baby used several escape techniques to help Zhou escape, The woman's prediction of where Zhou Wen would appear became closer and closer to where he appeared. It was only a matter of time before she could accurately predict his location. Furthermore, it wouldn't take long.
There aren't many people in the dimension who know an escape technique that combines the 5 elements. However, in front of me, it's just a tiny trick,
the woman said as she slashed out. Zhou Wen, who had just escaped in a sorry state, found a bone-deep gash appear on his chest. Zhou Wen knew that the woman had completely seen through the grass fruit baby's escape technique. If the grass fruit baby used the escape technique to help him, he would probably be killed the moment he phased into existence. I can't dodge anymore. Zhou Wen stopped his fast-moving footsteps and stared intently at the woman's feet with a heavy mood. Although there were many changes to the sword technique, no matter how he stabbed and slashed, the final path to attack Zhou Wen was the same. What was truly unpredictable was the woman's movement technique. As long as he could predict the woman's trajectory, it would be much easier to use the immortal sword to block the Nihility sword aura. After suffering so many strikes and watching for so long, Zhou Wen already had a general idea of the woman's movement technique, but he wasn't sure if he could block it.
Are you giving up so quickly?
The woman said coldly without stopping. Her graceful figure instantly appeared in front of Zhou Wen as she slashed at him with the Nihility sword aura. Zhou Wen didn't retreat as though he had seen an opportunity. The immortal sword in his right hand slashed in a direction.
It's over. How can you predict an immortal technique?
Amidst the woman's teasing, the immortal sword missed as the Nihility sword aura slashed at Zhou Wen's neck from the other side. The woman believed that she would definitely be able to kill Zhou Wen this time. At such a close distance, even an escape technique wouldn't be able to help Zhou Wen escape. And the hand without the immortal sword couldn't withstand the full-powered slash of the Nihility sword aura with great Brahma's strength alone. Crack! A noise that sounded like glass shattering sounded beside Zhou Wen. The immortal culling sword appeared in Zhou Wen's left hand as the blade blocked his neck, forcefully slicing through the Nihility sword aura.
This sword? So you are human sovereign?
The woman immediately recognized the immortal culling sword.
I wouldn't dare call myself human sovereign. I'm just one of many lives.
Zhou Wen held the immortal sword in one hand and the immortal culling sword in the other as he stared intently at the woman's footsteps.
All right, it's time for me to eliminate this calamity for my immortals.
The woman moved again like a fairy, making it impossible to tell her intended direction. The Nihility sword aura had already arrived in front of Zhou Wen. The Nihility sword aura was formless to begin with. Coupled with such unpredictable movement techniques, if it were an ordinary calamity-grade creature, they probably wouldn't even be able to see where the sword aura was, much less withstand it. However, Zhou Wen only had one belief in mind. No matter what, he had no other choice but to believe in his analysis and judgment. Clang! The immortal culling sword missed, but the immortal sword struck the Nihility sword aura again, resolving the calamity of death. The woman frowned slightly. This was the second time Zhou Wen had blocked her attack. Zhou Wen couldn't completely predict her behavior, so he prepared 2 sets of actions every time. The sword in one hand was both a prediction and a type of sealing. If his prediction was correct, he would naturally be able to block the Nihility sword aura. If his judgment was wrong, he could also seal the area, shrinking the area that the woman could attack. It made things more predictable. This method wasn't smart, but without powerful calculating and multitasking abilities, it was impossible. The woman didn't seem to believe that Zhou Wen could really block her attacks as she attacked again and again. Zhou Wen used both swords in unison and blocked the woman's attacks again and again. Although there were times when his judgment was wrong, and he was injured by the woman, the injuries weren't fatal. In fact, this was also a deliberate act on Zhou Wen's part. When he couldn't make a confident judgment, he chose to seal off the routes of certain fatal trajectories, preventing the Nihility sword aura from killing him.
As expected of the strongest human. You are indeed capable, but multitasking is too ordinary among the immortals.
As the woman spoke, she condensed the Nihility sword aura in her other hand, planning on using the 2 swords to fend off Zhou Wen's 2 swords.
It's too late.
Zhou Wen looked at the woman as a smile surfaced over his lips. If the woman had used 2 swords from the beginning, it wouldn't have been difficult to crack his dual swords, but things were different now. After so many rounds of clashing, Zhou Wen was completely familiar with the woman's behavior. Just as the woman had said, there was no true one essence of chaos in the world. Similarly, there was no true fixed form. Anyone, even an immortal, had their own behavioral rules. However, the woman's movement technique was varied, so much so that it looked irregular. However, just because it didn't look regular didn't mean it wasn't regular. Chapter 1732 Everything Under Apocalypse is a Mirage. Chapter 1732 Everything Under Apocalypse is a Mirage.
What do you mean too late?
The woman didn't immediately take action as she asked Zhou Wen.
Your sword beams won't be able to injure me again.
Zhou Wen's high-strung nerves relaxed along with his body. The two swords in his hands drooped casually to the ground.
It's good to be confident, but blind confidence will kill you,
the woman said indifferently. She didn't take Zhou Wen's words to heart, and even treated them as a joke. Previously, Zhou Wen had only been able to block her attacks because he had used the two immortal swords to restrain the advantage of the immortals. He had to exchange injuries for survival. Now that Zhou Wen had said that her sword couldn't injure him again, the woman naturally didn't believe him.
Haven't you always wanted my life? What about now?
Zhou Wen asked.
All right.
The woman struck out after saying a single word. She brandished her swords together. Even if Zhou Wen could block one of the sword like Nihility's sword aura, the other would definitely be able to kill him. Clang. Clang. However, two consecutive sounds of sword beams being snapped entered her ears. The two immortal swords in Zhou Wen's hands accurately slashed at the incorporeal sword aura, snapping them.
Impossible.
The woman didn't believe it. She condensed her sword aura and attacked Zhou Wen again. She refused to believe that a calamity-grade creature like Zhou Wen could see through her sword technique. Although her strength was only at the calamity grade, her knowledge and realm were at the apocalypse grade. It was impossible for a calamity-grade creature to see through her sword technique. However, the subsequent battle forced the woman to accept reality. Her sword technique had really been seen through, or rather, her movement technique had been seen through. No matter how the woman's movement technique and sword technique changed, the two swords in Zhou Wen's hands could accurately find the two beams of Nihility's sword aura. Instantly, the two of them exchanged more than 10,000 blows, but the Nihility's sword aura in the woman's hand failed to injure Zhou Wen again.
What's wrong with this human?
The way the woman looked at Zhou Wen changed. She found it unbelievable that a human could have such terrifying combat strength and talent.
I've said it before. Your sword aura can no longer injure me.
Zhou Wen's mind calmed down. A level suppression was just a result of a knowledge difference. It was akin to how ancient people only knew how to use blades, but had never seen modern firearms. When using blades against firearms, they would naturally suffer greatly. However, when ancient people learned how to use a gun, it might not be worse than those using it in the present day. They might even be better. The difference in knowledge was sometimes the easiest to bridge. As the woman struck Zhou Wen with a dimensional lowering strike, she also made him quickly absorb some knowledge that he originally couldn't come into contact with. The average person would be different, but Zhou Wen was someone with excellent learning abilities and the courage to experiment. On the mountaintop, sword strikes sounded incessantly. Not only could Zhou Wen block the woman's attacks, but he could even occasionally counterattack.
You are indeed very strong. You live up to your name as human sovereign. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong place.
The woman sighed as though she was feeling sorry for Zhou Wen.
What do you mean?
Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement.
If you were born in a large race in the dimension, you would definitely be an overlord with such talent. You would have great achievements. Unfortunately, you were born among humans and are only at the calamity grade. It will probably take a long time to advance to the apocalypse grade, but you don't have the time,
the woman said with a look of pity.
So what? I'm still young. I have plenty of time. I can afford to wait,
Zhou Wen said.
No, you can't wait any longer. This is because you have to die here today. Although I'm already beginning to admire you, you can't be used by me. I ultimately can't let you live in this world. Otherwise, you will definitely be a calamity for our immortals in the future.
The woman spoke sincerely as she recognized Zhou Wen's talent and abilities. Even she was very afraid of him.
Should I thank you for your praise, or should I hate you for killing me?
Zhou Wen curled his lips.
Neither. Death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. Apart from life, everything else is ephemeral. It's like how the Buddha race talks about reincarnation. They're just fooling themselves. You don't need to thank me, nor do you need to hate me. Cherish every second you live, even if it's just an additional moment.
The woman paused for a moment before saying,
A person like you shouldn't die like this, but you had to be human. Tell me, do you have any last wishes? Perhaps I can help you fulfill them. You make it sound as though I'm doomed.
Zhou Wen wasn't angry. As he spoke, he fought the woman, hoping to understand more about her movement techniques, sword techniques, and the Nihility sword aura.
Yes, I've already decided to kill you, so you will definitely die.
The woman suddenly retreated and stood there looking at Zhou Wen. She said with a serious expression,
Tell me your last wish. I don't have any last wishes, nor do I need them. If there's a need, you can tell me your last wishes,
Zhou Wen said indifferently.
Pity.
The woman sighed and stopped looking at Zhou Wen. She even looked up at the Kunlun Dome. The sky above Kunlun Mountain looked no different from the sky outside. The scorching sun was high in the sky. However, this sky wasn't the real sky. Kunlun Mountain itself was a pocket world. Even if one had the ability to fly or burrow underground, they couldn't rush out from Kunlun Mountain's sky. The sword intent on the woman's body rose, like a blade that pierced into the sky. The entire Kunlun Mountain sky changed color. The originally sunny weather immediately became filled with dark clouds. Furthermore, there was a faint light brewing in the dark clouds, as though infinite lightning was gathering. Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically. From what the woman was doing, she was probably going to forcefully break through the restrictions in Kunlun Mountain and use the power of the Apocalypse Grade. Zhou Wen had never seen how terrifying an Apocalypse Grade power was, but he knew that it was definitely overwhelming. The Immortal Culling Sword and Immortal Sword slashed at the woman crazily. The woman stood there without any intention of dodging, allowing the two swords that could restrain immortals to slash at her body. However, the Immortal Sword that could even slice through the Nihility Sword aura seemed to slash at an invisible steel wall. It stopped 3 feet away from the woman. No matter how Zhou Wen exerted strength or dealt a barrage of attacks, he couldn't advance any further. The two swords slashed down like an onslaught, but the woman didn't even spare them a glance.
Everything under Apocalypse is a mirage. It's just an empty dream.
The woman retracted her gaze from the sky and slowly looked at Zhou Wen. Chapter 1733 Calamity of the Apocalypse. Chapter 1733 Calamity of the Apocalypse. Is the power at the Apocalypse Grade really that invincible? Zhou Wen was alarmed. The Immortal Culling Sword and Immortal Sword had the effect of restraining immortals. With his full-powered attack, he couldn't even approach the woman. Escape. This was the only thought Zhou Wen had. He wanted to rush down the mountain, but his body seemed to sink into the void, as he found it difficult to use any strength. The feeling was very strange. It was as though everything around him had turned into an empty vacuum. There was no place to act his strength on, so there was naturally no way to move. No, it should be said that it was a state even more terrifying than a vacuum. Even he seemed to have turned into an unreal existence.
Everything under the Apocalypse will return to nothingness. To be able to die under the power of the Nihility Calamity makes you the #1 human in the world. You shouldn't have any regrets.
The woman looked at Zhou Wen like a god. Although the two of them were standing at almost the same height, it felt like the woman was looking down at him. Nihility Calamity? Zhou Wen stared at the woman without a word as he looked at the lightning in the sky from the corner of his eye. He knew that the woman definitely wouldn't be able to maintain such power for long. Using an Apocalypse-grade power on Earth's Kunlun Mountain would definitely put immense pressure on her. If time passed, even if Zhou Wen didn't take action, the woman would be destroyed by the restriction's power. The problem was if he could last until then. The power of the Apocalypse already made him find it redoubtable. He switched several Essence Energy Arts, but he was unable to escape the restraints of the Nihility power. The face of the grass fruit baby lying on Zhou Wen flushed red, as though it was trying its best to use an escape technique. However, it was the same as Zhou Wen. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape, much less escape with Zhou Wen. The restrictions on Earth are more powerful than I imagined. It looks like I don't have much time left. It's time to end this. The woman looked at the lightning in the sky and couldn't help but frown slightly.
It's time to send you on your way.
The woman looked at Zhou Wen and was about to kill him when she suddenly heard a phoenix's cry from the side of the mountain. The phoenix that had been sent retreating by the woman flew up the mountain like a rainbow. It instantly arrived at the mountaintop and charged at Zhou Wen, who was standing there motionless. The woman watched as the phoenix charged at Zhou Wen without stopping it. It was as though she had the intention of finishing the phoenix off as well. The phoenix on the mountain isn't dead? What does it want? Does it want to take the opportunity to kick me while I'm down? Several thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. Before Zhou Wen could figure it out, the phoenix had already rushed in front of him. However, the phoenix's target wasn't Zhou Wen, but the immortal sword in his hand.
You still want to snatch the immortal sword at a time like this? Even if you snatch the immortal sword, will that woman let you off?
Zhou Wen imagined that the phoenix was trying to snatch the sword. However, what happened next surprised Zhou Wen. The phoenix slammed into the immortal sword as its entire body seemed to melt while it rushed into it. The blood-stained immortal sword immediately emitted a rainbow glow due to the fusion of the phoenix. When the phoenix completely fused with the immortal sword emitted rainbow divine light like a sun emitting rainbow beams. I see. It's no wonder I didn't see the sword's glint from this sword before. So the immortal sword's glint had actually transformed into a phoenix. The woman wasn't alarmed when she saw this scene. Instead, she was delighted. It was useless even if the immortal sword had a glint. The owner of the immortal sword was no longer the immortal who had killed all the immortals. A calamity-grade creature holding the immortal sword with a glint couldn't produce much power. This ended up benefiting the woman. A complete immortal sword was naturally more valuable than an immortal sword without its glint. Just as the woman was feeling delighted, she heard a strange cry. In the distant sea of clouds, a strange white bird rushed towards the mountain peak. The woman was slightly surprised when she saw the strange bird. She didn't recognize what it was. Zhou Wen was taken aback when he saw the white bird. It was clearly the phoenix he had encountered in the Kunlun Mountain Garden, but it was still in the form of a white chicken. As the white bird charged towards the mountain peak, the white feathers on its body gradually turned rainbow-colored. Its body was rapidly transforming into a phoenix. It's actually a phoenix? The woman was somewhat surprised, as she carefully sized up the white bird that was transforming into a phoenix. She seemed to notice something and muttered to herself, "This is a little strange. This phoenix seems to be somewhat similar to the phoenix formed by the immortal sword's glint, but it's also somewhat different. It's not a pure manifestation of the sword glint." As the woman pondered, the white bird had already transformed into its rainbow phoenix form. It charged at Zhou Wen like the previous phoenix. Don't tell me it wants to rush into the immortal sword as well. Zhou Wen was secretly delighted. The more strength he had, the more hope he had. Although he didn't know if he could resist the power of the apocalypse, it was better to have more help. To his surprise, the phoenix didn't charge at the immortal sword. Instead, it charged at Zhou Wen and slammed into his chest. The rainbow beam imprinted on Zhou Wen's chest like a colorful phoenix tattoo. At the same time, Zhou Wen felt a force surge into his body and instantly fill it. Even the dark gold Great Brahma armor turned colorful.
So that's how it is.
The woman seemed to come to a realization as a sneer suffused the corners of her mouth.
Phoenix Immortal, oh Phoenix Immortal, so you have long perished. Even your sword intent has turned mortal. Fine by me. Today, I'll vanquish your will and snatch your sword. When the immortals return to this world, it would be eternal merit.
After the phoenix fused with Zhou Wen's body, not only did Zhou Wen feel that his body was filled with sword intent as though it was about to explode, but he also felt that he had formed an indescribable connection with the immortal sword. Previously, although he could borrow the power of the immortal sword with it in hand, it was ultimately a relationship between a human and a tool. Now, he felt as though he was connected to the immortal sword by blood. With the augmentation of the two phoenixes and Zhou Wen's own strength, it seemed to weaken the apocalypse power. His body regained some mobility. Without any hesitation, he thrust the immortal sword that emitted a rainbow-colored glassy glow at the woman in front of him. Zhou Wen seemed to fuse with the immortal sword as he transformed into a rainbow beam that charged at the woman. The sword beam tore through the nihilistic power of the apocalypse and went for the woman's chest. The unparalleled sword beam tore through the layers of nihility and arrived in front of the woman. Just as it was about to pierce her chest, it suddenly stopped. The woman raised her right hand in front of her chest and clamped the blade of the immortal sword with her index and middle fingers, preventing it from advancing an inch. Chapter 1734 Slaying Immortal Supremacy.
So what if it's a Phoenix Immortal sword intent? You aren't Phoenix Immortal after all. You are ultimately mortal without the Phoenix's tribulation. Even if I can't completely use the power of the Nihility Calamity, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand.
The woman clasped the sword in one hand and raised her other hand to strike Zhou Wen's head. The suppression from the world intensified. If this continued, her body would probably not be able to withstand it. Zhou Wen was alarmed. Such a powerful force was still easily resolved by the woman. The difference between the Calamity grade and the Apocalypse grade was greater than Zhou Wen imagined. It was already impossible to escape. Zhou Wen seemed to have no chance against the woman's palm that carried the power of the Apocalypse. Suddenly, the woman's body paused as her palm that was striking at him came to a stop. Teacher. Zhou Wen immediately understood something. He crazily activated the power in his body as he continued stabbing the immortal sword at the woman. Zhou Wen had always guessed that Wang Mingyuan hadn't really died. After he killed the White Dragon under Dragon Gate Grotto, the White Dragon had once existed in a state that humans couldn't see. Furthermore, it possessed extremely terrifying death powers. Back then, Zhou Wen had wondered if Wang Mingyuan had obtained the same power. However, he had only suspected it previously. Now that he saw the anomaly in the woman's body, he immediately confirmed his previous guess. The woman's body was affected. At the instant her fingers that clasped the immortal sword relaxed, the immortal sword passed through her fingers and stabbed straight at her chest. Her clothes tore as the sword plunged into her flesh. The rainbow sword beam tore through her crazily in a bid to fully penetrate her body. However, the sword beam was instantly restrained by the power of the Nihility Calamity. The immortal sword's tip that had just stabbed and couldn't continue forward as blood flowed down the sword. No matter how hard Zhou Wen exerted his strength, the immortal sword seemed to have taken root and didn't budge.
Wang Mingyuan, you sure are capable at scheming. You actually managed to hide from my eyes. Unfortunately, you still underestimate the power of the Apocalypse grade. No matter how you scheme, you are ultimately a clown in front of absolute strength,
the woman said as she slowly raised her left hand and swatted at Zhou Wen. It was obvious that Wang Mingyuan still had a certain influence on the woman's body, but this influence was rapidly weakening. If not for Wang Mingyuan's strange and bizarre form, and the fact that he was attached to the woman's body, the woman would have long killed him with a slap. However, this was only a matter of time. After resolving Zhou Wen and the immortal sword, even if Wang Mingyuan possessed the woman's body, it would ultimately be difficult for him to escape death. Just as the woman's palm was about to strike Zhou Wen's head, and the power of the Nihility Calamity was about to finish him, a look of delight flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes. Teacher Domain had finally completed its analysis. It transformed into strange words that formed an essence energy art Nihility sword art. Almost at the same time, the Teacher Domain advanced from the Hell level to the Heaven level. Zhou Wen unleashed the power of the Teacher Domain with all his might. At the same time, he threw away the Immortal Culling Sword in his other hand. He held the Immortal Sword with both hands and pushed it forward with all his might. The nomological powers analyzed by the Teacher Domain could be completely screened, but that was only against powers below the Calamity grade. Zhou Wen didn't know how useful the Teacher Domain was against powers at the Apocalypse grade. However, he didn't have the luxury of time to consider it. In this situation, either one of them died, so he could only take a gamble. Although the power of the Immortal Sword had weakened the power of the Nihility Calamity, the latter still gave Zhou Wen immense pressure, greatly reducing the strength he could muster. The moment the power of the Teacher Domain appeared, Zhou Wen immediately felt his body sink. The feeling of having nowhere to direct his force vanished without a trace. He was immediately delighted. The woman was already confident of victory. Just as she was about to kill Zhou Wen, she suddenly felt an intense pain in her chest. The Immortal Sword penetrated her chest as the Rainbow Sword Beam penetrated her body, causing rainbow patterns to appear over her body. It was like the cracks in a torn painting that had been reattached. The woman's palm struck Zhou Wen's head almost at the same time, sending him flying. Great Brahma's helmet caved in as he tumbled far away, nearly falling off the mountain.
No! Impossible.
The woman looked down at the Immortal Sword that had penetrated her chest with a look of disbelief.
I'll take your life.
A faint voice sounded from the woman's body. It was cold and emotionless, Wang Mingyuan's voice.
Wang Mingyuan, don't be too happy. This is only an avatar of my true body. Even if you kill the clone, you won't obtain any substantial benefits. Death will only await you when you return to the dimension.
The woman's body disintegrated by the power of the Immortal Sword. Without the support of her body, the power of the Nihility Calamity quickly dissipated, as the terrifying lightning in the sky gradually receded.
I don't need to obtain any substantial benefits. I just need your experience and knowledge. Perhaps to you immortals, strength is supreme, but to humans, knowledge is the greatest power. This is enough for me.
Wang Mingyuan's voice sounded again.
Furthermore, this is Earth, Kunlun Mountain. Even if you are Immortal Supremacist's avatar, you can't make contact with her, right? So retrieving the Immortal Sword was your scheme from the beginning. You wanted to kill me from the beginning.
The woman's voice was filled with anger. She wished she could slap Wang Mingyuan into meat paste. However, when she used her strength, the fine patterns on her body widened. Blood instantly dyed her clothes red. It looked like she had just been scooped out of a pool of blood.
Why torture yourself? Phoenix Immortal's sword slew all immortals. Having your heart pierced through and staining this sword gives you zero chance.
Wang Mingyuan said with a sigh. The woman was so angry that she wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, blood spewed out. Rainbow light seeped out of her mouth as her entire body cracked from a bursting rainbow light.
If not for Earth's suppression of strength, how could you injure me? And that person.
The woman looked at Zhou Wen and said in a daze. Before she could finish her sentence, her body had completely collapsed, turning into mincemeat and broken bones. A ghost-like figure walked out of the woman's shattered body, and went towards Wang Mingyuan's corpse that Zhou Wen had thrown to the side. It transformed into crystals that resembled ice and jade, and quickly condensed into Wang Mingyuan's body.
Little one, your growth is so fast that it far exceeds my expectations.
Wang Mingyuan smiled at Zhou Wen. Chapter 1735, I'll wait for you at the Immortals.
Teacher, are you still you?
Zhou Wen looked into Wang Mingyuan's eyes, and asked slowly.
What am I?
Wang Mingyuan picked up the sword on the ground and handed it to Zhou Wen. He continued.
In different environments, there will be a different me. Born in a remote mountain village, I'm a villager. In school, I'm a student. In the military, I'm a soldier. After becoming a commander, I'm a leader. These can all be me, but me in every period of time has different thoughts and views. It can also be said that every stage of me is no longer the same me as before. What are you now?
Zhou Wen asked as he took the sword. Up to now, Zhou Wen still remembered the question Wang Mingyuan had asked him and his students. Zhou Wen already knew Wang Mingyuan's choice, but just as Wang Mingyuan had said, people had different thoughts in different environments. Was the present Wang Mingyuan still the same Wang Mingyuan? Zhou Wen couldn't be sure. He felt that he knew less and less about Wang Mingyuan.
I'm me. At least nothing can change me now,
Wang Mingyuan said with a smile.
Then I'm relieved.
Zhou nodded.
I'll wait for you at the Immortals.
Wang Mingyuan looked at Zhou with a glazed look. It was unknown what he was thinking.
I've already decided not to become the representative of the Immortals,
Zhou said. However, Wang Mingyuan only smiled and said,
That's not important. I'll wait for you.
With that said, Wang Mingyuan didn't wait for Zhou to say anything else before heading down the mountain. Zhou looked at Wang Mingyuan's back and seemed to have many things to say, but he didn't seem to have anything to say. He opened his mouth, but didn't say a word in the end. All he did was watch Wang Mingyuan disappear down the mountain. I hope Earth's seal will last longer. Zhou had already acutely sensed the power of the Apocalypse Grade. Just the power unleashed by an Apocalypse Grade powerhouse's avatar nearly killed him. Furthermore, this was under the suppression of Earth's power. The avatar failed to unleash the full might of the apocalypse. Zhou couldn't believe what a disaster would be if Earth completely lost its seal, and a true Apocalypse Grade powerhouse descended. Before Earth completely lost its seal, he had to obtain the power to fight an Apocalypse Grade existence, no matter what. Otherwise, it would be a calamity. I have to quickly advance to the Calamity Grade. Zhou unsheathed the Immortal Calling Sword. Just as he was thinking about where to place the Immortal Sword, it flew towards its scabbard. The Immortal Calling Sword's scabbard could only accommodate the Immortal Calling Sword and didn't have any excess space. However, when the Immortal Sword flew over, it strangely inserted itself into the scabbard and stuck tightly to it. When the Immortal Sword was sheathed, the hilt seemed to undergo some strange changes. Two ancient words, Immortal Peril, appeared on the hilt. It's indeed the Immortal Peril Sword. Zhou had long guessed it, but he was still somewhat delighted when he saw the name. The Immortal Peril Sword and Immortal Calling Sword had a powerful restraining effect on the Immortals. And now, the strongest race in the dimension was the Immortals. In the future, if he could find the Immortal Vanquishing Sword and the Immortal Entrapment Sword, he might be able to fight them even if he couldn't reach the Apocalypse Grade. I wonder where the other two Immortal Swords are. Zhou also knew that it was too difficult to gather all four Immortal Swords. Unwilling to stay on Kunlun Mountain any longer, Zhou packed his things and left the mountain. He saw Lu Yun at the exit. Lu Yun didn't seem to know anything as he asked Zhou if he had obtained the Immortal Sword.
Didn't you see teacher?
Zhou asked in puzzlement. If Lu Yun had seen Wang Mingyuan, he probably wouldn't have asked such a question.
No.
Lu Yun shook his head.
I've got it.
Let's head back now. Zhou didn't know if the Immortals would send anyone over now that an Apocalypse Grade avatar had been destroyed here. It was best to leave as soon as possible.
It's good that you got it. I still have something to do, so I won't be returning with you.
Lu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and waved goodbye to Zhou. Zhou wasn't in the mood to keep him around as he returned to guide Ancient City alone. After returning to the Ancient City, Zhou got Li Xian to help him gather information about the dimensional zones, hoping to find a dimensional zone that matched the God Fiend era. He himself was studying the Kunlun Mountain dimensional zone on the mysterious phone. He entered the strange stone chamber through the familiar door, but he didn't see the metal container or the white bird. However, there were many grass fruit babies in the garden. Speaking of grass fruit babies, the grass fruit baby that followed Zhou had actually followed him back to guide Ancient City. It followed Zhou all day without any intention of leaving. He attempted to enter the garden to pluck the grass fruit babies. They grew on grass vines and couldn't escape at will. Zhou easily plucked them. However, before he could think of a way to deal with the grass fruit baby in his hand, he suddenly felt the entire garden shake. Roots that resembled dragons drilled out of the ground and swept towards the blood-colored avatar with a demonic glow. Zhou condensed Great Brahma's power and blasted at the dragon-like root, forcefully snapping it. However, the root blotted out the sky and enveloped him from all directions, preventing him from even instant transmitting. Great Brahma's power bombarded the layers of roots crazily, but the roots seemed endless. In the end, he was trapped inside, and could only use the Chaos Egg to defend. The roots enveloped the Chaos Egg, but they were unable to burst it. Just as Zhou was about to carefully observe the roots, he realized that the Chaos Egg was shrinking. Soon, Zhou realized that after the roots enveloped the Chaos Egg, many tiny roots attached to it, as though they were rooted in the ground, as they absorbed the Chaos Egg's power. Not only did the Chaos Egg not produce any essence energy crystals, but it also had quite a bit of energy sucked away. The Chaos Egg's strength was weakening. What's this? It can actually restrain the Chaos Egg? Why didn't I see it when I entered the garden in reality? Zhou ignored the Chaos Egg and scanned the source of the root. However, he didn't see the source of the roots from as far as he could sense. The roots came from underground. He didn't know if they came from the same plant. Before long, the Chaos Egg was sucked dry. The blood-colored avatar's body was also exposed, as it was bound by the roots. The roots were like blood-sucking leeches that sucked dry the great Brahma armor and the blood-colored avatar's body. The game screen then went black. This thing is at the apocalypse grade, right? Zhou was alarmed. Chapter 1736 Final Countdown. Chapter 1736 Final Countdown. Dripping a drop of blood to revive, he entered the garden again. After a few attempts, Zhou realized that as long as he didn't touch the strange flowers and grass in the garden, the strange root wouldn't appear. As long as he damaged the flowers, the roots would immediately appear. What was even more terrifying was that the number of roots was unimaginable. No matter how many roots Zhou severed, he would ultimately be trapped by them. Furthermore, that thing could absorb any form of energy. As long as he was trapped, it was equivalent to death. No defensive skill could withstand it. Zhou temporarily gave up on the idea of benefiting from the garden, and went to the canyon at Kunlun Mountain. There were many spores in the canyon. These things were most suitable for Tai Sui and primordial spores growth. However, he didn't know if primordial spores level was too low. He was afraid that it would end up being parasitized instead of being the parasite. After releasing Tai Sui and primordial spore, Tai Sui immediately pounced towards the spot with the most spores, like a glutton seeing a feast. However, primordial spore wasn't in a rush. It circled around the blood-colored avatar for a while, before flying towards a fist-sized red fungus and burrowing in. Sui and Professor Gu were doing a program, but this time, the program screen wasn't a battle scene, but a countdown on the cube. The Big Dipper dimensional zone had already entered a countdown. There was less than an hour left.
Professor Gu, there are less than 50 minutes left. Up to now, no one has challenged the North Pole Star Palace. Human Sovereign's first ranking might very well last until the end,
Sui said excitedly.
Don't. Beauty Sue, don't ask the Sect Master such a question. If he jinxes it again, Human Sovereign will be in danger.
The comments were filled with wailing.
Sect Master, please don't jinx Human Sovereign. Beauty Sue, are you trying to kill my Human Sovereign? What kind of grudge do you have with him?
Professor Gu's face nearly darkened as he looked at the screen that was filled with pleading. He cleared his throat and said,
Currently, the strongest representatives are Mo and Karaman. However, their strength shouldn't be enough to clear the hidden North Pole Palace dimensional zone. Unless a new expert appears, Human Sovereign's first place should still be secured.
When Professor Gu said that, his heart raced. Human Sovereign, you have to hold the fort. Whether you can wipe away my title of Jinx is up to you. Professor Gu had failed so many times in the past, but Human Sovereign had never been jinxed by him, no matter how hard he tried. Now, he finally understood. He grabbed Human Sovereign and tried jinxing him as best as he could, hoping to rely on Human Sovereign to redeem himself. Of course, his jinxing was actually just his normal analysis. The more Professor Gu said such things, the more flustered the audience became. Many people who hoped that Human Sovereign could obtain first place were panicking. Time ticked by. In the last 10 minutes, no one entered the cube to challenge it. OL16.
From the looks of it, Human Sovereign's first place is secured,
Professor Gu said, as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as he said that, the cube's screen suddenly changed. Someone had challenged the Big Dipper Palace by entering.
It's over. Sect Master has shown his might. Our Human Sovereign is in danger. Holy *T, the Sect Master doesn't give up unless he kills our Human Sovereign. Who's challenging it now? I'm so flustered.
Professor Gu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly took a closer look and realized that the person who had entered the Big Dipper Palace was surprisingly Moa, who was ranked 3rd.
Although Moa is very strong, it should still be a little difficult to challenge the hidden North Pole Star Palace. After all, he didn't even clear the Army Breaker Star Palace before this,
Professor Gu hurriedly said when he saw that it was Moa.
Sect Master, please stop talking.
The comments were begging for mercy. They almost occupied the entire screen.
Why is Mo challenging again at this moment? Is he confident of clearing the hidden North Pole Star Palace?
Sui was also uneasy. Although Mo was considered a human powerhouse, Sui still hoped that Human Sovereign could obtain first place. After Mo entered the Star Palace, he didn't hesitate to quickly storm through one Star Palace after another. It looked like he really had the intention to head to the hidden North Pole Star Palace. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Soon, they saw Mo rush into the Army Breaker Star Palace. Furthermore, the stairs that could drain essence energy in front of the Star Palace didn't have any effect on him. After Mo defeated Star-Lord Army Breaker, as everyone had expected, he did what Human Sovereign did and activated the teleportation nexus to head to the North Pole Star Palace.
Heavens, is Mo really going to fight Star Lady Polestar? Professor Gu's mouth is really blessed. Whatever he says goes the other way. Human Sovereign's first place is in danger. Mo must have come prepared. It's impossible for a powerhouse like him to tempt fate on impulse. No way! Professor Gu felt like crying. He was more nervous than anyone else. He pretended to be calm, but he was shouting desperately in his heart, "Please don't. You have to hold on." Just as people were guessing how Mo would defeat Star Lady Polestar, they were stunned when they saw the scene in the North Pole Star Palace. The North Pole Star Palace remained the same, but Star Lady Polestar wasn't inside. It was actually an empty Star Palace. How did this happen? Everyone, including Mo and Professor Gu, was stunned. Sui reacted quickly and immediately thought of a possibility. She said excitedly, "I get it! The hidden North Pole Star Palace is different from ordinary Star Palaces. The Star Lady in this Star Palace will only appear once. Only the first person to defeat her will obtain benefits." That's right. That's it. Professor Gu also slapped his thigh in excitement. There's only one Star Lady Polestar. In other words, the first person to defeat her will definitely be first. Human Sovereign has really secured his first place. Mo searched the Star Palace, but didn't find any traces of Star Lady Polestar. He then understood what had happened, and was extremely depressed. It hadn't been easy for him to think of a way to defeat Star Lady Polestar. He had even spent a lot of money to borrow many powerful companion beasts, but he never expected such an outcome. Although he was indignant, he had no choice but to leave the Star Palace. The cube's countdown had already gone to 0 by the time Mo exited. The cube's screen revealed a starry sky. In the Star Palace, one could see the Big Dipper emit light one after another. Furthermore, the light was extraordinary, so bright that it made one's heart tremble. Boom! The first star of the Big Dipper exploded. The dazzling light penetrated the cube's screen, blinding everyone. Following that, the Big Dipper stars exploded one after another. Finally, the North Star emitted its final brilliance, drowning its screen in a light blast produced by the huge explosion. Chapter 1737 Mystic Arch. Chapter 1737 Mystic Arch. When the cube's screen dimmed again, the screen had already turned into the cube's ranking. Under the gaze of everyone, the last name on the cube's ranking turned into fragments of light and dissipated. Then, from bottom to top, the name shattered and vanished. Moments later, there was only one name left on the rankings, Human Sovereign, shimmering eternally like the sun. We ultimately failed. In front of the Dimensions Cube, a non-human creature that looked human stared at the shimmering words, Human Sovereign, and sighed. As for most humans on Earth, they fell into a euphoric revelry. Although they didn't know who Human Sovereign was or if he was even human, most humans seemed to gain something in their hearts. It was indescribable, but it made their hearts feel weightier and less restless. Zhou had been gaming on his phone and hadn't left his room in days. At that moment, he was pulled to the cube by Li Xian as he looked at the glorious words. Human Sovereign. Old Zhou, why do I find these words so pleasing to the eye? Li Xian felt as though something was stirring in his body. He wished he could do something, but there was no place for him to vent. These words are a little ugly, Zhou said after looking at the words for a long time. Ugly? Why don't I think so? Li Xian tilted his head and sized it up for a moment before shaking his head. It's a little ugly, Zhou said as he walked to the cube and reached out to touch it. The cube immediately lit up as Zhou's body was sucked into it. However, this time, he didn't teleport to any dimensional zone. Instead, he appeared in an empty darkness. In the darkness, there were 7 blobs of light shimmering. On careful look, they represented 7 different companion eggs. Are these the Big Dipper companion eggs? Zhou looked at the 7 companion eggs. Although he knew that they were already his, he couldn't feel happy. The Big Dipper stars shattered, producing these companion beasts. If Earth's companion beasts were to appear in the future, Earth would share the same outcome as the Big Dipper stars. As Zhou was pondering over it, the 7 companion eggs lit up at the same time. They trembled as though they were about to fly towards Zhou. However, when they really moved, they didn't fly towards Zhou. They seemed to be attracted by an invisible vortex as they spun around the center of the void. As the spinning speed increased, the light on them transformed into meteors that flew towards the center of the vortex. The light also weakened. Despite devouring so much light, the middle of the vortex became darker and darker, as though the darkness had transformed into something corporeal that condensed into a black companion egg. When the light on the 7 companion eggs completely vanished, they also vanished, leaving only the extremely black companion egg floating in the void. The companion beasts of the Big Dipper were actually absorbed by the companion beast of the North Star. What kind of companion beast is it? A sword? Or is it armor? Or could it be? Before Zhou could finish his thoughts, the companion beast of absolute darkness rushed towards him, and instantly shot into his forehead. A black tattoo gradually appeared on Zhou's forehead. The tattoo style was strange as though it wasn't static. It constantly changed every second, making it difficult to see its true appearance. With a thought,
The constantly changing black tattoo tore out of his body and transformed into a companion beast. This is Star Lady Polestar. Zhou looked at the companion beast in surprise. The companion beast was wearing absolute darkness armor. As it was too dark, light couldn't even reflect. At a glance, it looked like a black silhouette. However, its figure resembled Star Lady Polestar, but it gave Zhou a different feeling. Although Zhou had already received the information on the companion beast, he habitually took out his phone to take a look. Mystic Arch, Calamity, Evolvable. Life Providence, Emperor. Life Soul, Mystic. Wheel of Destiny, Birth, S grade. Terraform, Nirvana. Calamity Zone, Sovereign of the Universe, Heaven Level. Strength, 999. Speed, 999. Constitution, 999. Essence Energy, 999. Talent Skill, None. Companion Form, Soul. Holy *T. What the hell is this? Zhou looked at the Mystic Thearka's stats, and didn't close his mouth for a long time. In terms of stats, it was really the best among the best. It was directly at the heaven level, and had 999 stats. Zhou had only seen such stats on Truth Listener before. This was the second one. However, this thing didn't even have a single skill. It had to be known that the 7 Star Lords had special skills. Furthermore, every special skill had their unique characteristic. As long as one used it well, it would be a powerful killing machine. There was no need to mention Star Lady Polestar. Just the major heavenly cycle stellar array was infinitely profound. This thing gathered the characteristics of 8 celestial bodies companion beasts, but it didn't have a single skill. Wouldn't that make it a pure strength type companion beast? Zhou already had Truth Listener as a strength type companion beast. No one would mind having another top-notch companion beast, but it was repeated after all. Furthermore, no matter how strong a strength type companion beast was, it was probably not as strong as Truth Listener that was invulnerable to everything. This thing didn't have that ability, so it was easily affected by all sorts of taboo powers. It might not be able to unleash its mighty powers in actual combat. You should at least give me 2 skills. Even without the major heavenly cycle stellar array, at least give me 2 of the other Star-Lord's powers, like reflective damage and forming prisons with books. Zhou was somewhat depressed, but he knew that the Mystic Arch definitely had his advantage. As Zhou received the Mystic Arch companion beast, the words, Human Sovereign, on the cube's screen finally dissipated. The cube screen gradually turned black and returned to a dead silence. Everyone believed that the matter was over. Some people had already planned on switching off their phones to do something else. Even the livestream program was prepared to switch to the host and guest's commentary. However, to their surprise, the cube that had just turned black suddenly lit up again. Everyone looked at the scene in shock, unsure what had happened. They imagined that something hadn't ended, but when they saw the scene on the cube, they realized that a new dimensional zone had appeared on the cube, launching a new cube battle. Why would a new dimensional zone appear so quickly? The cube actually activated a cube battle back-to-back. Has this ever happened before? What is this place? It doesn't look like a planet, right? I don't think I've seen it before. The people on Earth looked at the scene on the cube, but no one recognized what dimensional zone it was. Chapter 1738 The cube starts again. Chapter 1738 The cube starts again. On the cube screen was a lake enveloped in fog. At a glance, it was only a foggy lake. Although there was no end in sight, it made one feel that it was a lake and not an ocean. It was impossible to tell what place it was just from the scene. There were countless rivers and lakes on Earth. Just from this scene, it was impossible to guess where it was. People were discussing what it was. The analysts of the various programs had all sorts of guesses, but no one could say with certainty what it was. Zhou came out of the cube and immediately saw the scene on it. His pupils constricted. Old Zhou, the cube is here to provide you warmth again. From the looks of it, it's time for you to reap some benefits again, Li Xian said with a smile as he looked at the scene on the cube. I'm afraid it won't be that simple this time. Zhou expression was solemn. What do you mean? Is there anyone on Earth who can snatch first place from you? Li Xian asked in puzzlement. No one on Earth can snatch it from me, but I'm afraid this isn't just limited to humans on Earth. Zhou stared at the cube's screen without blinking. You mean? Li Xian seemed to guess something as his expression turned odd. He looked at the scene on the cube and said, Don't tell me you want to say that the dimensional zone on the cube is the dimension? I've been to the dimension once. It does look like it. Call Ming Xiu over, Zhou said. Li Xian hurriedly gave Ming Xiu a call and got him over. Without waiting for Li Xian to ask, Ming Xiu said, I saw it on the live stream. The place where the cube is might very well be in the dimension. What do you mean might very well be? Li Xian asked. Previously, When I went to the dimension, the place I went was limited to the inter-races territory. I've never been to places outside the inter-race. The place on the screen is completely different from the inter-races territory, but there's one place that's very similar.
Mingxiu said.
What's similar?
Li Xian looked around, but he couldn't tell what was different between the lake on the screen and a lake on Earth. It was just a little misty. Mingxiu explained.
The dimension space is different from our space. It's impossible for creatures below the mythical stage to see the matter around them, much less move. It's just like how three-dimensional creatures can't understand the four-dimensional world.
Then it's even more impossible for it to be the dimension. This scene has been broadcast for quite some time. Everyone on the internet can see this lake. Even children without cultivation can see it.
Li Xian said.
You can't see it because your level in life isn't high enough. In essence, it's also a manifestation of order and rules. As I've been to the dimension, I can sense similar order and rules above the misty lake. The reason why ordinary people can see it is because the existence of the cube has modified the transmission scene to a certain extent. If one really goes there, ordinary people can only see the distorted dazzling light. No, I'm afraid they won't even be able to see the dazzling light and will be killed.
Mingxiu explained.
Is that so?
Li Xian had never been to the dimension, so he didn't know if what Mingxiu said was true.
If Mingxiu thinks so too, then there's likely no mistake about it.
Zhou Wen nodded as many thoughts flashed through his mind.
Heavens, if that's really the dimension, doesn't that mean that we can storm into the dimension through the cube?
Li Xian's eyes lit up.
In theory, yes. But have you thought about why the cube can show the dimension?
Mingxiu asked.
Isn't that simple? It means that the cube is resourceful. It can even connect to the dimension,
Li Xian said. Mingxiu shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Can't you think deeper? Speak your mind and spout your nonsense. Are you itching for a beating again? Stop leaving me hanging?
Li Xian snorted coldly.
What if the dimension is just a dimensional zone?
Mingxiu asked. Li Xian was taken aback when he heard that. His expression turned nasty, as he said after a while.
That's impossible, right? The possibility isn't high, but what if it is?
Mingxiu said with a bitter smile.
Even if it isn't, this dimensional zone is in the dimension. In other words, there's no suppression of Earth's cosmic rules there. If those dimensional creatures can enter, do you think we humans will still have a chance of getting first on the cube's rankings?
Mingxiu, who had been to the dimension, knew better than Li Xian how terrifying the dimension was. Human sovereign was already considered very strong on Earth, but in the dimension, life forms below the apocalypse grade weren't considered powerhouses.
I was just thinking about how to use this thing to counterattack the dimension, but I forgot about that,
Li Xian said gloomily.
I don't think the cube will do that. If those sick fellows from the dimension can also be on the rankings, there's no point in humans participating. No, those creatures from the dimension will definitely be able to get on the rankings.
Zhou Wen sighed and said,
Didn't the dimension control the cube in the past? Although I can tell that they can't really control the cube, I'm certain that they can enter the cube. They just can't adapt to the rules of Earth's universe. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's something from the dimension to begin with. At most, we'll give it to them. We'll just storm over when we have the strength in the future,
Li Xian said after some thought.
I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. I have a nagging feeling that there's something amiss, but I can't figure it out immediately,
Zhou Wen said with a frown. It wasn't just Zhou Wen. The factions with representatives also realized how unusual this dimensional zone was. They were alarmed and puzzled as they guessed what it meant. As everyone discussed, the cube's screen suddenly changed. Someone had activated the cube's challenge.
Someone challenged the cube so quickly. I wonder who it is. It's Human Sovereign? Mo or Karaman? There are so many people who are willing to take the risk. We don't even know what dimensional zone this is, but someone has actually attempted it.
The average man on the street discussed spiritedly, but people who really knew what kind of dimensional zone it was were filled with worry. When the challenger appeared on the screen, the expressions of many human powerhouses changed. With gold armor and a dark gold staff, a life form that looked almost no different from humans other than being more than twice as tall as humans standing at 4 to 5 meters tall at the very least appeared. On the forehead of the life form was a third eye. When it opened, it was like a golden sun, very similar to the sun sage god engraved in the sun god holy temple. Chapter 1739 Lake of Fog. Chapter 1739 Lake of Fog.
It's indeed in the dimension,
Li Xian said gloomily, as he looked at the golden god-like creature. Zhou Wen, Mingxiu, and company didn't say a word as they watched the creature walk towards the lake. His body emitted a golden sun-like glow. The fog over the lake quickly dispersed, as the surroundings instantly became clear. However, there was still nothing on the lake. All that could be seen was water ripples. The creature from the sun race walked on the surface of the lake. His tall body looked like he was walking on flat ground over the water surface. He had the aura of a true god descending to the mortal world. After walking a short distance, the water suddenly churned. The lake water seemed to come to life as it transformed into a pair of arms that wrapped around the Sun Race member. They grabbed his legs and were about to pull him into the lake. The Sun Race member's body emitted a golden glow as the pair of water arms seemed to vaporize due to the high temperature, instantly turning into steam. A strange scream sounded underwater before there was silence. Moments later, the lake seemed to boil. The waves churned as pairs of arms extended out of the lake. The entire lake seemed to turn into a forest of arms. Countless water arms grabbed at the Sun Race member as the distant water arms crawled out of the water. One could see that they were water demons condensed from water. They looked a little like humans, but their ears were like fins. Where their legs should have been, there was a snake's tail. The countless water demons leaped out of the water and pounced at the Sun Race member, but he didn't panic at all. The sun god light on his body glowed brightly, as all the water demons that were illuminated immediately vaporized. No water demon could approach him. The Sun Race member walked deeper into the lake of fog step by step. There were countless water demons in the lake, but none of them could approach him. Along the way, countless water demons were vaporized by the sun god light. In just more than 10 minutes, the fog ahead opened up and a swath of green appeared. A small green island appeared over the lake. The island was flat, and there were almost no undulations. The ground was covered in green grass, but in the middle of the island, there was a tree. The tree looked like a crown, and its trunk looked ordinary. However, the leaves looked like they were forged from silver. There were many golden apple-shaped fruits on the tree. The Sun Race member walked to the tree and reached out to pluck a golden apple. Then, he walked to a spot similar to a teleportation nexus. As the teleportation nexus's light rose, the Sun Race member vanished. The cube screen changed as a cube ranking appeared. On it was the name.
Sun Race's Raleigh. That's it? It looks simple. The fruits on the tree are limited. I don't know if there will be any left after plucking them. Why don't we take the opportunity to pluck one now?
Li Xian said.
It looks simple, but there's something profound about it. Don't act rashly.
Ming Shou hurriedly stopped Li Xian. Just as Li Xian was about to say something, he saw the cube screen light up again. Another person was challenging the cube.
It's the representative of the family clan of gods, ready?
Li Xian immediately recognized a human with flames burning all over his body. Reddy clearly had the same thoughts as Li Xian. He wanted to take the initiative and pluck the golden apple now. The Sun Race's Raleigh had relied on his power of the sun to safely cross the lake of fog. His power of fire and the power of the sun were both scorching. He believed that it wouldn't be difficult to deal with the water demons. However, when Reddy landed on the lake, his body sank into it. A look of horror appeared on Reddy's face, as though he was struggling to fly up, but it was to no avail. His flaming body quickly sank into the lake. All one could see was a red glow gradually dimming under the lake. Moments later, there was no sign of him. The cube screen switched back to the rankings. On it was still Sun Race's Raleigh. Li Xian's expression turned nasty, as he said with lingering fear.
That was close. That Reddy was at the Calamity grade after all. He also had the power of fire that restrains the water element, but he was actually finished just like that. Thankfully, I didn't go.
It wasn't just Li Xian who felt a lingering fear. Upon seeing this scene, many people on Earth were alarmed. Reddy was considered a famous figure now. He had also entered the top 10 in the previous battle of the Big Dipper. Nobody expected him to die so easily. Instantly, the Lake of Fog and Raleigh became a hot topic of discussion. Due to Raleigh's appearance, the average person knew that the place might be a dimension. People clearly became more intrigued about the dimension. Of course, they were also guessing Raleigh's level. The Calamity grade Reddy had died without a stir, but Raleigh could easily pass through the Lake of Fog. The difference was extraordinary. Some people even guessed that he was at the Apocalypse grade. However, a human powerhouse like Zhou Wen knew that it was impossible for Raleigh to be at the Apocalypse grade, but he was very likely a heaven-level existence. Although Zhou Wen was also paying attention to the Lake of Fog, he had no intention of challenging it. The most important thing now was to quickly advance the remaining 2 Essence Energy Arts to the Calamity grade. Tai Sui and Primordial Spore were doing well in Kunlun Mountains Canyon. The spores had given them immense help. Tai Sui had already reached the Calamity grade and was still growing. It was only a matter of time before Primordial Spore advanced to the Calamity grade. In the future, they would be 2 very important combat forces. However, he hadn't found a suitable dimensional zone that matched the God Fiend era. This left him depressed.
Old Zhou, look who's here.
One day, Zhou Wen was studying the information on dimensional zones when he heard Li Xian's voice coming from afar.
Wang Lu!
Zhou Wen went out and saw Li Xian and Wan Lu walk over.
Zhou, why do you look the same? Even a woman like me is jealous.
Wan Lu said with a smile, as she sized up Zhou.
You haven't changed much either,
Zhou said. Li Xian whistled.
Old Zhou, what's with that look in your eyes? Wang Lu has clearly grown a lot.
Not only did Li Xian accentuate the word grown, but he also dragged it out. As he spoke, he even scanned Wang Lu from top to bottom. Zhou couldn't help but look in the direction of his gaze. Wang Lu's face immediately flushed red as she slapped Li Xian in the face, jerking his face to the other side as his mouth contorted.
That's unfair. Old Zhou ogled as well. Why did you only hit me?
Li Xian rubbed his face and said indignantly.
Blame it on your mouth.
Wang Lu spat and turned to Zhou.
I heard you are looking for a spatial dimensional zone?
Chapter 1740 Infinite Reset.
How did you know?
Zhou asked in surprise. He had gotten Li Xian to secretly carry out a search for spatial dimensional zones. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as absolute confidentiality, he didn't tell anyone.
Old Zhou, it's been so many years, but why haven't you improved at all? Someone has clearly been paying attention. Ouch.
Before Li Xian could finish his sentence, Wang Lu pinched him.
Alright, you guys continue chatting. I'll leave, alright?
Li Xian winked at Zhou before turning to leave. After Li Xian left, Wang Lu said to Zhou.
I heard from Li Xian that you are looking for a spatial dimensional zone. Coincidentally, I recently encountered a somewhat special spatial dimensional zone. If you are interested, I can take you there. You could have just given me a call. Why did you make the trip yourself?
Zhou asked. The corners of Wang Lu's eyes twitched as her fingers couldn't hold back the urge. However, she ultimately suppressed it and said to Zhou.
That dimensional zone is somewhat special. It wasn't convenient to talk over the phone, so I came by myself. What kind of dimensional zone is it?
Zhou was fretting over this problem, so he hurriedly asked. Wang Lu was somewhat disappointed, but she still said,
I still don't know the name of that dimensional zone. The location is in Lop Ner. Lop Ner?
Zhou was slightly taken aback. He had heard of this place before. It was west of the East District. In ancient times, it had the names of Earth's Ear and the Sea of Death. It was said that many strange and bizarre things had happened there before the dimensional storms descended.
Yes, it's Lop Ner. There aren't many dimensional zones there, but it's very strange. An elder of my race accidentally entered and discovered a dimensional zone.
Wang Lu recounted the situation of the dimensional zone in detail. The elder from the Wang family had originally gone to the edge of the desert to search for a companion beast, but due to an accident, he lost his direction and accidentally entered Lop Ner. Lop Ner had been extremely dangerous in ancient times, only to become even stranger and more bizarre after the dimensional storms. Anyone who accidentally entered almost never came out. The Wang family member originally believed that he was doomed, but to his surprise, he discovered a dimensional zone. After something happened in the dimensional zone, he came out alive. As for the place he came out from, it was no longer a desert. Instead, it was far away on the other end of another sea. That sea was equally famous. It was the Bermuda Triangle known as the Devil's Triangle. The Wang family member couldn't explain what was going on. Many of his experiences were things he didn't understand, but there were some key experiences that confirmed that he had experienced some special spatial powers. There were no dimensional creatures in the dimensional zone, but no matter where he went, he would ultimately return to the same place. This wasn't the bizarre part. What was bizarre were the marks he had left behind. After realizing that he was lost, the Wang family member left a lighter somewhere and continued walking. After walking for some time, he saw the lighter again. What was even stranger was that he realized that he had an additional lighter on him. He only had one lighter, and had already placed it on the ground as a mark. It was impossible for there to be a second one. However, when he saw his lighter, he subconsciously touched his pocket to find another lighter inside. When he took it out and saw that it was identical to the lighter on the ground, he was shocked. The Wang family member threw both lighters to the ground. After circling around, he found himself having another lighter. After circling the area a few times, a pile of lighters appeared in front of him. All the lighters were identical in every way. Even he couldn't tell which was his original lighter.
In that case, I'm afraid that it's no longer just spatial powers. It's very likely related to the power of space-time.
Zhou thought for a moment and asked,
How did he walk out later? How did he reach Bermuda? He doesn't know.
Wang Lu shook her head and said,
He fainted in the end. When he woke up, he was already on a beach. That's interesting,
Zhou said in thought.
Our family plans on exploring that dimensional zone. If you are interested, you can join us,
Wang Lu said.
Alright, count me in.
Zhou felt that this dimensional zone was really odd. Perhaps it was really compatible with the God Fiend era. Even if he didn't enter, He could try to find the tiny palm symbol. Even if it wasn't compatible with God Fiend Era, he had to make a trip to help Wang Lu. The two of them chatted for a while longer. After setting a time, and about how she couldn't stay long because her family was preparing to explore the dimensional zone, Wang Lu returned to the Wang family.
Old Joe, are you stupid? Did your head get kicked by a donkey when you were young?
Li Xian was rendered speechless when he heard Zhou Wen.
What do you mean?
Zhou Wen asked with a frown. Li Xian sighed and said,
You are a beast. You wasted Wang Lu's efforts. What's wrong? Wang Lu wants to explore the dimensional zone. Didn't I agree to help her?
Zhou Wen said.
Need your help? Don't you get ashamed? With Wang Lu's luck, would she need your help? Besides, do you know what she meant by raising that matter? Leaving something behind allows another item to appear. Furthermore, it can be infinitely replicated. If one doesn't throw the lighter, but a high-level companion egg or skill crystal, do you know what that means?
Li Xian wore a look of disappointment.
That's really something I didn't think of.
Zhou Wen was immediately taken aback. He immediately understood the true value of the dimensional zone. Even if there were no other discoveries, just using this strange phenomenon could produce unimaginable benefits.
She has informed you of such a huge secret, yet you only think that you're helping her? Are you a beast?
Li Xian couldn't help but curse.
In that case, I really owe Wang Lu a huge favor. I'll have to repay her in the future,
Zhou Wen said after some thought. Li Xian was rendered speechless, as though he couldn't be bothered to say anything else to Zhou Wen.
Do whatever you want. Anyway, if you let Wang Lu down in the future, as your bro, I'll definitely be on her side.
With that said, Li Xian left. He was afraid that if he continued speaking to Zhou Wen, he wouldn't be able to help but beat him up. Chapter 1741 Wang Lu's Request. Chapter 1741 Wang Lu's Request. Over the next few days, alien races plucked the golden apples and appeared on the rankings, but there wasn't a single human on the rankings. Even human representatives didn't enter the cube's rankings, much less manage to pluck the golden apple. Even powerful representatives, like Mo, didn't challenge the cube. Ordinary people only hoped that humans could enter the rankings, but they didn't know that the representatives had basically received a warning from the alien races not to challenge the cube. There were a total of 37 golden apples on the tree. As the number of golden apples decreased, more and more people hoped that human sovereign could challenge it and occupy a spot on the cube. Zhou Wen couldn't hear their summoning. He followed Wang Lu and company into the strange Lochner. The electronic devices here had no signal, so he had no idea what was happening outside. The boundless desert was a forbidden zone for humans in ancient times. Once one was lost in it, they would die in a few days without having any food or water. Their group had water elemental terror grade experts, so it wasn't difficult for them to draw water. They also had plenty of food, so they didn't need to worry about this. However, this didn't mean that they could do anything they wanted. Lochner became far more terrifying after the dimensional storms, so the group proceeded carefully. It was unknown if it was because of Wang Lu's existence, but they encountered zero danger along the way. However, after walking for a few days, they failed to find the dimensional zone the Wang family member mentioned.
Third uncle, where should we go now?
Looking at the endless salt plains, Wang Lu frowned and asked the middle-aged man beside her. The middle-aged man's name was Wang Huaiwan. In terms of seniority, he was Wang Lu's third uncle. He was in his 40s, and was only at the mythical stage after using the mythical serum. He was the one who had discovered the dimensional zone back then.
Sorry, family head. Back then, I accidentally walked into that dimensional zone. I only know that it's probably in this area. As for where it exactly is, I really have no clue,
Wang Huaiwan said in embarrassment. Wang Lu had no intention of reprimanding him. It wasn't surprising that Wang Huaiwan didn't know the location of the dimensional zone back then. She didn't expect Wang Huaiwan to remember much. All he needed to do was confirm that it was this area.
It's fine. It's in this area, right?
Wang Lu asked again.
It should be,
Wang Huaiwan said. Wang Lu nodded and looked at Zhou Wen, who was playing with his phone.
Zhou Wen, lend me one of your shoes. What for?
Sitting on the great Might Vidra bull's back, Zhou Wen took off his shoe and threw it to Wang Lu while asking her.
Trying my luck.
Wang Lu took Zhou Wen's shoe and tossed it out. She looked at the tip of the shoe and said,
Let's go that way.
With that said, Wang Lu picked up the shoe and returned it to Zhou Wen. The Wang family didn't doubt Wang Lu's seemingly childish actions as they walked in the direction she had mentioned. Zhou Wen took the shoe and put it on. He looked at Wang Lu curiously and asked,
Why didn't you use this method previously? Humans can't have too many extravagant hopes. If they wish for too much fortune that doesn't belong to them, it might not be a good thing even if they obtain it in the end,
Wang Lu said ambiguously. Zhou Wen nodded. He had some understanding of that. Although Wang Lu's luck was amazingly lucky, She wasn't the goddess of luck with boundless divine strength. There was probably a limit to her luck. She might not be able to resolve everything with luck. If anything could be resolved by luck, Wang Lu would have long become the strongest human. In fact, Wang Lu had yet to advance to the calamity grade. The group continued on their way. After walking for less than half a day, Wang Huaiduan suddenly pointed ahead and shouted,
"There he is! That's the entrance to the dimensional zone."
Zhou Wen looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a lake appear on the endless salt plains. The lake wasn't big, and the water surface was calm like a mirror. Wang Huaiduan continued excitedly.
"See that strange-shaped boulder by the lake? As long as we step past it, we can enter that strange dimensional zone."
The strange-shaped boulder that Wang Huaiduan mentioned stood more than 10 meters tall. Perhaps due to the ravages of the sandstorm, there was a huge crack in the middle of the boulder that could accommodate 2 people walking side by side. Zhou Wen glanced at the crack on the boulder. Through the crack, he saw the lake behind it. It didn't seem different.
"Stay here and rest for the night. We'll explore the dimensional zone tomorrow."
Wang Lu led everyone to the boulder, but she didn't immediately enter. Looking at the sun that was about to set, she instructed everyone to pitch tents and set up a temporary camp. Zhou Wen circled the vicinity, but didn't find the tiny palm symbol. All he could do was return to the camp resentfully. Zhou Wen had brought his own tent. While resting at night, he saw Wang Lu pull open the curtain and enter.
"Having problems sleeping?"
Zhou Wen asked with a smile. Wang Lu sat down and shook her head.
"I need your help with something." "What is it?"
The reason Zhou Wen didn't immediately agree wasn't because he wanted to consider the pros and cons, but because he felt that if Wang Lu were to look for him now, the matter of asking him for help was probably no trifling matter. He had to treat it seriously, and not let down Wang Lu's request. Wang Lu took out a box and placed it in front of Zhou Wen.
"Help me hold this. After entering the dimensional zone tomorrow, if everything goes smoothly, you can place it somewhere suitable. Could the thing inside be—"
Before Zhou Wen could finish his sentence, Wang Lu pressed his lips with her finger.
"You just need to know. I'll leave the item to you."
With that said, Wang Lu got up and left the tent without staying any longer. Zhou Wen looked at the box in front of him and couldn't help but frown. If his guess was right, the box likely contained an important treasure prepared by Wang Lu. It was very likely a high-level companion egg. As companion beasts couldn't be too far from their masters, they couldn't be placed in dimensional zones to replicate them. This was also why Wang Huaiduan hadn't experimented back then. It was because he didn't have any companion eggs on him, preventing him from experimenting. The Wang family had come prepared. They had definitely prepared a very high-level companion egg or other treasures. However, he didn't know why Wang Lu had placed the item in the box with him. Zhou Wen didn't open the box to see what it was. He put it away and continued grinding his game dungeons. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, the Wang family packed their things and marched through the boulder. Zhou Wen followed the team. At the instant he passed through the crack, the scene in front of him didn't seem much different from what he had seen before. Chapter 1742. He clearly saw the saltwater lake behind the boulder, but after passing through it, he saw the same saltwater lake. It didn't seem any different.
"Have we really entered a dimensional zone?"
Someone asked in puzzlement. Many people wanted to ask this question. Even Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled. After passing through the stone crack, it didn't seem any different from before.
"It's different. Very different,"
Wang Huaiduan said with certainty.
"If we don't pass through the crack in this boulder, we will leave this saltwater lake no matter where we go. And after passing through the crack in the boulder, no matter where we go, we will ultimately return to the lake. It's as though we are circling around it. Has the loop already begun?"
Zhou Wen asked as he looked around.
"It should have already begun. However, after we leave this place, we won't be able to see this boulder no matter how we walk. In other words, it's impossible for us to leave this place."
Wang Huaiduan thought for a moment and said,
"At that time, I walked for a long time and couldn't leave this place. I thought I was doomed. I was exhausted and delirious. Back then, a suction force suddenly appeared in the lake and I was swept in. When I woke up, I was already on the coast of Devil's Triangle. I don't know how I got out. Third uncle, come with us. Ziyuan, stay in front of the boulder with the team."
Wang Lu instructed calmly, looking somewhat like a family head. She was somewhat different from the Wang Lu Zhou Wen knew. Apart from leading a 5-person team in front of the boulder, the others followed Wang Lu. Zhou Wen was among them. This time, the Wang family didn't leave anything behind. They wanted to see if they could still see the 5-person team when they returned. Zhou Wen followed them. At the same time, he used the teacher domain to scan his surroundings, especially the lake. If there was really anything strange, it was the most likely problem. However, after scanning for a while, Zhou Wen didn't discover anything within the teacher domain's range. There didn't seem to be any creatures in the lake. Ignoring dimensional creatures, he didn't even discover ordinary microorganisms.
The salt content in this lake is very high. A person can float in it when jumping in. Previously, I jumped into the lake, hoping to find some dimensional creatures as food, but I didn't discover anything,
Wang Huaiduan said as he walked. Wang Lu only listened quietly without saying a word. Everyone stuck to circling the lake without wandering off. After walking for a period of time, they estimated that they had circled the lake once, but they still didn't see the boulder that they used for entry.
It's indeed a little strange.
Zhou Wen frowned slightly. He didn't sense any changes in space. The boulder and the Wang family members guarding it had vanished. This dimensional zone was indeed not simple.
Little Li, act according to plan,
Wang Lu said to a youth from the Wang family. The youth nodded and stayed by the lake. The others continued circling the lake. The youth had some of the Wang family's companion eggs on him. If he had duplicates of those companion eggs when they found him, the Wang family would really make a killing.
This dimensional zone is indeed a little strange. Be careful.
Zhou Wen walked beside Wang Lu and whispered to her. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Or rather, this dimensional zone made him uneasy.
Mr. Zhou, don't worry. The last time I came, I circled this place for a few days and didn't find any dimensional creatures. I even spent quite some time in the lake. If there were any dimensional creatures, they would have long eaten me,
Wang Huaiduan said.
There's nothing wrong with being careful. Everyone focus,
said Wang Lu. The Wang family members responded and continued circling the lake. Perhaps Zhou Wen was too sensitive, but they didn't encounter anything along the way. Zhou Wen guessed that they were about to circle the lake. He focused his gaze forward, hoping to see Little Li. He saw him. It was similar to when they left. Little Li was sitting by the lake, fiddling with the sand in boredom. As Zhou Wen watched, his expression suddenly changed.
Little Li is there.
After walking for a while, someone finally saw Little Li and shouted in pleasant surprise.
Quick, let's see if the companion eggs on him have doubled.
Everyone became excited as they quickened their pace towards Little Li. As they ran, everyone slowed down again, revealing looks of horror. This was because they realized that the Little Li sitting there wasn't one, but two. Two identical Little Lis sat side by side. The reason Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically was that he had seen two Little Lis. Furthermore, he couldn't tell which was the real Little Li under the teacher domain. Or rather, both Little Li were real.
Even humans can be replicated?
Even at a close distance, Zhou Wen still couldn't tell what was different between the two Little Lis. At that moment, the two Little Lis also discovered Zhou Wen and company. They immediately got up and ran towards them. As they ran, they shouted,
Family head. Not good. Something strange happened. There's an additional me. No. Something is impersonating me.
There was nothing wrong with what he said. The problem was that the two Little Lis' words were identical. Even their expressions were identical. Instantly, everyone was stunned.
Little Li, stand there and don't move,
Wang Lu said as she stared at the two Little Lis. Without any hesitation, the two Little Lis stopped as though they fully trusted Wang Lu.
Take out the companion eggs you have on you,
Wang Lu continued. The two Little Lis removed their backpacks and took out the companion eggs inside. There were a total of 7 companion eggs. Each companion egg was different, but the companion eggs of the duo were identical, like twins.
I should have known. This godforsaken place can replicate the lighter, so it's possible to replicate humans as well. We shouldn't have left Little Li here,
Wang Huaiduan said with a sigh.
Family head, third uncle, quickly think of a way. I don't want to have two of me,
the two Little Lis said with a sullen expression. Wang Lu was momentarily at a loss. She couldn't tell which Little Li was the original Little Li. She couldn't help but look at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly. He couldn't tell which Little Li was real either.
Leave the companion eggs here now. Let's continue walking.
Wang Lu thought for a moment, and got someone to put down the companion eggs they had brought along. Then, she took the two Little Lis along and continued circling the lake. Now, they really didn't dare to leave a human here. They couldn't even deal with the two Little Lis. If they ended up making a few more Little Lis, his wife would probably be in a difficult position when he returned. Chapter 1743 No Replication. Chapter 1743 No Replication. Zhou Wen did have the urge to replicate the good things on him. It would be crazy if he could replicate a few items, like the mysterious phone. Even if the mysterious phone couldn't be replicated, it would be awesome to have a few immortal culling swords and immortal peril swords. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't really do so. He had to figure out what was going on with this dimensional zone before he dared to experiment with the immortal culling sword. Otherwise, if something went wrong, it wouldn't be worth it. Looking at the two Little Lis in the team, Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. If anything could be replicated to obtain endless benefits, wasn't this dimensional zone a little too powerful? The Wang family was actually very uneasy. The benefits involved were just too great, so great that it was unbelievable. If it wasn't because Wang Lu had extremely powerful luck, they might not have dared to come despite knowing the benefits. Everyone in the group had their own thoughts as they circled the saltwater lake again. When they arrived at the area where they had left their luggage, they indeed discovered two identical piles of luggage. When they opened the luggage, everything was duplicated. However, only one item of the things that Little Lee had replicated previously appeared.
From the looks of it, there are two possibilities. One possibility is that the replica can't be replicated. The second possibility is that the same item will only have one replicated.
Zhou Wen muttered to himself.
It's fine replicating one at a time. One each time means that doing it 10 times gets 10. If we stay here for a few days, we won't lack any companion beasts. The Wang family's rise is just around the corner.
The Wang family was extremely excited. Some people had already experimented with hatching a replicated companion egg. The outcome was identical to a normal companion egg. At this moment, no one doubted the value of replicating companion eggs. They only wanted to replicate more companion eggs and things. The only person who was more vexed was Little Lee. The authenticity of the two Little Lees couldn't be determined. All they could do was temporarily watch the duo to prevent any trouble.
Family head, there's no mistake about it. This dimensional zone is our Wang family's blessed land. Leave everything you brought behind and try your best to replicate more things. Who knows if there will be a time limit here?
An elder from the Wang family said to Wang Lu.
There's no rush. Let's stick to the original plan and leave a portion behind.
Wang Lu shook her head. Some wanted to persuade Wang Lu otherwise, but she cut them off.
The plan is to protect the family's interests. If we don't act according to the plan, who will be responsible if anything happens?
The members of the Wang family looked at each other. In the end, they followed Wang Lu's orders and left a portion behind before circling the lake again.
What are your thoughts?
Wang Lu walked beside Zhou Wen and asked softly.
This is very likely a space-time dimensional zone as expected. I left a few low-level companion eggs there. I should discover something next time.
Zhou Wen said.
What do you mean?
Wang Lu asked in puzzlement. Wang Lu had noticed Zhou Wen placing a few companion eggs there. The companion eggs had also been replicated. There would be another additional one when they returned. There didn't seem to be any difference, so she didn't know what Zhou Wen was referring to. Zhou Wen explained.
I only left one of those companion eggs and replicated companion eggs there.
Wang Lu was extremely smart. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, she immediately understood.
You left a portion of original companion eggs and a portion of replicated companion eggs. If all the companion eggs are replicated again, it means that there's no limit to the replication. However, the same item can produce one replicated item. If a portion of the companion eggs aren't replicated, that means that the replicas can't be replicated.
Zhou Wen nodded and said.
If it's really the power of spacetime that's at work, then be it the original or a replica, they should be replicated. No, it shouldn't be said that it's a replica. Or rather, it's better to describe it as a parallel space. Those things come from a parallel space and not a replica. If the replica isn't replicated, it's hard to make further determination. Of course, it's only a guess now. We still have to see the outcome. Aren't you tempted at all when you see the replicated items?
Wang Lu asked as she sized up Zhou Wen. At this moment, Zhou Wen was still able to come up with such ideas without being affected. It left Wang Lu alarmed. Wang Lu's luck was excellent. She usually didn't lack anything, but when she saw the replicated items, her will wavered. The reason she insisted on following the plan was just to be safe. Even so, she wasn't as calm as Zhou Wen.
Yes, how can I not be? However,
Zhou Wen seemed to hesitate and didn't finish his sentence.
Just say it if it's convenient. If it's not convenient, don't say it,
said Wang Lu.
It's nothing inconvenient. I'm just afraid that you will think too much,
Zhou Wen said after some thought.
Then just say it. I'll definitely believe you,
Wang Lu said seriously.
I'm just afraid that I'll believe in it myself. I'd rather it be wrong.
Zhou Wen smiled bitterly and continued without waiting for Wang Lu to press further.
To be honest, according to my past experience, something will happen every time I enter an unfamiliar dimensional zone. It's rather harrowing every time, so no matter how tempted I am, I still have my scruples. I was wondering what it was. You gave me a fright. Don't worry. With me by your side, your luck will turn for the better,
said Wang Lu with a smile.
I'm not worried. I'm just afraid that you will be worried,
Zhou Wen said with a smile. The two of them chatted as they walked. After circling the area for a long time, everyone approached the place where the items were placed. Zhou Wen saw the pile of items from afar. The companion eggs he had placed were among them. 1, 2, 6. That's not right. Half of them haven't been replicated. Zhou Wen counted silently in his heart and couldn't help but frown. According to his previous guess, if it were spatial powers at work, the companion eggs he had left behind should have produced new ones, be it the original or replicas. However, half of them had clearly not been replicated.
The replicas cannot be replicated? In other words, only the original will be replicated. Is this a space-time power?
Wang Lu also saw Zhou Wen's companion eggs and immediately knew what had happened. Chapter 1744 Problem. Chapter 1744 Problem.
I don't know.
Zhou Wen shook his head slightly and stared thoughtfully at the companion eggs. However, the members of the Wang family had already rushed to their luggage in euphoria. They only needed to circle around to obtain many precious companion eggs. The things that they had risked their lives for in the past could now be obtained by taking a stroll. Anyone would be excited to the point of losing control.
Family head, there's no mistake about it. Everything is correct. Stop hesitating. Leave that thing behind. We don't know what will happen in the future. Let's quickly get a few more while we can.
A few elders from the Wang family came over to persuade Wang Lu.
Stick to the plan. It will be done in the next round. There's no rush,
Wang Lu said.
The plan is set by humans. We can be more flexible when needed. There's no need to be so inflexible. If we had left that thing behind earlier, there would be 3 of them now. Apart from you, we can also have one.
The elder didn't finish his sentence, but Zhou Wen understood. The Wang family probably had a special companion egg or treasure, but they were afraid of any accidents, so they didn't dare leave it there. Now that the Wang family saw the items being replicated again and again, they couldn't help but want Wang Lu to replicate more of that item so that they could also have a copy.
As long as it can be replicated, everyone will naturally have a share. There's only 1 round left. Let's go,
Wang Lu said as she continued on her way, not giving those people a chance to speak. The few elders were somewhat helpless, but they didn't say anything else. They packed their things and continued on their way with Wang Lu.
Did you discover anything?
Wang Lu asked when she saw Zhou Wen frowning and thought.
Not really, but I thought of something. If I want to determine which one is the original Little Li, we can leave one there and see if he will be replicated to know if he's the original,
Zhou Wen said.
If it's the original version, wouldn't there be another Little Li?
Wang Lu said with a smile. Zhou Wen laughed as well.
That's why it's just a thought. Actually, there's no point in distinguishing them. Even if you know who's the replica, you can't be heartless enough to kill him, right? That's right. Although he's a replica, he's no different from Little Li. We grew up together, so how can we bear to do it? Unless he's not Little Li,
Wang Lu said gloomily.
If it's not Little Li, what else could it be?
As Zhou Wen spoke, he turned to look at the 2 Little Lis. When he saw them, his expression suddenly changed. As the other members of the Wang family were excited, all of them wanted to walk faster. In the beginning, they had paid special attention to the 2 Little Lis, but now, the 2 had unknowingly fallen to the back. No one wanted to watch them. The 2 Little Lis were originally identical, but now, one of them had changed at some point in time. Little Li was only in his 20s. His eyes were rather big, and he had black oriental-styled irises. However, now that one Little Li had his head lowered, his eyes had turned completely white like a blind person. From the point of view of an ordinary person, there were only a few differences. However, in Zhou Wen's eyes, Little Li emitted a strange aura that resembled white smoke rising from his body. Oh no, there's something wrong with the replica. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat. The Little Li who had his head lowered suddenly looked up and revealed a strange smile at Zhou Wen. In the next moment, he pounced on the other Little Li beside him. As the duo were too close, Zhou Wen didn't have the time to do anything. The moment the 2 Little Li came into contact, they seemed to fuse together, turning from 2 to 1. Zhou Wen had already flashed in front of Little Li, but he didn't know what was happening. It was naturally impossible for him to directly kill him. All he did was reach out to grab Little Li's arm and restrain him.
Mr. Zhou, what are you doing?
Upon hearing the commotion behind, the Wang family stopped and looked over. Seeing Zhou Wen grab Little Li's arm, they looked at him in puzzlement.
Don't you realize that one Little Li is missing?
Zhou Wen stared at Little Li and said. As they were too excited, everyone had long forgotten about Little Li. Only when Zhou Wen mentioned it did they recall.
That's right. Why is there only one Little Li? Where did the other Little Li go? Don't tell me he ran off?
Everyone looked around but didn't find the other Little Li.
Zhou Wen, what's going on?
Wang Lu hadn't seen the scene, so she didn't know that the 2 Little Li had fused into one. Zhou Wen recounted what he had seen while observing Little Li's reaction. Little Li was very honest. He allowed Zhou Wen to grab him without moving or struggling. His eyes looked a little demented. Everyone was puzzled when they heard that. They sized up Little Li, but no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't imagine how the 2 of them had fused into one.
There's something wrong with the replicas here. We can't continue replicating them.
Zhou said to Wang Lu. Before Wang Lu could say anything, an elder from the Wang family said in a strange tone.
Mr. Zhou, did the two little Lis really fuse into one? I saw it with my own eyes.
Zhou said.
There are so many people here. Why are you the only one who saw it? Isn't it too much of a coincidence that no one else saw it?
The elder snorted coldly.
Uncle Lu, what do you mean?
Wang Lu said unhappily.
Family head, I've already said that we should keep this matter private. However, you refused to listen and insisted on letting an outsider follow. Now, he can't stand that our Wang family will be doing well. Family head, what do you think we should do?
The elder said angrily.
Uncle Lu, what are you trying to say?
Wang Lu frowned.
None of us saw the two little Lis fuse into one. Only Mr. Zhou saw it. He even said with certainty that there's a problem with the replica and that we can't continue replicating. Don't you think that there's a problem with this? Even if the two little Lis really fused into one, it doesn't mean that we can't continue replicating. Wouldn't using one of the replicas before they fuse work? Why can't we continue replicating? I think it's because someone doesn't want our Wang family to do well and is deliberately making things difficult for us. It's hard to tell if the other little Li had fused or met with misfortune thanks to someone. Zhou doesn't lie.
Wang Lu said.
One can never judge a book by its cover. Family head, you are still young. There are some things that you haven't seen through. In front of absolute benefits, what can people not do?
The elder was rather friendly to Wang Lu, but not towards Zhou.
Even if the two little Lis have fused into one, he should be able to speak, right? If we ask him ourselves, won't the truth be out? What's the point of restraining him?
Chapter 1745 Why are you smiling? Chapter 1745 Why are you smiling?
What questions do you have? You can ask them now.
Zhou didn't let go of little Li's hand.
He's already half dead from your grabbing. How are we to ask?
A Wang family member said.
Let him go first. There are so many of us. Are you afraid that he will escape? I'm not afraid of him running. I'm just afraid that he won't run.
Zhou didn't let go of little Li.
Family head, what's going on? No matter what, little Li is a subordinate of our Wang family. Even if we want to arrest and question him, it should be done by our Wang family. Why leave this to an outsider?
The elder said unhappily to Wang Lu.
That's right. Why are the other things we replicated fine except for little Li? Furthermore, he's clearly fine. He looks half dead, and can't even speak because he's being held hostage. I'm afraid someone is up to no good. People from the Wang family should naturally be dealt with by the Wang family itself.
Many people from the Wang family were somewhat displeased with Zhou, but they didn't dare make a move. They also knew that Zhou was powerful, and wasn't someone ordinary people could match.
Zhou, what's little Li's situation now?
Wang Lu asked Zhou. Although Wang Lu was the head of the family, that didn't mean that she could ignore the Wang family's feelings. If people lost their sense of belonging, the family would be over. Wang Lu believed Zhou, but she had to placate the Wang family members' emotions.
I'm not sure either. I just feel that something is amiss.
Zhou looked at the demented little Li and recalled his smile. He had a nagging feeling that this fellow was dangerous.
Heard that? What kind of answer is that? Can you hold a member of our Wang family hostage just because you feel that something is amiss? Family head, he can't even give a reason. Is this how people do things?
When the Wang family heard Zhou's words, they became even more distrustful of him. They only believed that he had ulterior motives. Wang Lu was in a dilemma, but she didn't relent. Zhou could tell that Wang Lu was in a difficult position. After some thought, he said,
Forget it. Since you want him, I'll give him to you. However, if anything happens, it won't be my business. We don't need outsiders to worry about the Wang family.
The Wang family members immediately said. With Wang Lu around, they felt that nothing would happen with her luck. Desire is really a terrifying emotion, Zhou thought to himself. If it were any other time, these people wouldn't dare speak to me like that. But in the face of so many benefits, they aren't afraid of offending me. Forget it. It's not like I can keep holding on to little Li. I can take this opportunity to see what's so strange about him. Zhou no longer held back little Li, and returned him to the Wang family. 2 Wang family members took little Li from Zhou's hands. Although they had some concerns, and were afraid that there was something wrong with him, they felt relieved when they saw that he appeared demented. Little Li. After getting little Li back, the Wang family wanted to wake him up and ask him about what had happened, but little Li remained silent. He seemed to be in a daze, and nothing could be got out of him. Many people still suspected that Zhou had secretly done something to little Li. They didn't believe the words of the 2 little Lis fusing into one. If they didn't know Zhou's strength, they would probably have taken him down before interrogating him.
Family head, I don't think there's any problem. Aren't the replicated companion eggs fine? In any case, we aren't replicating people. It should be fine. Let's not waste any more time. Let's continue.
Everyone urged Wang Lu to quickly put down the treasure prepared by the Wang family and replicate a few more.
Alright.
Wang Lu nodded and took out a box from her backpack and placed it on the pile of things. Zhou Wen watched coldly from the side. This time, he didn't say a word. Everyone set off again and circled the saltwater lake. Although there were also people who were worried that something would go wrong, their desire for treasures exceeded their worries. Along the way, Zhou Wen observed Little Li. He was escorted forward by 2 members of the Wang family, but there was no reaction. When they returned to the place where they had placed the items, there was indeed another pile of replicas. The box that Wang Lu had taken out was also among them.
See? I knew it. There's no problem. Isn't everything fine? Let's go, let's go! Let's replicate a few more. It's best if we can each attain one. With this treasure land, our Wang family will definitely become in existence like the 6 families in the future.
They were all in a festive mood, as though they would soon become great nobles on earth. Wang Lu didn't say a word as she looked at Zhou Wen.
Continue walking,
Zhou Wen said indifferently. It was useless to say anything else now. Furthermore, he couldn't leave, so he could only continue walking. Round after round, more and more things were replicated. Ignoring the Wang family's delight, Zhou Wen found it odd. He had clearly seen the 2 Little Lis fuse into one, but the replicated companion eggs didn't do the same. Even the box that Wang Lu had put down had been replicated multiple times. There were no strange fusions. As for the item in the box, Zhou Wen also knew what it was. In the Wang family's euphoria, someone had accidentally revealed it. Zhou Wen knew that it was a calamity-grade companion egg. With the Wang family's standards, they likely didn't have the ability to hunt calamity-grade creatures. It was highly likely that Wang Lu had obtained it through luck. After circling so many times, Little Li remained in a daze. He didn't do anything out of place. Could it be that something will happen only after living creatures are replicated? Or could it be that only humans have problems? Zhou Wen thought of all sorts of possibilities. They walked to the place where the items were placed again. Indeed, there was another pile of items there. The Wang family was so happy that they were about to go crazy. Many replicated companion eggs had been hatched by the Wang family. They were also fine. As for the Calamity Companion Egg box, no one had taken it. Firstly, they needed Wang Lu's permission. Secondly, even if they took it now, they wouldn't be able to hatch it. The Wang family didn't even have a single Calamity-grade creature. Just their essence energy was insufficient to incubate a Calamity Companion beast. If they forced the hatching, they would only die from having their essence energy sucked dry. Therefore, no one requested to hatch it now. Wang Lu only put away the replicated box every time without any intention of incubating it. As everyone was feeling excited, Zhou Wen saw the dazed Little Li finally show an expression. He revealed a strange smile again, but other than Zhou Wen, no one was paying attention to him. This time, he didn't stop smiling. He kept smiling, making Zhou Wen's hair stand on end.
Little Li, are you awake? Why are you smiling?
The Wang family members, who were escorting Little Li, finally realized that something was amiss with him. Chapter 1746 The Strange Little Li. Chapter 1746 The Strange Little Li. Little Li still didn't say a word. He only smiled at the person, making the person's hair stand on end. When the others heard the voice, they looked over. However, what they saw next was extremely strange and terrifying. The person grabbing Little Li's hand sank into his body, as though his body wasn't made of flesh but sand.
Ah!
Everything happened too quickly. The person only had time to scream before most of his body fused into Little Li's body. A few members of the Wang family rushed over to stop the person from sinking further. However, when their hands touched the person's body, it was as though they had been electrocuted. Their eyes rolled back as their bodies trembled non-stop. The few of them connected together and sank into Little Li's body.
No good!
Wang Lu was alarmed as she immediately released her companion beasts to pull them away. The companion beast that resembled a polar bear grabbed their bodies and tried to pull them out. However, exerting strength failed to pull the people out. Only half of the body was pulled out. The rest had already sunk into Little Li's body. Looking at the blood on the ground and the strange smile on Little Li's face, everyone felt their scalps tingle. A chill rose from the soles of their feet to their heads.
We can only kill him now,
Zhou Wen said when he saw Wang Lu still hesitating. Wang Lu had become the head of the Wang family because she had extremely lucky abilities. However, in terms of personality, she was excessively kind and hated killing. In this era, she wasn't the best leader. The Wang family also knew that Wang Lu's personality was too docile. It was only because they needed her luck to bring luck to the family that they had no choice but to let her become the family head.
He's no longer Little Li. Kill him!
Wang Lu ordered through gritted teeth. The elders of the Wang family had long had the intent to kill. Just as Wang Lu said that, a few people released their companion beasts and charged at Little Lee. However, when the companion beasts pounced at Little Lee, a strange scene happened. One companion beast after another sank into Little Lee's body like the others.
What the hell? The family head's companion beast was clearly fine.
The few elders tried their best to retrieve their companion beasts, but how could they? They were instantly sucked into Little Lee's body. No one dared to release their companion beasts again. All of them desperately released sword beams and saber beams at Little Lee. However, the sword beams and saber beams also sank into Little Lee's body. Now, Little Lee didn't seem to have a body of flesh and blood, but a black hole. Anything that approached him would be sucked in. Instantly, everyone stopped and didn't dare attack Little Lee. They looked at him in horror. They looked at Little Lee, but the motionless Little Lee suddenly moved. He charged at a member of the Wang family like a ghost, his face still wearing the same mask-like smile. The person wanted to dodge, but his speed was much slower than Little Lee's. All he could do was summon his companion beast to block, but the companion beast was grabbed by Little Lee's hand. His head was also grabbed by Little Lee's other hand before the man and pet were sucked into his body. Monster! This word appeared in everyone's minds, as their first thought was to escape. Upon encountering such a redoubtable monster, their psychological defense had already collapsed. They had no intention of fighting at all. All that was left was fear. They wanted to stay as far away from the monster as possible. In fact, even if they wanted to fight, they would only be slaughtered by Little Lee.
None of you are allowed to run!
Zhou flicked his sleeve and pulled the few people running ahead flying back.
Zhou, do you want our Wang family dead?
Wang Huaiduan shouted sternly.
Have we forgotten how this monster came about? If you run in all directions, you will return from different directions. Then, what about the people who aren't with you? Will they be replicated?
Zhou asked. In fact, what Zhou said was very simple. If everyone was separated and found themselves back in the same spot from different directions, all of them would be replicated relative to the others. That would be a mess. Although such a situation might not happen, Zhou couldn't take the risk.
Run in one direction.
Wang Lu was the first to react. Only then did everyone understand. However, a few more people were sucked into Little Lee's body during this process. Little Lee continued lunging at the others.
There's no need to run. Wang Lu, try using your companion beast to stop him,
Zhou said to Wang Lu. When Wang Lu heard Zhou's words, she didn't hesitate and ordered the white bear to charge at Little Lee. Previously, many people had used companion beasts. No matter what kind of companion beast it was, they ended up fusing with Little Lee's body. However, Little Lee dodged the white bear's charge, preventing it from touching his body.
Why doesn't he dare touch the white bear? Is it because the white bear's stats restrain him?
Wang Lu was slightly taken aback before she looked at Zhou in pleasant surprise.
I don't think it's the white bear's stats that restrain it, but you,
Zhou said after some thought.
Me?
Wang Lu looked at Zhou in puzzlement.
This is only my speculation. You are the only one who hasn't replicated a companion egg in the Wang family, right? I believe that's the key,
Zhou said.
You mean?
Wang Lu's expression turned ugly. She wasn't happy because of that. If Zhou's guess was right, it meant that there was something wrong with the replicas. The white bear kept chasing Little Lee, but Little Lee's movement technique was extremely strange. The Terra-grade white bear couldn't catch up to him, but it also caused Little Lee some trouble, preventing him from chasing others. The Wang family secretly heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the white bear hold back Little Lee. However, before they could finish venting their anger, their expressions turned even uglier. Little Lee didn't chase after them again, but he pounced at the things piled on the ground. There were all sorts of companion eggs and treasures there. After Little Lee plunged into the items, his body was like a magnet. The things approached him with all their might, and strangely fused into his body.
It's over! It's all over!
The Wang family was dumbfounded. Everything, including the original companion eggs and the replicated companion eggs, fused with Little Lee's body. It looked like nothing would be left behind. Little Lee's body seemed to undergo a strange change as he absorbed a large number of items. His black hair became whiter and whiter, and his eyes were like the white eyes of the blind. Furthermore, they became whiter and whiter as though light was gathering inside. Now, many members of the Wang family were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have doubted Zhou. They would have long finished the scourge that was Little Lee. Chapter 1747 Spacetime Strength. Everyone only wanted to escape, but they knew that escaping was useless. Ignoring the question of whether there would be more monsters similar to Little Lee, there was no way to escape. No matter how they ran, they would ultimately return. They would ultimately die. Wang Lu controlled the white bear to charge at the monster, Little Lee, who was fusing with various items. This time, the monster, Little Lee, didn't dodge. Looking at the roaring white bear, he suddenly extended his hand and pressed down on the white bear's open mouth. The terror-grade white bear was pressed to the ground. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't get up. In the next second, the spot where the white bear's palm touched the monster, Little Lee, sank into his palm like the other things.
My companion beast won't do either.
Wang Lu was alarmed. She wanted to retrieve the white bear, but how could she? Moments later, the white bear was sucked into Little Lee's palm. Little Lee's entire body suffused a strange white light, especially his hair and eyes. It was indescribably strange. The members of the Wang family turned ashen. They originally wanted to count on Wang Lu's companion beast, but now, it was useless. They immediately felt that they had lost their crutch. Zhou Wen frowned as he looked at Little Lee. The teacher domain constantly circulated as it analyzed the nomological powers on Little Lee's body, but the speed of its analysis was extremely slow. However, he was certain that Little Lee had the laws of time and space, but there were some differences. Perhaps it was the legendary space-time power. In a moment, the piles of items were sucked into Little Lee's body. Little Lee's body, which emitted a strange white light, levitated off the ground. His entire body was like a white devil enveloped by a demonic glow. His white hair hung down, turning into white eyes that seemed to reflect the sins of the world.
Zhou Wen, what should we do?
Wang Lu was at a loss. The situation had exceeded her control.
Kill him!
Zhou Wen condensed the power of Great Brahma, and his body was immediately enveloped by the dark gold armor, as he threw a punch at the monster, Little Lee. The destructive beam struck the monstrous Little Lee's body. The power was enough to destroy a calamity-grade expert, but when the beam struck the monster, it passed through it without causing any damage to his body. Upon seeing Zhou Wen take action, the members of the Wang family, who had thought of him as a powerhouse, felt their hearts turn cold. They didn't care about anything else as they fled. They knew that they couldn't escape, but every second they lived counted. Zhou Wen threw punch after punch. The destructive power of the great burning heaven failed to touch the monstrous Little Lee. It passed through his body as though it didn't exist. Little Lee's figure flashed and vanished from everyone's sight. When he appeared again, he grabbed the head of a Wang family member with each hand and instantly sucked them into his body. Zhou Wen switched essence energy arts and attempted to attack the monstrous Little Lee with different powers. However, no matter what kind of power it was, it felt as though he had struck nothing. It passed through his body without causing any damage. Instead, it was the monstrous Little Lee who instant transmitted again and again. He grabbed the Wang family members, who had fled in all directions, and sucked them into his body. Wang Lu summoned companion beasts to charge at the monstrous Little Lee, but they were no longer effective. They were also sucked into the monster's body.
Zhou Wen, I shouldn't have brought you here.
Wang Lu sighed. Zhou Wen said,
Let's cut out the banal chatter. This fellow is indeed a little troublesome. If I'm not wrong, this fellow should be a product of space-time powers. His strength should have already reached the calamity grade, but my strength should be stronger than his. That's why he can't directly absorb my strength. However, because he has space-time powers, it's difficult for my strength to hit his body. This is somewhat troublesome. Why can't you hit him?
Wang Lu hurriedly asked, hoping to help Zhou Wen.
According to my guess, he should be able to switch to different spacetimes at will. It looks like my strength hit him, but in fact, he's already in a different spacetime. No matter how strong I am, I can't penetrate spacetime and hit him in another spacetime.
Zhou Wen explained.
Then is there no other way?
Wang Lu was burning with anxiety.
Unless I also have spacetime powers, and can break through the restrictions of spacetime, I ultimately won't be able to do a thing to him. Unfortunately, I only have spatial powers and not temporal powers, much less spacetime powers.
Zhou Wen said with a sigh. Wang Lu felt even more despair when she heard that. She watched as the Wang family members were absorbed by the monstrous Little Lee one by one. She said tragically,
I don't have spacetime powers either, nor do I have spacetime companion beasts. From the looks of it, we are doomed. Companion beast?
Zhou Wen pondered and said,
You just reminded me of something. You have a spacetime type companion beast?
Wang Lu was overjoyed.
No.
Zhou Wen shook his head.
You?
Wang Lu was at a loss. She felt that she should be angry, but at this point in time, there was no point in being mad.
However, I have a strange companion beast. Perhaps I can give it a try.
Zhou Wen wasn't worried that he would die here. He had already noticed something. The monstrous Little Lee had grown by absorbing the things here, but up to now, there weren't any calamity-grade companion eggs. There were no calamity-grade companion eggs among the replicated items. Even if he absorbed everything here, he would at most be at the calamity grade. It was impossible for him to advance to the apocalypse grade. Even if Zhou Wen couldn't kill him, he couldn't do a thing to him. As for the box Wang Lu had placed there previously, Zhou Wen guessed that it was empty. Perhaps it wasn't a calamity grade companion egg inside. The real Calamity-grade companion egg was inside the box Wan Lu had given him. Zhou Wen was somewhat impressed with Wan Lu's foresight. If Wan Lu really placed the Calamity-grade companion egg there for replication, resulting in many replicated Calamity companion eggs that ended up absorbed by the monstrous little Li, who knew what level of growth he would have.
Then quickly give it a try,
Wan Lu said anxiously.
All right.
With a thought, an extremely black shadow, like companion beast appeared in front of him. It was none other than the Mystic Darch companion beast he had just obtained.
I hope it will be useful.
Zhou Wen ordered Mystic Darch to attack the monstrous little Li. Mystic Darch was a very strange companion beast. It didn't have any skills, but its other stats were top-notch. However, Zhou Wen had previously attempted to get the Mystic Darch to fight, but he realized that it wasn't a strength-type melee companion beast. Chapter 1748 Mystic Darch. Chapter 1748 Mystic Darch. Mystic Darch seemed to have an invisible weapon in hand. Every time it flashed, it would kill a dimensional creature. It was very strange. Zhou Wen hadn't had the time to do further research before following Wan Lu to Lop Nur. Therefore, Zhou Wen didn't completely understand Mystic Thearka's abilities. However, after seeing the monstrous little Li, Zhou Wen had a guess. Could Mystic Thearka's ability be related to spatial powers? Of course, it was only related. The Mystic Thearka's power wasn't spacetime. At the very least, it wasn't ordinary spacetime power. Mystic Darch was dressed in extremely black armor, like a shadow female samurai. Her body resembled Star Lady Polestar. When the monstrous little Li saw Mystic Darch, it was unknown if he knew that his strength was inferior, or if there was another reason, but he actually instant transmitted elsewhere. However, at the same time he instant transmitted, Mystic Darch appeared beside him, like a ghost and swept past monstrous little Li. The white light over monstrous little Li's body changed, as his entire body turned illusory and unreal. It was as though he had entered another spacetime. He didn't seem to be injured. Is Mystic Thearka's power equally ineffective? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Just as Zhou Wen thought that he needed to think of another solution, he saw Mystic Darch charge at the monstrous little Li again. However, this time, she didn't directly hit him. She only waved her right hand like a saber. Zhou Wen immediately widened his eyes. Under the gaze of the teacher Domain and himself, he clearly saw the spacetime powers on the monstrous little Li being sliced apart. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as though there was a layer of transparent tempered glass between monstrous little Li and Mystic Darch. Mystic Thearka split the transparent barrier into two, or rather, opened up a door. This was only what Zhou Wen felt. The average person would think that Mystic Darch had casually waved her hand, as though nothing had happened. With that wave, the Mystic Darch stepped forward and swept past the monstrous little Li. In the next second, the monstrous little Li's head flew into the air, as though it had been sliced off by a sharp blade. Bang! The flying head and the falling body exploded at the same time as an illusory transparent blob of light fell. Zone Core. Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. He never expected the Zone Core to be in the body. The moment the monstrous little Li died, Saltwater Lake seemed to experience an earthquake. It suddenly trembled a few times before everyone realized that the missing entrance boulder had appeared not far away. The 5-person team waiting there also appeared in everyone's vision. The Wang family members were alarmed and delighted. They couldn't be bothered to thank Zhou Wen as they scrambled for the entrance boulder. Wan Lu looked at Zhou Wen as though she had many things to say, but she was momentarily at a loss for words. Finally she said,
It's good to have you around. Why are you standing on ceremony with me? Can I have this Zone Core?
Zhou Wen pointed at the Zone Core and asked.
It's all yours,
Wan Lu said in disappointment.
I do need this item, so I won't stand on ceremony. If you find a dimensional zone that's suitable for you in the future, I'll help you get the Zone Core.
Zhou Wen didn't stand on ceremony as he picked it up.
Let's go! This dimensional zone is a little strange. It seems like that's not all. Let's not find ourselves stuck in it again.
Zhou Wen pulled Wan Lu out and rendezvoused with the Wang family in front of the entrance boulder. The Wang family had suffered heavy losses this time. More than 10 mythical personnel had died, and 2 were at the terror grade. More importantly, the companion eggs that the Wang family had accumulated for a long time were lost. However, this was already a rather good outcome. If not for Zhou Wen, they would probably have been wiped out. Before leaving, Zhou Wen secretly returned the box to Wan Lu. Take care. Zhou Wen patted Wan Lu's head. He wanted to console her, but he didn't know what to say. He wasn't someone who was good at consoling others. Take care too. Wan Lu's expression was odd. Just as Zhou Wen turned to leave, Wan Lu suddenly asked,
If I have nowhere to go one day, will you take me in? Of course, but I don't think you will reach that stage with your luck,
Zhou Wen said with a smile.
I'll remember your words.
Wan Lu seemed a little serious. Zhou Wen didn't read too much into it. All he wanted to do now was find a safe place, and see if the Zone Core could advance God Fiend Era to the Calamity grade. He also had to figure out Mystic the Arca's abilities as soon as possible. The power displayed by the Mystic the Arch made Zhou Wen think of something very important. Mystic the Arch tore through spacetime to kill the monstrous Little Li. If this ability was used elsewhere, it would be of great help to Zhou Wen. He used spatial teleportation to return to guide Ancient City. Zhou Wen returned to his room and eagerly took out the Zone Core before switching to the God Fiend Era Essence Energy Art. As his Essence Energy Art circulated, the Zone Core in Zhou Wen's hand transformed into transparent streams of light that seeped into his body from his hands. At the Cape family in the West District.
Family head, there's news from the East District's Wang family. Wang Lu and the rest have returned.
The blond middle-aged man came in front of the Cape family's family head and said with a strange expression,
"What's the outcome? Can that dimensional zone really replicate a companion egg?"
The Cape family head looked up and asked the blond middle-aged man. Clearly, he thought highly of the matter.
"I don't know."
The blond middle-aged man smiled bitterly.
"You don't know? What did the people who infiltrated the Wang say?"
The Cape family head stared at him.
"They didn't return. Apparently, they died in Lochner."
The blond middle-aged man said.
"None of them returned alive?"
The Cape family head frowned.
"No, none of them returned. Could it be that they were discovered by the Wangs? The exploration of some magical dimensional zone was used as a ruse to eliminate them."
After some thought, the blond middle-aged man realized that there was only one possibility.
"From the looks of it, we have underestimated the Wangs. Since that dimensional zone is fake, this matter ends here. You are dismissed."
The Cape family head lowered his head and continued studying the item in his hand. The Wangs weren't worth his anger. Furthermore, the Wang family was a family in the East District after all. It would be very troublesome for the Cape family to touch them. More and more alien races appeared on the cube's rankings, but no humans entered the ranking. Although there were also humans who attempted to enter the rankings, they couldn't even cross the Lake of Fog, much less pluck the golden apple.
"I'm really displeased seeing those alien races act so arrogantly."
Li Xian was feeling depressed watching the live stream. When he saw Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu walk over, his eyes lit up. He walked over with a smile and wrapped his arm around their shoulders.
"Aren't we good brothers?"
Chapter 1749 God Fiend Spacetime.
"No."
Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan took a step back almost at the same time and looked at Li Xian warily. Li Xian retracted his hands in embarrassment before his expression instantly changed. He said indignantly,
"I never expected you guys to be such people. I treated you as brothers, but you don't treat me as a brother. Are you still human? Do you have any conscience? You're not a bad person when you don't call us brother. But nothing good comes out of you calling us brother,"
Ming Xiu said.
"Am I that kind of person?"
Li Xian said angrily.
"Yes."
Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan answered in unison. Li Xian was taken aback as he scratched his nose in embarrassment.
"Your misunderstanding of me is too deep. Just get straight to the point. We know what kind of person you are,"
Ming Xiu said.
"I'm just thinking that there's not a single human on the cube. It doesn't look pretty. There aren't many golden apples left. Why don't you go up and win some glory for us humans?"
Li Xian said.
"I want to, but this isn't easy,"
Ming Xiu said helplessly.
"What's not easy about it?"
Li Xian asked.
"Firstly, we might not be able to pluck the golden apple since our strength is still lacking. Secondly, the various alien races have sent similar messages to their representatives. We are not allowed to challenge this dimensional zone,"
Ming Xiu said.
"You are representatives, not slaves. Must you obey them? I think they just don't want the dimension's resources to fall into the hands of us humans. They are extremely sinister,"
Li Xian goaded.
"Of course, other than the contract's conditions, there aren't many restrictions on a representative. It's not impossible to go if we have to, but we can forget about receiving any more resources."
Ming Xiu shrugged.
"There will still be more resources."
Li Xian was somewhat surprised.
"Of course, they agreed to help us advance to the heaven level. Otherwise, how can we have any competitive ability?"
Ming Xiu thought for a moment and continued.
"However, that's not the main point. I've gained a lot of insight recently. Even if I don't receive their resources, advancing to the heaven level is only a matter of time. The main reason is that we haven't reached the heaven level yet. We might not be able to pass through the Lake of Fog to pluck the golden apple. Is that Lake of Fog really that terrifying? Those alien races seemed quite relaxed."
Li Xian found it unbelievable.
"It's not that simple."
It was rare for the taciturn Feng Qiuyan to speak.
"The alien races have a better understanding of that place to begin with. The alien races that attempted have a way to restrain the place, but our understanding of the Lake of Fog is very limited. From the looks of it, the fog should have the ability to disrupt space. The lake water also has some kind of suction force that will suck a calamity-grade creature to the bottom of the lake. Even if one can resist the suction force of the lake, as time goes by, one will eventually be exhausted. If we can't crack the fog and reach the island in the middle of the lake before that, we will ultimately die. Even you aren't confident. From the looks of it, that place is indeed very dangerous. There's no point in going, Li Xian said gloomily. It's just depressing watching those alien races strut around. Isn't that simple? If Coach is willing to take action, that wouldn't be a problem, Feng Qiuyan said. Let's go and find him. Li Xian could only let Zhou Wen do it. Therefore, he led Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu to find Zhou Wen. With the help of the Zone Core, God Fiend Era advanced to the Calamity grade. Zhou Wen was studying the God Fiend Era's Calamity Zone and Mystic Thearka's powers. God Fiend Era's Calamity Zone was called God Fiend Spacetime. It had the characteristics of spacetime and was very useful. It was especially effective when combined with Mystic Thearka's powers. In God Fiend Spacetime, Zhou Wen could temporarily use spacetime backtracking. For example, if Zhou Wen's body was penetrated by a saber, as long as he used God Fiend Spacetime, his body could return to the state before he was hit. Of course, this was only an example. In fact, it was much more complicated. Now, God Fiend Spacetime could only backtrack for a short period of time. He couldn't randomly choose the period of the backtracking. He probably had to advance to Hell or the Heaven level to have greater freedom. Zhou Wen was mostly done studying Mystic Thearka's abilities. This gave him a sliver of hope to counterattack the dimension. Mystic Thearka's power could actually break through dimensional barriers. This was a power Zhou Wen had never seen before. Typically, if one was in a dimensional zone, even if they had spatial teleportation abilities, it was impossible for them to teleport out of the dimensional zone. However, Mystic Thearka's power could directly tear open the dimensional zone to connect to the space outside. In other words, as long as Mystic Darch attached herself to Zhou Wen in her soul form, Zhou Wen could ignore the dimensional zone seal. Once he encountered danger, he could directly teleport out of the dimensional zone. Coupled with the God Fiend Spacetime backtracking, Zhou Wen's escape abilities were off the charts. He could head to any dimensional zone he hadn't dared to go to without any worries. Based on Zhou Wen's testing of all the dimensional zones that he had downloaded, he could apparently teleport out. Of course, this wasn't what Zhou Wen valued the most. What excited him the most was that Mystic Thearka's ability should be able to tear through the dimensional barrier, allowing Zhou Wen to enter the dimension freely. This was only Zhou Wen's speculation. He didn't dare go to the dimension. If he encountered an apocalypse-grade big shot, he might not have a chance of returning. Now, he was using God Fiend Spacetime and Mystic Thearka's abilities to explore Chess Mountain, hoping to advance the last Essence Energy Art to the Calamity grade. Old Zhou, what are you busy with? Li Xian brought Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan to him. What's the matter? Zhou Wen knew that something was up when he saw the three of them come together. Li Xian shared his thoughts with Zhou Wen before saying, It's a waste not to take things from the dimension. If you have the ability, show your face. That would bring us humans glory, right? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment and said, It's not difficult to pluck the golden apple, but I reckon the golden apple isn't the most important thing in that dimensional zone. What do you mean? Doesn't that place end after plucking the apple? Li Xian asked in puzzlement. That seems to be the case on the surface, but if it's really that simple, why haven't any of the alien race's apocalypse-grade experts appeared? I reckon there's something hidden inside that we don't know. Why don't we let the alien races scout ahead and prevent those alien big shots from being on guard? At the final moment, we might have a chance of succeeding in one strike. Otherwise, if I'm watched by an apocalypse-grade big shot, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to have another chance. Zhou Wen had already considered this problem, so it wasn't that he didn't dare go. You sure are scheming, Li Xian said with a smile. Then let them be smug for a few more days. However, not a single human has been on the rankings. It's truly depressing. Chapter 1750 Trajectory Girl. Do you want to go? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment and asked Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan. Yes, coach, do you have a solution? Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan's eyes lit up. Call Qin Jin over. I'll be your sparring partner. Zhou Wen felt that it was time to showcase the true effects of the teacher domain. Right away. Ming Xiu hurriedly ran out. He knew better than anyone how rare it was to be taught by Zhou Wen. It was comparable to an immortal opportunity. Old Zhou, didn't you say not to alert the enemy? Li Xian frowned. It might not be a bad thing to cause some commotion, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Li Xian seemed to understand something as he said in enlightenment, You are trying to push them out as targets. Don't make it sound so nasty. I just want those alien races to know that humans aren't as weak as they imagine, nor are they inseparable from their resources. Zhou Wen said indifferently. How boring. Another alien race. A youth switched off the live stream on his phone with flagging interest. Over the past few days, there wasn't a single human name on the cube's rankings. The number of people watching the live stream decreased. If human sovereign doesn't come, I reckon no human can enter the rankings. Compared to the alien races, humans are still a little weak. A youth beside him found it boring as well and switched his phone off. Us. 1-4 Molly pair. I really hope human sovereign can come out quickly and steamroll those alien races. The youth from before said, Are you guys dreaming? A girl walked over arrogantly and said disdainfully, Human sovereign is only considered relatively strong among humans. He's too ordinary when compared to the alien races. Steamroll others? It's hard to say if he can cross the lake of fog. The girl's words immediately made the surrounding people glare at her angrily. Young lady, what are you talking about? The elder beside her glared at her. I'm just telling the truth. Humans are weak. The girl didn't take the angry looks of everyone to heart as though she hadn't seen them. I think you're asking for a beating. A burly man rushed over angrily, wanting to teach the girl a lesson. However, just as he reached out to grab the girl's shoulder, a hand suddenly extended from the side and grabbed his wrist. Immediately, his entire body couldn't move. Friend, a gentleman speaks without resorting to force. The owner of the hand was a handsome man. With a shake of his hand, the burly man lost his balance and retreated. He ultimately failed to get a footing as he plopped to the ground. The expressions of the onlookers changed. The burly man was rather famous in the area. After all, he was an expert who had successfully advanced to the mythical stage using the mythical serum. Yet, he was easily pushed to the ground. It was obvious how terrifying the other man's strength was. Although they were angry, no one dared to say anything else as they watched the girl and the man leave one after another. Xiao, are humans such senseless creatures? The girl said as she walked. Your Highness, most humans are delusional creatures, Xiao said with a smile. Is that the same for human sovereign? The girl asked. Yes, Xiao answered with certainty. The girl seemed somewhat disappointed. Aren't there any interesting humans? According to what I know, there's an interesting human, but this person is also a delusional person, Xiao said. What's the difference? The girl couldn't understand Xiao's words. It sometimes becomes very interesting when one is excessively delusional, Xiao explained. The girl asked with piqued interest. What's interesting? Isn't it interesting to turn delusion into reality? Xiao said with a smile. That's interesting, but is there really such a person? The girl found it unbelievable. The city he's in is nearby. Your Highness, do you want to pay a visit? Xiao took out his phone and showed the girl a map. Then let's go take a look and see if this delusional fanatic is as interesting as you say. The girl glanced at the map on her phone before softly reciting, Guide Ancient City. He definitely won't disappoint you, Your Highness. Zhao's eyes seemed to be smiling. The two of them headed for Guide Ancient City. They didn't seem to be walking fast, but they soon vanished. Overseer Luoyang's residence. Overseer, there's news that the mermaid is out at sea. And Sheng said excitedly to Tianzua when he arrived at the restaurant. And Tianzua didn't react when he heard that. He placed the spoon to his mouth and gently blew at the porridge inside before taking it to Yer's mouth. Yer, be good. Have some porridge. You're still growing. How can you not eat? Uncle, I don't want to eat it, Yer said as she shook her head. Does it not suit your taste? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you myself. By the way, don't you like the sweet soup I cooked the most? I'll cook it for you now. And Tianzua said dotingly as he put down the bowl and spoon. Uncle, I miss brother, Yer said pitifully as she looked at Tianzua with her large eyes. Over. And Tianzua sighed softly. Yer, be good. Wait a little longer. When the situation over there stabilizes, I'll get Ah Sheng to take you to him. Really, Uncle? Yer immediately stood up happily. When has Uncle ever lied to you? Come, drink the porridge. And Tianzua picked up a spoonful of porridge and fed it to you. After Yer finished the porridge, and Tianzua got someone to take her to the garden to play before he and Sheng went to the study. What did he say? And Tianzua asked with a heavy expression. The one from the Trajectory Holy Temple has been taken to young Master Win's. And Sheng said. Who got him to take her there? Didn't I get him to bring her here? And Tianzua frowned. He said that it's more suitable over there. And Sheng paused before saying, I think it's good to go to young Master Win. Young Master Win's people aren't that inflexible. Perhaps they can do something we can't. Are you implying that I'm inflexible? And Tianzua glared at Sheng. No, not at all. Overseer, you are mistaken. I'm saying that young Master Win's people are rather barbaric. Perhaps they suit the taste of the person from the Trajectory Holy Temple. And Sheng hurriedly explained. A bunch of amateurs. And Tianzua snorted coldly before continuing. Make the arrangements. If anything happens on Zhao's side, at least there'll be a remedy. Overseer, don't worry. Didn't he say that although the one from the Trajectory Holy Temple is strong, she's not one of those old freaks? Her temperament hasn't completely matured. Furthermore, she's suppressed on Earth. Nothing serious will happen, Ensheng said. And Tianzua stared at Ensheng without saying a word. Ensheng hurriedly said, Overseer, don't worry. I'll do it right away.